Under the relentless pressure of the traveler, the ridges of madness were finally subdued. Breathing heavily, the traveler celebrated his victory. This accomplishment took 2 whole months, and the impossible was done. But to the traveler's horror, the sought-after item was not there, even if the aroma of it was actively felt everywhere. The traveler was furious, because someone else had stolen this beauty. He even hoped that he would still be able to catch the thief. Tracking magic was activated, starting to show the way. Its curved projectiles led to the cave. It goes without saying that the traveler entered inside. Once inside, he felt something familiar. A familiar sweet smell hit his nose. Out of a desire to find out, he followed the scent. The closer he got, the more clearly he realized that it smelled like soup. After all, there in the middle of the cave, a cauldron was bubbling. Inside it, the edible mixture was boiling. Like a cherry on the cake, the desired root is located on top of the piglet. Someone was now greedily eating from such roots. Confused, the traveler took a couple of steps back. Hearing rustling behind him, the stranger offered him some of his soup. But the traveler did not answer, completely frozen. His gaze was still fixed on the root, to the rarest and most important ingredient in the world. The stranger agreed that the root was exactly the same. The traveler suddenly screamed, overwhelmed by a host of feelings about the futility of his journey. In the end, he wanted to understand how the stranger had even come up with something like this. But in response, only cheerful chomping could be heard, which ended with a distinct gulp. Then the secret gourmet smiled meaningfully. The story makes its digression, telling about a wild disease, in which a person cannot really get enough to eat. With a similar disease, the patient ate on average 2,000 calories a day. The main character of this story, named Herk, had this problem. Every day, Herk visited doctors. Professor Huang asked if Herk was on a diet. In response, the plump boy took out a container. Despite the prescribed tomatoes, Herk still lifted weights. The pressing question was raised about the amount of tomatoes Herk consumed. The protagonist hesitated, ultimately naming a 5-digit figure. The doctor sighed tiredly, afterwards sweetly calling Herk Piglet. Then, Herk began to justify himself, noting a lot of things that he did to lose weight. But the doctor was adamant in his verdict. In this case, Herk shifted all his troubles due to illness onto his father. The doctor thoughtfully tapped his index finger on the tablet. Afterwards, he adjusted his glasses. Right after the pause, calling Herk a rich pig. There was a pause again. A couple of minutes later, the doctor called out to Herk again. Doc concluded that Herk's situation was becoming dangerous. At first, the protagonist received this news with excitement, then taking it for granted. In fact, despite all his efforts, Herk couldn't stop eating. The doctor praised Herk for not giving up, meanwhile reminding Herk of the products that the protagonist liked so much, instantly concluding that those would only lead to the fat man's death. The protagonist's eyes immediately froze. But the doctor offered Herk another choice, therapy through an online game. Herk doubted it, because one of the similar experiments had no effect. But for some reason, the doctor radiated positivity. Huang guaranteed a completely different experience for Herk. Doc began to describe his own unique experience. The possibility of not gaining weight, but existing, inspired Herk. He instantly imagined a paradise for gluttons. Later, the action of the story moved to the swimming pool. A healthy fellow was creating waves in it. Herk swam actively, doing all the exercises. Seeing how hardworking Herk was, Coach Chan suggested that he take a rest. However, the protagonist preferred to continue. In response, the coach asked Herk not to overdo it. Meanwhile, Herk himself recalled the doc's words. Having driven away his fantasies, Herk got out of the pool. Those around him helped the fat man in every possible way. Desperately, Herk fought his appetite every second of his time. He temporarily retreated when Herk was involved in sports. But everything changed as soon as the training ended. An all-consuming desire took hold of Herk, even if there was a very ordinary bowl of salad in front of it. Carefully lifting the bowl, Herk moved on to the meal. But knowing Herk's appetite, the number of such bowls was large. One drained bowl after another was piled on the table. It took less than a minute for Herk to complete the task. Despite the surprise of those around him, for Herk himself, eating such a quantity of food was a mere trifle. Afterwards, Herk and the coach started talking about the game. The coach even calculated whether Herk would really like to achieve some records in the game. Herk confirmed this. Herk was a little upset that the coach took the protagonist's ideas as a joke. As a result, he openly stated that he wanted to achieve slimness. This desire of the protagonist even caused a waterfall of tears in the coach. Ultimately, Herk's words were again taken as a joke. The fat man himself sighed tiredly. Standing up, the protagonist asked the coach about something. Not in a hurry, half-pronouncing Herk asked Chan. In his final moments, Herk uttered the word, father. But immediately after this, something strange began to happen to the fat man. The coach immediately jumped up from his seat. After all, Herk himself was losing his balance. Suddenly, the body seemed to stop obeying him. Later, Through the murky voices of the airwaves, Herk realized that he had ended up in the hospital. Doctors actively discussed Herk's grave health condition. One after another, ideas about radical treatment of the protagonist were discarded. Herk himself, when he woke up, did not understand what he had done wrong. Having come to his senses a little, Herk was completely despairing about the situation he found himself in, and yet he still wanted to live. Soon, Herk's father loomed over him. Father explained that Herk was in shock due to overdoing it. The protagonist did not answer. He believed that his father had found out about Herk's plan to immerse himself in the game. Suddenly, a chair creaked as it was pushed back. Sitting down next to him, his father began to list various favorite dishes of Herk's. At some point, a sound came out of Herk's mouth. The protagonist twitched, because it all sounded painfully delicious. Despite everything, Herk was glad to see his father. Unexpectedly, the protagonist decided to ask his father's opinion about video games. The man pushed this thought out of his head, knowing the essence, further saying that he will be happy for his son. In return, asking only one thing, that Herk have fun there. Afterwards, he began to stroke his dear son. After hearing this, Herk grabbed the blanket tightly, finally deciding to play. After some time, the action moved to Herk's house. There, he was presented with a diving device. It was made to order, just to fit Herk's dimensions. The protagonist let out an excited groan. To the side stood a specially trained team of medics. Everyone was ready to help Herk both inside the game and when leaving it. Next, the device's start button was pressed. As he approached, Herk suddenly decided to ask what the coach's nickname was. The coach hesitated, embarrassed. Eventually, in a whisper, he called himself General. Hearing this, Herk glanced at him. Then, in front of everyone, out loud, asking again about the nickname. Many of those present laughed at such a name. Later, the coach drove Herk into the device. Herk positioned himself inside and the lid of the device slammed shut. A hum filled the room. Meanwhile, the protagonist adjusted his neuro helmet. Everyone outside was cheering for Herk, hoping for success. The device's hum increased and it began to load. White clouds flashed by and there Herk was looking at himself. A voice from the system appeared, suggesting that Herk change his avatar. The protagonist was inspired, because previously, in other games, this could not be done. Herk closed his eyes. Then, asking to reduce your weight, in an instant his cheeks deflated. The arms no longer resemble sausages. Afterwards, Herk enjoyed his new body. With such changes, he was confident that he would be able to lose weight. Naturally, Herk chose his own name for the avatar. The light flickered and he was transported somewhere. Herk found himself in the middle of a training camp. Immediately, the protagonist was welcomed in the village of Arda. Balin, one of the NPCs, spoke to him. Herk's mouth dropped open in surprise, having never seen such well-developed characters before. Balin himself was expecting something. A little later, the NPC took out a wooden sword, then throwing it into Herk's hands. In an instant, the protagonist was given an initial training task. The sword fell from Herk's hands, as the reward for the task stunned him. After all, that was bread. Unexpectedly, Herk decided to beg for bread in advance. Naturally, he was refused. After grieving for a short time, Herk took the sword in his hands. His fingers gripped the shaft tightly. Next came a blow to the target. Herk was willing to try. A couple of minutes later, someone was watching the camp. They also kept a close eye on Herk, whose speed was noted. Another minute later, Herk finished beating the target. Balin praised the protagonist for his success. After the chatter ended, the statistics system opened up before Herk. There, the protagonist was offered to choose the first bonus stats. After finishing this, Herk's eyes flinched. After all, a bag with a reward appeared in his hands. The protagonist immediately broke into a smile. Listening to Balin's speech, Herk opened the bag. At the end, I sincerely thank him for the bread. The NPC himself saw such joy for the first time. But then, from the outside, someone's indignation was heard. The other players spat at the quality of the prize bread. After all, they expected it to taste good. In response to all this, Balin only hissed in disappointment. But then, from the outside, he heard the opposite emotion. Loudly, Herk sniffed the bread. Just by the smell, he could tell how it was made. When finished, open your mouth to bite. Urgently, the palate of taste qualities filled Herk. Later, he was unable to convey his delight. Such food was too tasty for the protagonist. Balena was pleased to see something like this. Casually, Balin suggested that they practice some more and receive extra bread as a reward. Otherwise, Balin would let Herk go his separate ways. It was a shock to Herk that bread was so readily available. The NPC reminded that Herk still had some training to do. At some point, the protagonist ate all the bread. Avatar's satiety has been increased to maximum. While receiving clarification from the system about his satiety, Herk wiped the crumbs off himself. In the end, agreeing to earn some more bread for himself. With these thoughts in mind, he began to strike again. The noise from dozens of new blows spread throughout the area. As promised, Balin passed the bread. But Herk had no intention of ending his training. which also increased his reputation with the NPCs. During Herk's training, his durability stat increased. Balin was happy for Herk, while suggesting that he not stay in training camp for long. At the same time, many people were watching the players chatter with NPCs. Some more time passed, and the lid of the device opened. Everyone was waiting to hear Herk's emotions, but the fat man first warmed up, then making it clear that he managed to eat in the game. However, for some reason the protagonist radiated sadness. This was due to the fact that right now, Herk couldn't eat. Nevertheless, he was glad of the experience. The coach was confused as Herk enthusiastically described the taste of stale bread. Meanwhile, Doc was not averse to letting Herk back into the game. A painful anticipation settled inside the belly. Suddenly, the coach started talking about how far success would take Herk. But the fat man said that he remained in the newcomer's zone. The coach was worried about this news. And then, over the next half hour, Herk told everything. The second lunch arrived and Herk was brought a new portion of salad. During the meal, the protagonist for some reason grabbed the phone. While scrolling through the feed, something there surprised him. Herku came across a wild thread about various taste perversions. Having skipped it, the fat man immediately found something completely different. Suddenly, Herk's breathing quickened. The coach immediately noticed something was wrong. Even the doctor began to worry about Herk's condition. The medical staff came running at the cries of those two. There was a commotion in the house. At that very moment, Herk blossomed, talking about chickens. As it turned out, he was talking about the next gaming zone. Herk was already looking forward to the most wonderful chicken dishes. His hot description even managed to make others salivate. A little later, the action returned to the game world. Balin welcomed Herk back. The protagonist was also kind. Now, ready to hit targets again. The unfortunate mannequin did not expect to become the target of attacks again. Gradually, evening came to the game world. Some of the newcomers treated Balin with disdain. However, the NPC responded to rudeness with rudeness. The player had no choice but to shut up, leaving, even throwing threats at Balin. Balin himself was stretching his neck, believing that it was time to change. A minute later, another instructor appeared to replace Balin. The perky mustachioed man noticed one particular player. It was Herk who truly enjoyed the bread. Balin was about to leave when Herk called out to him. Unexpectedly, Herk started a conversation with the NPC about dinner. Balin answered honestly that he was having dinner at home. But then Herk volunteered to cook him a delicious dinner. The instructor even asked again. Herk himself began to think about how and what he would cook with. Balin even thought that he could really see the player's thoughts. Ultimately, the instructor gave Herk the go-ahead. Gradually, the scene moved to the instructor. Inside, it looked quite cozy. Balin was pleased with such compliments. Meanwhile, thinking to myself about Herk's friendliness. After all, he was the first one who wanted to visit the instructor's house. At the same time, Herk was examining the available ingredients. Balin answered honestly that he had no reason to boast about his food. The protagonist felt a lump in his throat when he heard that the instructor had been eating alone for a long time. Clenching his fist, Herk declared that he would prepare the most delicious dish in the world. But the protagonist didn't stop there. He was given permission to take some bread while he cooked. After a minute of thought, a recipe popped into Herk's head. Finally, I decided to make garlic bread and soup. Cheerfully, Herk began cooking. Very soon, there was a ton of dishes around. A little later, Herk finished cooking, showing the result to Balin. In front of him, a pile of garlic bread stood shining. Afterwards, Herk also put out a bowl of soup. At that time, there was even more of it in the pot. In fact, Herk prepared as many as 50 servings. Next, offering the instructor something to finally eat. Agreeing, Balin took the spoon. Scooping up some soup, he carefully brought it to his mouth. Before he even tried it out properly, Balin heard a crunching sound coming from the side. Deliciously, Herk also began to eat. With every bite, Herk noted the gastronomic delights of the dish. The resulting piquant taste was simply indescribable. During this admiration, Balin suddenly closed his eyes. And then he burst out laughing. Herk stared blankly. The instructor explained that he had never seen people so happy while eating before. Herk explained that food was pure happiness. Suddenly, the instructor started talking about his empty and boring life. It seemed as if the instructor was complaining about his loneliness. For the first time, he was offered to eat together. As a result, thanks to Herka for the wonderful company, both Herk and Balin remembered this dinner forever. At the same time, the instructor did not refuse Herk to continue eating. He watched closely as Herk couldn't stop. At one point, Balin decisively placed his hands on the table. Afterwards, he went somewhere to the storage room. After rummaging around there, he caught the protagonist's attention. Returning, he handed Herk the sword. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, absolutely not understanding such an honor. Smiling, Balin stated that he no longer needed the sword. In the end, Herk accepted the gift. While doing this, you can call up the skill panel. There, the protagonist learned about the amazing skill that the sword possessed. At the same time, Herk decided to borrow some dishes from the instructor. Gradually, a new day began in the game world. In one location, players were actively hunting for chickens. Suddenly, something flew past Herk, scattering feathers. The protagonist noticed how one of the chickens knocked down the player. But in reality, Herk came here to find instructor Rowena. Among the horde of characters, Herk seemed to notice one. The instructor's gaze also fell on the protagonist. Coming closer, Herk got acquainted. The NPC greeted Herk, giving him a task. A quest to kill chickens appeared, and so, Herk took a sword out of his inventory. Rowena immediately recognized him. Some memories of Balin surfaced in her heart. Urgently, she wanted to know how Herk got the sword. But in an instant, the man in front of her disappeared. After all, Herk himself went about his business, eating bread along the way. Rowena was left wondering who this guy was. At some point, a loud rooster's cluck stopped Herk. A strange chicken blocked the protagonist's path. The other roosters turned their gazes to Herk. Suddenly, the rooster blocking the road began to study aggression. Herk reacted by drawing and moving his sword. The blow hit the chicken right on the head. Soon, she lay defeated on the ground. Once again, someone unknown was secretly monitoring Herk's progress. He tried to understand how Herk managed to defeat his enemies so easily. Having come to the conclusion that the player raised his characteristics due to long training on the field with scarecrows. At the same time, Herk himself set up camp. He swung his cleaver, causing the observer to flinch. Next, I lowered the cut chicken into the water. I put it in a cauldron and covered it with a lid. To the other players, Herk's actions were quite strange. While the chicken was cooking, the protagonist began to get the others. At some point when he finished, Herk clapped his hands loudly. Afterwards, he began to stir his dish. Opening the lid, he inhaled the fumes of chicken soup. Then take out the finished chicken. Carefully, he broke off a tasty piece of it, and then bite gently. The meat was so hot that steam came out of Herk's mouth. And yet he was beaming with happiness. Washed down with the broth, the taste was truly wonderful. Less than a minute passed before the whole chicken was eaten. Standing up cheerfully, the protagonist wished for more. Rowena saw this behavior, considering Herk special. Besides, the protagonist reminded her of Balin himself. Suddenly, a desire to see him appeared inside Rowena. Her pleasant thoughts were interrupted by a murmur on the sidelines. Many players were now afraid of something. Rowena herself looked closely. After all, the boss, the golden chicken herself, appeared on the field. The players knew the monster and were already gossiping about the chicken's golden eggs. Such news inspired the players to attack the chicken. But the golden chick destroyed them one by one. Having won, the chicken proudly raised its head. Herk was already looking at her, licking his lips. Having presented the incredible dishes, Herk took off. Each subsequent step brought him closer to what he wanted. After all, he wanted to eat more chicken so much. Feeling aggression towards himself, the cockerel let out a warlike cock-a-doodle-doo. The chicken, with its beak sticking out its head, ran towards Herk. The protagonist dodged and swung his sword. Many players froze at the sight of this battle. At the same time, Herk was more likely trying to catch than kill the chicken. Herk's gaze became serious. After all, in one instant, the chicken soared above it. Using his sword, Herk punished her. The feathered beast fell to the ground without strength. Herk took the carcass, intending to cook it as quickly as possible. Among the possible reward skills, the protagonist chose the one that would give a ton of eggs per day. So one game day passed and the next one began. Now, a new smell was spreading across the field where the chickens lived. After all, there, Herk continued his culinary experiments. During his next meal, he even thought about the instructors. As Herk assessed Rowena, he tried to think of a way to get closer to her. At some point, I caught the instructor's eye. Herk coughed and wished her good morning. Rowena responded similarly, suddenly showing off the products. At the sight of them, Herk's imagination ran wild. He was already imagining the most delicious dishes. Meanwhile, Rowena wanted to know about Balin's life. In response, Herk suggested that Rowena visit the instructor herself. She became embarrassed, but Herk had an idea. The protagonist guessed something that would be beneficial for him, capable of replenishing its reserves with new ingredients. Then, Herk began to talk about Rowena's situation, hinting that he could always visit Balin. This news came as a pleasant shock to Rowena. Moreover, the protagonist could see Balin at any time. Rowena fell silent and began to consider Balin's identity. In her eyes, he looked like an eternally hungry but honest man. At some point, Rowena's eyes closed. Arching her body, she dreamily imagined meeting Balin. After all, thanks to Herk, she would have been able to convey her feelings. A little later, a new dish was sizzling in Herk's cauldron. While tasting it, the protagonist sincerely thanked Rowena. In the end, unable to resist, he devoured everything he had prepared. Behind him stood Rowena, who wanted something. Then asking Herk to accept the package. Slowly, she began to untie the knot. Herka short-circuited because there was rice there. So Rowena made a deal with Herk. Casually, Herk mentioned that he had even been to Balin's house. Rowena guessed that he lived alone, But then an idea came into Rowena's head. After all, a similar situation with Balin could have become a chance for her. But for some reason, Herk was not going to leave. The protagonist was ready to do something else for Rowena, in particular to convey a certain message on behalf of that Balin, in return, asking for just more food. The protagonist himself called this situation fair trade. Rowena readily agreed. Immediately, the system notified Herk that it had received a task. But before delivering the message, the protagonist looked at the bag. First of all, Herk wanted to cook something. Soon, in a frying pan, fry the rice. But this refinement was only the beginning. After all, Herk got the gilded egg. That very thing would have surely jumped out of the inventory into the protagonist's hands. After breaking it, Herk poured the contents of the egg into the frying pan. A minute later, the cooked egg was placed on top of the rice. Next, Herk began to stir the general contents. When finished, the biomass looked super tasty. Deciding to give it a try, Herk took a full spoon. As soon as the dish touched his tongue, Herk beamed with happiness, subsequently completely devouring the resulting product. Gradually, the scene returned to the original training camp. There, the players continued to be bullying towards Balin. The instructor cheered up when he heard a familiar voice. Herk marked his return by simply missing her. Stealthily, Herk passed on something from Rowena. It was a sealed envelope and a rose. Balin swallowed hard and repeated Rowena's name. Opening the envelope, Balin found a dry letter inside. Afterwards, the story took a small detour, recalling how Rowena was under Balin's command. One day, Balin saved her. It was from the moment of her salvation that Rowena fell in love with him. For a long time after, Rowena could not confess her feelings. Her confession was interrupted by familiar footsteps. Herk appeared, relaying Balin's answer. Rowena was clearly embarrassed to learn that her words had been accepted. Some time has passed since then again. While taking food again, the system suddenly notified Herk. As it turned out, he could no longer eat, especially after receiving the digestion skill. Herk almost burst into tears, because he had to wait the whole day now. With a shaking hand, he reached for the spoon again. But the system did everything it could to prevent me from swallowing even a piece of food. Herk got the impression that they would have sewn his mouth shut. Eventually, after unlocking the skills, Herk learned that it was possible to increase hunger by spending calories. For a second or two, even remembering myself in the real world. But in the game, the rules and the feelings of the protagonist were completely different. Feeling light and having a thin body, Herk drew his sword. He was willing to work hard just to eat again. Later, Rowena looked at Herk with confusion. Even to the other players, Herk's exercises seemed strange. In fact, he could have spent his time catching chickens, but Herk himself did not give up. He was driven by an incessant feeling of hunger. Hunger was the only emotion in his head. Thus, the next 4 hours passed. The system finally allowed Herk to eat again. Smoke from the fire rose again above the playing field. Rowena approached and offered to teach Herk swordsmanship. Looking thoughtfully, Herk asked again. Rowena was embarrassed, not knowing how to explain her proposal. While saying one thing, in her thoughts, Rowena saw Herk as lonely too. At heart, he was a good and pleasant person, and so she decided to help in some way. But Herk himself didn't know what to think. Rowena promised to make him a master of swordsmanship. When it came to the challenges and grueling training, Herk agreed. The next 2 hours passed, and Rowena was the first to run out of breath. Somehow, Herk persuaded the instructor to continue training, at the end of which, having found out which of the two was stronger. Later still, the action moved to the original training ground. Herk told Balin that he was now being trained by Rowena. At the same time, I handed over another letter from the beautiful warrior. After finishing reading, Balin glanced at Herk. The protagonist said that he was not going to leave until he had eaten some chicken. The instructor hinted at this significantly for the coming night. A new day had arrived, and with it, Herk's training with Rowena. Herk's fencing skills grew by leaps and bounds. After completing his basic training, Herk went with Rowena to the village of Isbin. This trip was made only to try out that chicken. To Rowena's shock, Herk filled his cart with a ton of goods at a nearby store. At a certain point, Herk bought everything he wanted. The protagonist quietly chuckled as he clicked something on the system panel. Taking Rowena by the arm, she led Herk along with her, taking me to a place with the best food in the area. Already there, just the sight of fried chicken made Herk's mouth water. But the protagonist did not want to wait his turn, and therefore stood behind the stove himself. Meanwhile, for a time, Rowena left him. A short time later, the instructor returned. From the doorway, she declared that she had bought Herk some bread as a gift. Rowena almost screamed when she saw that Herk had fried all the chicken he had bought. Herk was not offended, only noting that the instructor's reactions were similar. Later still, the action moved to Balin's lonely house. With a creep, he opened his door. And then, right in front of his nose, a plate of food was presented. Herk presented his fragrant product. Balin smiled, finding the protagonist surprising. Almost forgetting, Herk handed over a new letter. Of course, it was from Rowena. A minute later, Balin returned to his dwelling. Carefully, Balin set the dish aside. Next, impatiently opening the envelope. And again, briefly, there was a nice message there. After reading that, Balin looked around. Next, I started rummaging through the cabinet drawers. In one of them, finding a bow. Meanwhile, nearby, Herk was humming a cheerful song, spreading out a blanket along the way. After all, a sumptuous dinner was now awaiting him. The first thing the protagonist did was open a can of beer. He began to sip greedily. Then, exhaling loudly, the drink was so delicious. Next, his hand greedily lay on the prepared chicken, finally bringing one piece to his mouth. Herk bit into the meat with fascination. In one movement, he grabbed a huge tuft. Further, he proclaimed what exactly happiness looks like. Then a new day arrived, and with it, Herk's stats were updated. As it turned out, the protagonist had been carrying out a secret quest all this time while eating. Naturally, Herk decided to study it closer. It turned out that Herk was developing his digestive system. And now, according to the conditions, he could finish the task right now. But first, the protagonist had some other things to do. Having found Rowena, Herk gave her a letter from Balin. The warrior looked at the execution in amazement. Having accepted it, she quickly removed the ribbon, to then inhale the scent. She also didn't forget to thank Herk for his efforts, instantly giving out a reward. Rowena insisted that Herk check his reward. However, for some reason the protagonist was looking at her. Unexpectedly, Herk said that Rowena was doing well. After confusing the instructor, Herk discovered that he had been given a jacket as a reward. Their conversation was cut short, because Rowena, by the command of God, came up with 2 quests for Herk. Such quests were a test not only for the protagonist, but also for Rowena herself. She frowned and looked at Herk. First of all, Rowena gave a quest to find the berserker Brockney. Next, asking Herk to conquer the nearest cemetery. Despite receiving the legendary quest, Herk's reaction was boring. And yet, in Rowena's eyes, Herk was an interesting person. She even thought that the first thing Herk would do was go to the cemetery. In this regard, I suggest that Herk find a peasant whose name is Alan. Never finishing eating, Herk asked again. Herk beamed, because Rowena had promised him jelly from Alan. It goes without saying that Herk was in a hurry, leaving behind him a loudly giggling Rowena. Gradually, the plot returned to the real world. There, the coach couldn't believe that Herk had received the legendary quest. The coach was absolutely delighted with Herk's achievements. He even thought that Herk was probably already of a high level, but the protagonist understood that they weren't listening to him at all. However, the coach continued to convince that the quest was extremely rare. In response, Herk said that all this time he was simply eating. However, the protagonist was not sure about the need to complete the quest. This reaction was shocking for the coach. Herk doubted it, because the quest could distract him from eating. Trying to reason, the coach cast a desperate look. And yet, all of Herk's thoughts were devoted only to food. At some point, he and the coach even agreed to meet in a game. Half an hour later, the simulation began loading. Coach Chan entered the game. Soon, his character visited that very village. He began calling Herk over the intercom. While they were chatting, one of the players nudged Chan with his shoulder. An apology was immediately received. Out of the corner of his eye, the trainer noted the man's excellent facial features. He even thought that in real life he would have been a model, eventually accepting the stranger's apology. Unexpectedly, the stranger asked Chan to stay. Next, saluting the general, the coach realized that it was Herk himself who stood in front of him. Finally, deciding to find out about the peculiarities of his appearance. Herk laughed, boasting that the face could not be changed. It dawned on the general that this was exactly what Herk really looked like. Then, recognizing Herk as an incredibly beautiful person, chuckling, Herk thanked his friend. The protagonist experienced such a feeling for the first time. After all, no one had ever praised him for his appearance before. Herk even remembered his father's words. He swore that he was not ashamed of his son, frankly calling him his pride. Thinking back, this was exactly the kind of son Herk wanted to be. And to do this, all Herk had to do was lose weight. After finishing hugging, the general began to ask Herk how he could help him. To begin with, offering assistance in the form of 20 million gold, immediately making a request for exchange. For a couple of seconds, Herk thought. At the end, he extended his hand to the general, but also unexpectedly taking that one away. For some reason, Herk doubted it. The general didn't understand at all. Turning around, Herk declared that he would be able to earn everything himself. The general began to convince Herk that for gold he would be able to eat anything. It was for this very reason that Herk refused. The general decided to clarify. Sighing, Herk started talking about the importance of food for himself. The protagonist began to compare the meaning of food for different people. But for people like himself, Herk saw food as hard to come by. Therefore, Herk wanted to earn money for food through his own labor. The long speech touched the general. Finally, accepting it, the general sighed. Because in his eyes, Herk was always like that. The protagonist has always been hardworking and selfless. In the end, grabbing him and lovingly tugging at his hair. However, their time of meeting was coming to an end. After all, Herk was in a hurry to go somewhere. After all, the special jelly has already been waiting for the protagonist. After which, Herk ran as fast as he could. The general was left in confusion by this, now standing and thinking about Herk's recent speech. Subsequently, Herk began to look everywhere for the holder of the jelly, but many NPCs simply did not understand why Herk was going to so much trouble. Having been rejected everywhere, Herk guessed that the man had a bad reputation. And yet, my imagination did not let go of the images of beautiful jelly from my head. Every now and then, he recalled how his grandmother fed Herk this sweet treat. From his dreams, saliva began to ooze from Herk's lips. On this basis, he continued his search. Running up to another random NPC, Herk started a conversation. Arlen guessed that Herk had clearly not come to ask for directions, and even the secret quests were not interesting to the player. Then Arlen thought about it, but then, having caught his breath, Herk mentioned jelly. These words scared Arlen. Later, Arlen presented his products. Proudly, he offered Herk a sample to try. Confidently, the protagonist accepted the plate. Next, I put the entire jelly into my mouth. Immediately, the most subtle palette of flavors appeared. The pleasure that Herk experienced was increased by his closeness with Arlen. Ultimately, Herk was the one who carried out the order from Arlen. Subsequently, the action moved beyond the village. There, Herk wielded his sword. By defeating monsters, he was able to raise his level. As it turned out, by agreement with Arlen, Herk was moving towards the Twilight Cemetery. It was there, according to the terms of the quest, that Herk had to collect chestnuts. After all, as a reward, he was promised pork. The thought of new food inspired Herk. Suddenly, in this wilderness, someone's cry was heard. Puzzled, Herk began to look around. As a result, directing the gaze in one direction. At the same time, Herk caught a scent. He clearly attracted the protagonist's attention. Next, the story took a digression into the real world. A certain girl was studying the top ranking of players. After all, Alicia was just being discussed there as the most beautiful of the players. The girl sighed, not even knowing how to react. After all, even though she was a beauty, she no less wanted to be known as a gamer. As a result, calling the inhabitants of the internet idiots. And yet flattery flattered her. After all, she was that very player. In the game world, everyone was amazed by her beauty. But one day, the top and the goddess of beauty were defeated by an ordinary player. At that moment, Alicia's pride surged. She realized that she was weak in battle, and so she decided to become stronger. Much more than I could have even imagined. But the girl decided to make these changes from scratch. Thus, she created a new character. Just like before, she appeared on the training field. Next, she cheerfully raised her head, and then she rushed to a special place for pumping. It just so happened that in the game, it was not possible to create a second character on one account. But the girl, as a very old player, was allowed to do this. By creating a new avatar, Alicia also created a new name for her, Armen. Be that as it may, her journey was just beginning. Despite all the difficulties, Armen overcame them with ease. Due to the abundance of monsters, her level was rapidly increasing. Suddenly, her eyes noticed a strange hat. Right there, the girl thought that it was a chestnut. Hurriedly, Armen began to approach him. At some point, I realized that I was wrong. The Chestnut King himself jumped out of the bushes to meet her. The girl froze in panic. Armen frantically began to think about how best to proceed, ultimately refusing to run. She challenged not only the monster, but herself. After all, she needed to grow beyond herself. And so, Armen went on the attack. With a wooden stick, she began to beat the boss. There is a grin on her face and her movements are stern. However, the monster's health was depleted extremely slowly. Armen realized that she couldn't fight at this pace for very long. Suddenly, the monster stopped in its tracks. The girl did not understand what exactly was happening. It seemed that the boss, who had learned a lot from experience, had run out of steam. In order to let out a roar the next moment, the sound was so deafening that Armen even put her hands out. Eventually, unable to hold on, she fell. The force of the roar and the fall took away almost all of the girl's health. As if above that, the boss's appendage appeared. Inexorably, the chute rushed downwards. The boss definitely had to finish off Armina. For some reason, a second later, nothing happened. After all, Herk ran into the situation. Armina looked around in surprise, to which I heard requests for forgiveness. Afterwards, Herk turned his gaze to the girl. In a sweet voice, he asked for the opportunity to take the chestnut for himself. Completely taken aback, Armen asked again. Herk did not hesitate to point out what he was talking about. For saving her, Armen allowed Herk to take not only the chestnut, but everything else as well. The girl nodded approvingly, mentally reflecting on how, with his joy, Herk had taken possession of some epic object. A little later, having collected everything, Herk hurried home. Now, Armen was faced with the question of the unprecedented strength of the awkward guy. But there was no answer in my head. Most of all, the girl was worried that she was unable to defeat the boss personally. After all, she still relied too much on magic. A couple of minutes later, having regained her health, Armen decided to return to destroying the chestnut beasts. At that very moment, something distracted her. A strange sound reached her ears. After all, these sounds belonged to the swings of a sword. Already in another part of the forest, Armen discovered Herk. Cautiously, furtively, she watched him train, considering that they, in fact, weren't very effective. Suddenly, out loud, Herk said that he intended to train for another 5 hours. Armen felt the tremors come over him, just from imagining such long training sessions. At the same time, Herk himself called up the inventory. While she was brainstorming theories about Herk's strength, the girl continued to watch. At a certain point, the protagonist took a cauldron out of his inventory. Next, I prepared the device. Next, he took out a chicken carcass. After which, tipsy, Herk began to peel potatoes. Pieces of chicken and vegetables flew into the already boiling mass. The protagonist didn't forget to add the chestnut he had obtained. The girl didn't understand at all why the guy suddenly started cooking. As soon as this happened, Herk began to take a sample. After the meat, potatoes also flew into the protagonist's mouth. Almost throughout the entire forest, Herk moaned with incredible pleasure. Looking at this, Armen remembered what she herself had eaten in the last few hours. Her slimming diet was completely defeated by Herk's fatty food. Finally, taking a step and calling out to him. Running out of the forest, Armen wanted to try Herk's cooking. Seeing her again, in Herk's eyes, Armen was like an angel of virtue. In this regard, Herk willingly treated. Quickly, a plate filled with food appeared in the girl's hands. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she expressed her gratitude. After which, she greedily bit into the meat. In an instant, her taste buds were filled with a palette of flavors. The spicy broth and tart chestnut completely captured the girl's heart. From then on, Armen couldn't stop. Herk noted that she ate very well. Armina suddenly spoke up, revealing that she had been watching Herk's training for quite some time. The protagonist himself began to think about how to explain his training to the girl. Suddenly, Armen began to invite Herk to join her guild, at the same time revealing the truth about her own identity. But in response, the boy simply told her that he was ready to take the risk. Armen was shocked, because despite his announced status, Herk was simply offering her some rice to eat. However, when she looked at the dish, Armen felt even more awe. Her expression froze and drool began to flow from the corner of her lips. Later, Armen concluded that despite all her efforts, Herk simply did not listen to her. In the end, she decided to try again to persuade Herk to join her guild. However, when the conversation turned to the value of food for Herk, he abruptly stopped chewing. The protagonist decided to ask if the game could really only be enjoyed if one joined a guild. The girl sighed in puzzlement. Herk continued his speech, explaining that there are a huge number of ways to get pleasure from these types of games. Herk described his reason for playing as a passion for food. Listening to this, Armen suddenly remembered her experience in another project. After all, back then, Armen really didn't understand why she was playing and whether she was enjoying it. It seemed that the girl was enjoying only the process itself. Suddenly, the idea of the need to undergo training blossomed in her thoughts. This idea echoed Herk's words about the pleasure of the game, and Armen agreed with this. After all, if it was worth playing, it was only for the pleasure. Having acknowledged this, the girl invited Herk to add her as a friend. After this was said, Herk was visited by long thoughts. The guy immediately added Armen as a friend when she promised to buy something tasty in return. But Herk warned immediately that the appetites of that great one could even be destructive. Ultimately, having agreed on everything, the characters said goodbye. Finally, Armen was once again convinced of the correctness of Herk's ideas regarding the game. Over time, Herk returned to the village. There, Arlen was delighted with the chestnuts Herk had collected, promising to make amazing jelly in return. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself was now ready to go to the Twilight Cemetery. Finally, after taking the chestnut Herk brought, Arlen asked the protagonist to wait. Immediately after this, the system sent a request to Herku to add Armen as a friend. Herk was surprised by the notification, but nevertheless accepted the request. Previously, Herk believed that Armen was lying, but she really turned out to be the famous magician Alicia. And yet, Herk was in no hurry to join the legendary characters guild, because right now, he had other things to do. Just at this time, Old Man Arlen passed the protagonist some jelly in advance. A couple of minutes later, while eating a sweet, Herk was chatting with the general, whom he had also added as a friend. During the conversation, Herk actively shared with him the taste of the jelly, but their conversation was interrupted every now and then by Herk's loud chewing. At some point, after finishing chewing, Herk said that he was going to the Twilight Cemetery, where Boss Pig was spotted. The general quickly guessed that Herk's main desire was to eat the pig. Herk made it clear that any food prepared by one's own hands was much tastier than someone else's. Their conversation suddenly ended, as if the general had some problems. With a sad sigh, Herk stood up from the bench. Then he ran briskly towards the market. Now there was active trading on the market. At some point, a tall shadow approached the tired young merchant. Having seen the shadow emitter, the young woman was struck by its beauty. Cutie Herk wanted to sell some extra items. The merchant was happy to oblige, offering to let Herk place the goods on the scales for sale. The protagonist extended his hand, preparing to empty his inventory. Seeing this, the merchant considered that the guy was clearly at least at the 6th level of development. At some point, due to the abundance of chicken feathers, the scales broke. The saleswoman froze, not even knowing how exactly she should react. Herk himself was shocked, because he didn't expect it to turn out exactly like this. But most of all, the merchant was frightened by the number of chickens that Herk had killed without even gaining any real experience. At some point, random players recognized Herk as a famous chicken hunter. And yet, even with his unconventional reputation, Herk was also known as a handsome man. A little later, the scales were replaced and the feathers were weighed again. The scales showed a truly gigantic figure, clearly corresponding to a pile of feathers. The protagonist himself did not radiate surprise, but rather was upset that he had eaten far fewer chickens than he had expected. The saleswoman heard these sayings and her jaw almost dropped in amazement. But then, Herk suggested selling the gilded claw as well. Afterwards, in the other hand, a gilded thorn appeared. Both items were rare. Frantically, the merchant began to calculate all the loot for sale, announcing the amount of over 500,000 gold. Herk agreed to this kind of deal. Once the deal was made, the system rewarded Herk with a special talent related to trading. The saleswoman also spoke up, delighting Herk with the special title that he had now acquired in this store. However, Herk refused to spend the money he had just received on equipment. After all, now he was in a hurry to meet the piglet. The protagonist was going to spend the money on important ingredients for pork. But here, as it turned out, the Twilight Forest was a dungeon, and therefore, the merchant began to ask Herk about the group. The protagonist was skewed, because without the group, he could not have entered the dungeon. Herk bowed his head as despair suddenly overwhelmed him. However, even the news about the quick search for the necessary group did not make the protagonist very happy. With these thoughts, Herk left the merchant and headed to the square. Only now did the young woman realize that Herk really did like playing alone. Thus, the scene moved to the square where players were gathering en masse. Having bought the groceries there, on one of the benches, sat Herk. In despair, Herk came to the conclusion that everyone else did not want pork the way the protagonist did. Besides, Herk didn't want to share the meat with anyone. When the protagonist relaxed a little, he began to put the purchased things into his inventory. This activity took him quite a bit of time. But then, out of the corner of his ear, Herk heard a group of players looking for another person to join the team. The protagonist looked around with interest, because the group was heading towards the Twilight Forest. At some point in time, the announcer noticed someone approaching from the side. It was Herk who wanted to join. A little shyly, Herk revealed that he was level 10, but the class itself was missing. The player was friendly and even interested in Herk. There was something about the protagonist that fascinated him. Ultimately, he agreed to accept newcomer Herk into the group. Having taken him to another place, the herald introduced Herk to the magician Min. She was glad to welcome the newcomer. Herk responded similarly. The herald identified herself as the leader of the group and announced that after checking the equipment, the hike would begin. Suddenly, one of the participants asked for the leader's attention. The player was worried about Herk, believing that he might not be able to handle such a difficult task. The leader believed that there was nothing to worry about, taking Herk's protection upon himself. The player had no choice but to accept the leader's words. Once the situation was settled, the leader eventually announced the start of the raid. After some time, their group finally reached the Twilight Forest. And then we entered the cemetery itself. During the entire journey, Herk ate every now and then. This phenomenon was noticed by Min. She even decided to find out if the protagonist was really that hungry. But Herk replied that he only ate because the food was tasty. He described his food as something sweet and very reminiscent of bread. Herk even advised eating this dish with milk. After all, this is exactly what Herk himself did, dipping every bite and enjoying it. After listening to this story, the sorceress poured herself some milk. Then she drank from the mug, after which she beamed with the taste qualities there, and then he even asked for forgiveness. After all, now Min asked Herk to let herself try the delicious food that the protagonist was actively eating. Herk refused, which only slightly stunned Min. Meanwhile, the group leader was actively leading his teammates through the labyrinth. At some point, they encountered the first monster on their way being an ant. He could easily catch people. But Herk didn't listen to these warnings at all, still being consumed by thoughts about the pig. The leader gave orders to everyone, expecting even Herk to join the fight if he saw the right moment. After which, announcing the attack of the entire group. As one might expect, the leader was the first to enter the battle. Min began to act behind him, creating magic. At some point, under the general blows, the ant was defeated. When the loot collection began, Herk noted that the leader was not lying when he claimed to be experienced. Having finished collecting the loot, the leader turned his attention to Herk. After looking at him, he believed that the protagonist had quite good equipment. Herk nodded in response, continuing to chomp tirelessly. However now, Herk had a strange premonition, as if he had seen the group leader's spear somewhere before. Very soon, the group came across more monsters. As usual, the monsters were in trouble. However, one of the ants we encountered was not so simple. Having withstood absolutely all the damage, he slowly crawled towards Min. But then, somewhere to the side, the blade of a sword rang out. Meanwhile, Min pressed herself against the wall and closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, Herk jumped out to help her. The protagonist saved the girl. But now Min had questions for the leader, who seemed to be leading the raid participants along the most dangerous routes. Not knowing what to really say, the leader decided to blame everything on Herk, who was confusing him. It was Herk's chomping that the group's leader considered the most annoying factor. In connection with this, the leader asked Herk to stop constantly eating and finally help the other members of the group in battles. However, Herk again did not listen to anyone, and did not hear, continuing to munch. The chomping continued, and the group leader's patience began to wear thin. At some point, he began to walk briskly towards Herk. Having come close, he knocked the food out of the protagonist's hands. Herk only watched in fear as the food was knocked out of his hands. The world around us hung in slow motion, pieces of food fluttering lazily through the air. With wild hope, Herk saw this process through, until finally the knocked-out food hit the floor with a slap. The group's leader began to scold Herk, but he didn't even manage to get through half of his speech. With all his might, the protagonist hit him in the face. He only took one hit, but lost at least half his health. Min shuddered, realizing what kind of powers Herk hid within himself. The leader himself was either furious or sad, not understanding Herk's actions. However, the protagonist looked at him with completely different eyes. This crazy look was definitely caught by the leader of the group. After a few seconds, Herk said that wasting food was an extremely bad thing. The leader of the group stood up, not understanding the reason for Herk's anger, and was about to show him something. But to his surprise, Herk was sharpening something again. On this basis, the leader of the squad announced that from now on, the protagonist will take care of himself. A few minutes later, the group continued their march. At some point, the leader of the group announced that new monsters would appear soon. He warned that snakes would be much stronger than ants. After which, he asks the others to wait until he lures the snakes out. That's right, Min and Herk were left alone. And even now, despite all the pitiful rhetoric from Min, Herk refused to let anyone try his food. Time dragged on, and Min began to worry, because the group leader still hadn't returned. On Herk's advice, the girl began to write to him, but there was no response. Another couple of minutes passed, and from the far part of the labyrinth, loud running was heard. The leader of the group appeared, rushing at full speed. Confused, he cried out that he had met the big sweet serpent. But neither Min nor Herk had any idea what he was talking about. Feeling safe and trying to catch his breath, the group leader stated that there were too many monsters around. He regretted it, because through carelessness, he had aggroed almost all of them. And now he needed Min and Herk's help. The girl glanced sideways at Herk, deciding to hear his opinion. But for some reason, the protagonist's gaze was directed only towards the leader of the group. The next moment, their weapons crossed. The group leader's cruel gaze pierced Herk's image. The protagonist himself, covered in crumbs of food, responded with the same confidence. At a certain point, the leader of the group released the wedge and jumped back. Herk, in turn, closed with his sword at Min. After waiting for a pause, the group leader decided to find out if Herk really knew everything in advance. The strange speeches did not fit into Min's head at all, so she demanded an explanation. Herk spoke up, explaining that the group's leader was a murderer among the players. The leader did not deny it, but only wanted to know how Herk himself had come to understand something like this. Then, the protagonist nodded towards the spear. Herk explained that he had seen exactly the same spear on other players in the square. Herk understood perfectly well that such a unique weapon exists only in a single copy. Next, the protagonist began to describe the actions of the group leader, in which he robbed the players. The group leader smiled but did not deny such statements. Before he dealt with Herk, the killer saw only one obstacle in the form of a female mage, after which he would be ready to take on a noob with no class. Having finally finished chatting, the killer began to move. In a special attack, he thrust his spear forward. According to his plans, Herk would not be able to parry the attack and would die instantly. But almost at the moment before the blow, the protagonist moved the spear to the side. It was a shock to the killer that something like this was simply brushed aside. At the same time, Herk switched his grip on the sword. Sensing something was wrong, the killer went on the defensive. There was no way he could afford to be defeated. The distance between the characters began to shrink again. Using the skills he had learned, Herk picked up the sword. Then he delivered a chopping blow. The sword was blocked, and now the killer responded unsuccessfully. And again, both characters remained the same. There was a short pause, and when it was over, the killer again performed the first action. Herk himself lunged with his sword. A powerful blow occurred, and the killer's hands could no longer hold the spear firmly. It whistled through the air and flew off to the side. Ending the fight with one move, Herk struck down the killer. He fell and showed no more signs of life. When he finished, Herk put the sword back into its sheath. Afterwards, the protagonist talked to Min, making sure that everything was okay with the girl. But her face radiated sadness, because now Min didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, Herk suggested moving. After all, the protagonist was driven by the great goal of catching the pig. A little later in time, Herk met a snake. While defeating them, Herk every now and then intended to collect the apples that grew on the heads of the snakes. Despite Min's warnings about the poisonousness of the apples, Herk stubbornly picked them. Subsequently, through the system, studying the features of the received loot, Min spoke up, declaring that the poisonous apples couldn't even be sold in the store. However, tempted by a line of text about a special taste, Herk bit into the apple. The first thing the protagonist felt was the freshness of the apple. Afterwards, having tasted them, Herk could not stop imagining how many other products could be made from apples. Even the loss of experience due to eating a poisonous apple did not bother Herk at all. Min looked at all this, completely not understanding Herk's actions. As soon as one apple was eaten, Herk's sword was already punishing the next snake. A new apple was already rushing into the boy's mouth. Then again repetition, and again the snake is killed. Another apple, and again the familiar taste that made Herk happy. Min continued to watch all this, unable to comment in any way. At some point, she called out to Herk. Suddenly Herk thought about the answer. For some reason, the protagonist started talking about elephants, and the thousands of tomatoes that could be eaten in a day. Herk ended his speech by saying that if Min tried to taste the protagonist's food, he would end up the same way. But the girl did not understand Herk's train of thought at all. The protagonist did not explain, only urging them to continue tracking the pig. Min had no choice but to continue following the strange guy. After some distance, they both stopped. After all, in the middle of the labyrinth, they came across a gate. At some point, with considerable creaking, the gates began to open slightly. There, behind them, a golden pig was indeed waiting for Herka. Min was frightened by the sight of the pig, explaining that it was the strongest boss in the Twilight Forest location. However, there was no stopping Herk, with images of a pork dish spinning in his head. Fueled by these thoughts, the protagonist went on the attack. The pig also jumped out to meet them. Being very close to the boss, Herk raised his hand with the sword. Straight on the move, striking crosswise. Having taken damage, the pig boss fell to the ground. But he didn't look defeated at all. The boss pig quickly turned around and let out a bloodthirsty squeal, moving on to a new attack. But then a magical slap landed on the pig's face. It was Min's doing, trying to help Herk. Turning around, the protagonist happily thanked the girl. Right now, distracted, being pressed against the wall by the boss pig's run-up. Out of fear, Min even shouted out Herk's name. Luckily, he was still alive. With the last of his strength, Herk activated Critical Strike. Then with all his might, he plunged his sword into the pig's back. The protagonist's sword entered deep into the beast's carcass, right up to the guard. Having finished, Herk released the sword from his hands. The pig boss himself, obviously defeated, fell to the side. Wiping the sweat from his forehead and exhaling, Herk even complained that he had expected a more fierce resistance. Meanwhile, the system rewarded Herk with a special talent, also giving him the status of the god of food. The protagonist radiated surprise. He had no idea what this status gave. As it turned out, a lot of Herk's skills were now improved, and the player himself now received triple the experience. As Herk continued to learn new skills, he discovered one that was quite special. By ingesting new food, it allowed Herk to further enhance his existing skills. While the protagonist was looking at the system's gifts, Min was busy with the loot from the boss. The girl was ready to share the spoils, giving Herk not only gold, but even a rare staff. All that was left for the protagonist to do was simply give his hand. Eventually, Herk's attention was drawn to the words about bread. Min quickly corrected herself, making it clear that she didn't mean regular bread. The girl specified that she was talking about solar wheat. However, the place where this wheat grew had long been occupied by terrible goblins. Min made it clear that for clearing the fields of goblins, Herk would clearly be receiving a great reward. In the end, Herk thanked Min for the incredibly useful information about the previously unknown bread. But the only one who should be thanking, Min saw only herself. However, she could not stay any longer, and therefore said goodbye to Herk. On a good note, they wished each other good luck. When the girl left the zone, the protagonist's attention immediately turned to the pig carcass. Gently, Herk's hand touched him. Thanks to the special skill, the process of collecting ingredients began. The skill itself amazed Herk, because it allowed him to cut up the carcass without any effort. Naturally, the protagonist began to choose the most appetizing pieces of pork. A little later, right there, in the middle of the cave, Herk set up camp. Plates and trays, laden with food, were neatly placed around. On the left was a salad, on the right was a delicious meat, and all of this was waiting for Herk. Licking his lips, Herk was ready to start eating at any second. A celebration like this would clearly be enough for the protagonist to have lunch. First, Herk placed the fatty pieces of chop on the grill. The meat sizzled, caressing the protagonist's ears. In about 15 minutes, a superb dinner was ready. Now, Herk began to cut the resulting meat into small pieces, then dipped them in sesame oil. Thanking all the gods, he was ready to put the delicious morsel into his mouth. A moment later, that's exactly what Herk did. Next, the process of thorough chewing began. Herk swallowed, a longing groan escaping his throat. Immediately, he wrapped the next piece of meat in a lettuce leaf with spices. Afterwards, I dipped the next piece into the sauce. The last one went into my mouth with practically no frills. Taste, joy, and peace engulfed Herk. Finally, after chewing thoroughly, he could swallow. Then, almost bursting into tears, the food was so delicious. But before Herk could continue his meal, a notification from the system appeared. As already mentioned in the talents, after trying a new dish, the protagonist's stats increased. Overall, the system described Herk's dish as a fantastic combination. Herk partly understood the inscription, because the combination of different foods was good anyway. However, now, for such combinations, the system was ready to reward him every time. Meanwhile, Herk wondered what would happen if the food combination went wrong. Herk was eager to carry out this experiment. But first, he still had to finish his dish. Sometime later, somewhere else, in some camp, there was a line of players. Each of those who came announced their specialization and strengths. Unlike most, Herk was the only one who admitted that he simply ate well. His words clearly interested the selector. He even asked again, and Herk simply confirmed what had been said earlier. After this, a chuckle escaped the selector's lips, and then he burst out laughing at the sight of the foreigner, who was only boasting about his good appetite. However, they took Herk for hunting, initially with the promise of feeding him. Even though the protagonist was amazed, the other players shared this fanaticism in food, imagining that it would be unsightly. Anyway, Herk went to get his share of food. Standing in line, he peered out furtively, trying to guess what the menu would be like. At some point, happiness appeared on Herk's face. After all, he saw that everyone was giving out fast food. Remembering that he had promised to bring a portion to the selector, Herk took 2 trays at once. As he carried them, Herk kept examining the juicy filling of the hamburgers, until he heard the voice of the selector calling the protagonist to him. As he placed the tray, Herk wished him a good appetite. Taking the burger in both hands, Herk couldn't wait to taste the dish. Afterwards, he bit the edge of the bun with all his might. The protagonist's receptors started working, and he began to analyze the composition of the dish in the smallest detail. The sauce caressed Herk's tongue, whose spiciness he toned down with potatoes and ketchup. When thirst hit the protagonist's throat, he grabbed a glass of soda. Smoothly, the cool drink flowed down my throat. Freshness spread throughout Herk's body, and bubbles burst in his mouth. The protagonist could not believe that such a delicious dish could be prepared by a military chef. The selector nodded, agreeing with Herk's guess. He further specified that the head chef was Captain Len. During this meal, the system rewarded Herk again, giving him another stat increase. Continuing to eat slowly, Herk began to think about the recipes he knew. However, most of them were from the internet. At some point, deciding to expand his knowledge, Herk offered to register himself as a chef. Some time passed and the communal meal ended. Having decided to help, the selector brought Herk to a certain Brack, whom he asked to help the protagonist become a cook. Brack wasn't particularly in the mood to help. Eventually, through persuasion and manipulation, Herk was left in Brack's care. The next minute, someone else entered the room and asked Herk about his desire to become a chef. The voice belonged to none other than Captain Len. Herk immediately replied that this wish was true. Despite the immediate refusal, Herk stood his ground and continued to persuade. Len sighed, explaining that the buffs from food were fleeting, and therefore, as a player, Herk would likely have little use for them. Almost shouting, Herk replied that he simply wanted to learn how to cook. After some thought, Len gave Herk a test, which consisted of peeling a bag of garlic. Taking a closer look, the protagonist even asked the captain again. Len repeated his condition again, otherwise, asking the protagonist not to waste anyone's time. But before Len could really finish his speech, Herk was already announcing the completion of the task. Thinking that Herk was mocking and lying, Len snatched the bag of garlic from his hands. Len rustled his hands as he untangled the bag. Looking inside, the captain's eyes froze. In fact, all the garlic in the bag had already been peeled. Len tried to find the words to find out how Herk had pulled this off, but the protagonist only wanted to know what he should do next. Len had no choice but to accept Herk into his team. A little later, Len began the first stages of Herk's training. First of all, teaching the protagonist the rules of working with knives. The captain demonstrated how to properly hold a knife and how to cut food so that it would last longer. Lena was pleased to hear how Herk followed the whole process with bated breath, because now, as befits an enthusiastic student, Herk's eyes sparkled with interest. After finishing the first lesson, Len left Herk, advising him to remember the details. Immediately, giving Herk another task, which concerned cleaning the old radishes. Besides, Len didn't mind Herk eating the rest of the ingredients from the storage. As Len left, he knew perfectly well that the task was plentiful, meaning that Herk could simply run away. Already on the street, someone called out to the captain. A conversation ensued in which Len confirmed that he had hired a new employee. Despite his previous refusals, this time Len justified his choice by the fact that the new guy was a promising person. At the end of their conversation, Len would smile and let them know what dish would be for dinner. Subsequently, the captain returned to the cook's wagon. When he came in, he planned to find out how far Herk had progressed in his work. But as soon as he stepped over the threshold, Len froze. After all, there, at the work desk, to the characteristic sound, Herk was cutting radishes. The protagonist completed the work so quickly that the saucepan fell out of Len's hands. Herk was glad to see the master, quickly completing the task thanks to his slicing mastery skill. Another notification from the system appeared, confusing Herk with the news of a peak in culinary development. The protagonist was distracted by Len, who was trying to find out if Herk's hand was tired from such a long and tedious cutting. But without showing any sign of fatigue, Herk was ready to continue. The sight of Herk's work, as well as his skill, truly amazed Len. In addition, the protagonist's cutting skill was actually close to a masterpiece. Exhaling, the captain smiled pleasantly. Later, I started to applaud Herk's efforts. Later, he called Herk to him in order to teach him how to fry one dish. First, the captain asked Herk to look at the meat itself. The captain gave helpful instructions, so that the first thing Herk did was get rid of the blood in the meat. Len also pointed out that adding salt and pepper should be within reasonable limits, as the meat could lose its juiciness. Len's explanations were so appetizing that at some point Herk stopped hearing him altogether, coming out of this state only at the moment when Len was about to fry the first piece of meat. As he placed the meat in the pan, the captain gave helpful advice on how to determine the level of doneness. After about a minute, the first piece of meat was ready. Next, the captain handed over the right to test his strength to Herk. Following the instructions strictly, the protagonist began preparations. Herk was worried because he had to do everything perfectly. He acted cautiously and was clearly nervous, which the captain noted. Having somehow pulled himself together and adjusted the boiling temperature, Herk lowered the piece of meat. Floundering, he began to sink. Len was shocked because Herk apparently acted solely on his own intuition, practically without using other tools. The protagonist himself was not distracted and was diligent, at some point fishing out the meat, announcing its readiness. Herk chuckled because even the system notified him about the preparation of the dish. As soon as he went to try the dish, the system again made it clear that he should have chosen a buff first. On this issue, the protagonist even turned to Len. However, the time for manipulation was lost, so the piece of meat received random enhancements. Everything was so easy for Herku that the captain even felt a little nervous. Meanwhile, the system continued to bombard Herk with various notifications about skill upgrades and culinary talent discoveries. As he read, Herk discovered how to imbue food with buffing properties. Wherever one buff was found, another was always hidden. The system kept throwing useful information at the protagonist, but also not forgetting about penalties in case of mistakes. However, Herk was stressed because nothing he received could simply improve the taste of the food. Len was puzzled by what he heard, while tears welled up in Herk's eyes. Then the captain grinned. In order to console Herk, he began to sincerely praise him for his success in the kitchen. Wiping away his tears, Herk accepted such pleasant words. Later, Len allowed the boy to eat the resulting product. A little later, work was going on in the kitchen again. The cooked meat was seasoned. All this was done by Herk, who prepared himself a snack. He looked at the dish with lust. Next, the protagonist's hearing was filled with the melodic rustling of cutting meat. The fork easily pierced the piece. Herk licked his lips because the vomit looked simply magnificent, after which he sank his teeth into it. And again the subtlest aroma spread throughout Herk's mouth. After this, the subtle taste of cooked pork began to tickle Herk's palate. To clear his taste buds before his next bite, Herk placed the salad in his mouth. Everything got mixed up, and divine pleasure befell the protagonist. Happiness was the only emotion that Herk was currently radiating. Afterwards, there was more work, after the end of which the protagonist was already exhausted. Herk woke up suddenly when Len entered the tent. The captain praised Herk, but he himself was not eager to eat. The protagonist was surprised, because he had never seen Len eat anything. Len, hiding his gaze, made it clear that he always accompanied his meals with medication. Suddenly, Len began to speak. saying that his main pleasure was to see others enjoying the food they had prepared, immediately lamenting that he never felt the taste in his mouth again. These words surprised Herk. The protagonist suggested that the captain was ill, but he rejected the idea. Len described how he became a chef solely through his own dexterity, and these words sounded incredibly sad from the captain's lips. Herk was amazed by this story. I imagined in my mind how long and gruelingly Len trained to become a master. At a certain point in their general silence, the captain called out to Herk. However, for some reason Len did not develop his thought further. Instead, he immediately stood up and decided to leave. Herk himself began to think about what it would be like to live without a sense of taste. With his hands folded, the protagonist dreamed of repaying the teacher with kindness. And then an idea came into his head. Having called the system, the protagonist used the search for ingredients. Next, Herk chose the dishes. Then it was the buff's turn. After thinking, the protagonist said that he would like to bring back the taste of food. The search began, and with it, a new day arrived. There was work going on in the kitchen, with Brack pushing the cooks to move faster. Despite the amount of time that had passed, the system still had not notified Herk of the ingredients found. At some point, everyone started discussing how incredibly loud it was outside. Brack calmed everyone down, forcing the cooks to continue working and not get distracted. But as soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath everyone's feet shook. Sweat ran down Herk's face as he felt something like this for the first time. At that very moment, the protagonist heard the sound of a notification from the system. After all, the ingredient Herk was looking for was found. The system specified that it was the essence of the orc leader. Almost immediately, a sword appeared in Herk's hand. Leaving all his business, he slipped out of the kitchen. Having run not very far, Herk found himself in the very epicenter of the battle. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze froze. After all, the leader of the orcs himself appeared ahead, roaring loudly. Many players were already fleeing, as they realized that they would not be able to defeat the orc. However, the leader of the orcs himself did not want to let anyone go. Having caught up with the group of players, he charged at them with his club. At the same time, from the side, an ordinary player ran towards Herk, but was easily met with a swing of the protagonist's sword. Because now, Herk was in a state of concentration. No matter what, he was ready to take the essence. Len, who was participating in the battle, saw how Herk was now hurrying towards the orc leader. Meanwhile, the orc leader saw that one of the players decided to challenge him. He raised his weapon and struck, but Herk managed to dodge. Seeing the orc leader's weakness in the form of a heavy sword, Herk decided to seize the moment. A second later, what Herk had been waiting for happened. While the orc leader was swinging, the protagonist himself rushed past, stinging him with his sword. The orc chieftain reacted painfully, clenching his jaw. And yet, the battle continued. Herk believed that he could beat the heavyweight if he wore him down as much as he could. With this thought, Herk went on the attack. The furious orc chieftain responded. As he moved through the system, Herk targeted the orc chieftain's most sensitive areas. Then, he made narrowly targeted lunges with his sword. Having done this, a groan suddenly came from the mouth of the orc leader. Herk frowned, waiting to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the body of the orc leader began to tilt. With a loud roar, he fell to the ground. The victory over the orc chieftain quickly spread, inspiring players to come back and win. A couple of hours later, back at the camp, Herk was celebrated as a savior. This victory meant that the expedition was over, and many players would return to their previous locations. At the same time, Len remembered Herk's words that some special surprise would await him. With his hands folded, the captain had no choice but to do so. Subsequently, Len visited one of the tents. Inside, Herk was already waiting for him, immediately asking how much free time the captain had. Len coughed and urged Herk to get down to business quickly. In connection with this, the protagonist asked the captain to sit down. A minute later, bringing him a tray with something special. Removing the lid, Herk presented the meat, which had been prepared using the essence of the orc chieftain. Len was genuinely surprised by such an ingredient. Herk interrupted the captain, noting that the essence could restore his taste. Hearing this, Len thought that this was the very reason why Herk had joined the expedition. In response, the protagonist laughed nervously. Herk's attitude towards many things surprised Len. Herk himself had no time for empty talk, because he wanted Len to try the food. But first, Herk wanted to add some sauce to the meat. Len didn't understand at all, because if he added sauce, the fried meat would lose its crispy taste. But Herk stood his ground, vigorously defending the idea of a sauce with fried pork. Quite quickly, a quarrel arose between the characters, due to preferences for the consumption of such a dish. After much bickering, they both ran out of steam. Then they burst into friendly laughter. At some point, having come to an agreement, the sauce was only added to half of the dish. After which, respectfully, Herk asked the captain to try it out. Slowly, Len began to put a piece of meat into his mouth. As soon as he took one bite, the secrets of the universe seemed to be revealed to him. Herk looked at him while he waited for the verdict. Len was silent, gradually, weakly, but beginning to sense the palette of taste properties. Finally saying that the dish was wonderful. The taste was so amazing that the captain almost burst into tears. Seeing such a reaction, Herk was pleased with his work, suddenly concluding that the time had not yet come to be moved. He darted into the utility room like a boar, presenting Lena with more dishes. After assessing it, Len decided to eat the noodle dish with only wooden chopsticks. Herk happily joined the meal. Len also began to wind and eat noodles. Another concentration of taste spread throughout the captain's mouth. He could clearly feel how different tastes were actively combined. All this time, Herk advised washing down the noodles with spicy broth and cutting down on the spiciness with vegetables. The final touch was provided by the sauce that soaked all the noodles. Len concluded that the food, although spicy, was refreshing. So, in harmony and cheerful chomping, their meal continued. After a while, they finished eating. Exhaling, Len thanked Herk in every way for the unrivaled dinner. When leaving the tent, the captain asked the protagonist to wait for something. While waiting, Herk thought about his reward for the expedition, which was a special bread. The protagonist even planned all sorts of dishes. From these dreams, Herk was pulled out by Len, who had just returned to the tent. Holding a strange box in his hands, the captain handed it to Herk. Having accepted it, the protagonist tried to find out what was hidden in it. Finally opening it, I saw a filigree kitchen knife inside. It was a gift from Len, and also the completion of a hidden quest. A notification from the system immediately appeared, informing Herk that an epic item had been found. Len smiled at how confused Herk was. Without delay, Herk agreed to equip the received item. The knife appeared in the protagonist's hands and Len suggested that Herk connect it with the sword. As soon as this was accomplished, both weapons merged into something completely new. Len began to explain that after the connection, Herk's sword could become a kitchen tool at any time at will. With a long sound of surprise, Herk thanked the captain. At some point, the character's conversation touched on a certain Ellie. Len said that she was a famous leader of the nation and also an empress. As it turned out, the moral of the story was that Elia was Len's lover. The protagonist found it hard to believe something like this. Then the captain began to tell a story from which it followed that in the past, he was the chef at the palace. Len made it clear that the empress really liked his food. However, the empress had many worries since she ascended the throne very early, but every time she praised Lena for the delicious dishes. However, given his pedigree, the captain was unable to be close to the empress. The vassals found out about the connection between the blue blood and the commoner, and therefore, the latter was expelled. Len was not so simple, and therefore before leaving the palace, he gave Ellie one promise. The captain handed her a towel. In exchange, Ellie vowed not to dishonor her title and to continue training with the sword. Everything was moving towards the moment when Ellie would be able to become a full-fledged empress, deprived of the regent's advice. In honor of this event, Len promised to prepare a unique dish for her. Finishing his story, the captain announced that this event had nevertheless occurred. Len refused, using beautiful tricks, trying to ask Herk himself for something. The master wanted the protagonist to make a dish for the empress. Herk was deeply touched by this story, and by the request itself. At some point, scenes from real life appeared in the protagonist's mind. Clearly, in the protagonist's mind, a telephone rang. After all, back then, Herk hid from everyone, not wanting to show his ugly body to anyone anymore. He couldn't allow the last of his friends to secretly mock the fat man as well. These memories seriously disturbed Herk's soul, and therefore he was ready to fulfill the captain's request. The quest was accepted and Len thanked Herk for his efforts. Later, their conversation turned to Herk's plans and he was going to stay in this area. After which, leaving the tent, Herk said goodbye to the captain. Already there, on the street, the protagonist met the selector. Seeing that he was busy, Herk was not averse to helping. But the selector didn't need anything like that, instead throwing a bag of reward into the protagonist's hands. Herk almost fainted from such generosity. Also, the selector gave the protagonist a dungeon key for all contributions made. The selector made it clear that these contribution rewards were valued due to Herk's victory over the orc chieftain, as well as the food buffs. Additionally, the selector was ready to offer Herk a map so that he could get to the dungeon faster. But the dungeons didn't interest Herk much, which surprised the selector. Having amazed, Herk sought a meeting with Empress Ellie herself. The selector waved her off when Herk explained that he had to share dinner with her. The protagonist thought about it, because the task turned out to be not easy. Around this same point, Herk's gaming session came to an end. After leaving the simulation, he sat down at the computer. In the search engine, typing in Ellie's name, instantly receiving a whole summary of news and articles concerning the Empress. Reading the reviews, Herk already had a plan of action in mind. But it quickly fell into disrepair, since attracting the attention of the Empress often meant going to prison. There, Herku heard a rumor about a certain tournament that the Empress was holding. The protagonist believed that by winning it, he would be able to get to Ellie. But first, Herk needed to level up. With this idea in mind, soon, in a certain forest of the game world, the screams of monsters were heard. With his renewed sword, Herk defeated the monsters. But even those, looking at the carnage caused by the protagonist, at some point began to beg for mercy. However, Herk was not in the mood for any conversation. Having hacked down another monster, the protagonist happily celebrated his level increase. But then something caught Herk's attention. As it turned out, monsters dropped skill books. Often they had excellent effects. Opening the book, Herk began to turn the pages. It came as a shock to the protagonist that he did not meet certain requirements in order to learn the book's skills. After some indignation, Herk cooled down at some point. In the end, the protagonist slammed the book shut and decided to leave it for later. Sighing, Herk continued on his way, soon reaching the entrance to the dungeon. In advance, the protagonist took in his hands the key, which he had recently received as a reward. Without haste, he inserted the key into the keyhole. The door opened and Herk walked through it, finding himself in some kind of peaceful land. Somewhere there, in the middle of the meadows, the dungeon keeper Blanc was stretching his neck. While walking through his domain, he accidentally ran into Herk. Blanc was not happy about this meeting, considering the protagonist another loser. As he approached, Blanc believed that Herk, like the others, would run away very quickly. The Guardian had already predicted what questions and emotions he would face. But here, he heard completely different emotions. Herk was practically jumping for joy when he saw the sown fields. At some point, the protagonist finally noticed the stranger. Herk hastened to bow. In response, Blanc introduced himself as the keeper of the dungeon. Looking around, Herk only saw sweet potatoes growing around him. Despite Blanc's surprise, Herk agreed to accept the quest. Then Blanc began to talk about the features of the quest. As it turned out, Herk was required to collect potatoes and bring them to Blanc. After some thought, Herk had a question. The protagonist asked if he could eat sweet potatoes. The keeper didn't mind. In an instant, Herk rushed off to collect vegetables. On the move, transforming his sword into a hoe. First, sitting down opposite the garden bed, Herk began to talk about potatoes. Without further ado, his hoe stuck into the ground. Herk discovered that the soil resistance was quite strong. Subsequently, as he began to tear up the earth, Herk rapidly increased his farming skill. Despite the difficulties, he was not ready to give up potatoes. At some point, getting to the roots, finally the first potato was in his hands. At the same time, some odious events were developing elsewhere. There, reporters were actively covering some competitions. Their cameras were trained on the top-ranked players. Reporters actively pestered the players with their questions about success. Gradually, the patience of the player Gilles was running out. Unable to bear it, she wanted to answer something about power. But another top player, Kane, shut her mouth. Kane replied that anyone can succeed, but it is always an accident. Having spoken, Kane loosened his grip on his sister. The sister warned her brother not to commit such actions again. Having spoken her mind, Gilles calmed down. After this short scene, events returned to the dungeon. The night passed, and Blanc believed that Herk had already left the dungeon. But then, noticing some commotion on the veranda, the keeper urgently decided to find out what was happening there. As it turned out, Herk was hiding there and eating potatoes. Herk himself saw nothing strange in his pose. Herk made it clear that he had also completed the quest. The keeper looked at the bowl filled with potatoes, but he didn't understand at all how the protagonist managed to cope so quickly. Herk seemed to pay no attention to the old man. At some point, the keeper decided to find out how Herk cooked the potatoes. He honestly answered that he had cooked it. At some point, the keeper managed to ask Herk for a piece. As the owner of the farm, Herk couldn't refuse. Seeing only one type of potato in the bowl, the keeper decided to find out about the fate of the other. Herk winced at this question. A terrible thought entered the keeper's head. Then, having guessed that the boy had eaten everything, Blanc almost lost consciousness due to the destruction of the entire crop. Trying to smooth things over, Herk offered more potatoes. There was nothing to be done, and the keeper presented the protagonist with one of 2 awards. After reading the stats, Herk concluded that the choice was excellent. In the end, we settled on semyoshka. The keeper said that the most delicious fruit would grow from the seed. He specified that this feature was unique. For the farmer himself, this choice was a kind of test, and Herk, due to the lack of self-interest, successfully passed it, radiating genuine happiness. For Blanc, the choice was also surprising, but Herk wasn't going to refuse. Eventually, the keeper was convinced of Herk's sincerity. With each passing second, the friendship between Herk and Blanc grew stronger. The Guardian sincerely hugged Herk, considering him a future farmer. In this regard, throwing even a second award to Herk, the generosity of the keeper knew no bounds. Blanc was touched that he had finally met someone like himself. Herk himself was shocked by what happened. A little later, I studied the increase in my stats with amazement. Meanwhile, The keeper could not help but rejoice at the meeting with Herk. But Herk described his persistence only as a craving for sweet potatoes. Perhaps believing it, the old man was pleased to hear something like this. Meanwhile, having decided to entrust Herk with one test, suddenly the keeper started talking about some sweet potato people. He asked the protagonist to get rid of them, because they posed a threat. Apparently afraid of something, Herk began to consider accepting the quest, but the sweet potatoes clouded his mind, and yet he agreed. Finally, the keeper informed Herku where to look for the villains, so the action moved to endless fields, in the midst of which movement was already visible. Creepy creatures emerged from under the ground. It was then that Herk's foot stepped next to them. Before, Herk wanted to know if those people were really potatoes. Having made sure, he began to beat them with his sword. Finally, one was scored. Funnily, Herk moved on to the next one. Fear and panic gripped the monsters. Later, to the sound of joyful squeals, Herk defeated everyone. Despite the next windows from the system, first of all, Herk wanted to eat. But here, while he was busy with his daily business, he was distracted by a roar. Something great was approaching the protagonist. Apparently, he was the leader of the potatoes. For the sake of a new taste, Herk was ready to overcome it. In advance, he imagined what dishes he could prepare from it. Herk's craving for potatoes was great. Saliva leaked from his mouth and ran down his chin. Herk's unnatural gaze even managed to scare the boss. With a cry for sweet potatoes, Herk charged. The boss began to back away, screaming in fear. And having received the first cuts, he began to run away from Herk. At some point, even having managed to break away from it, having caught up with him, Herk began to demand ransom. It seemed that the boss began obediently to take potatoes out of the ground. But in fact, he began to treat himself. Herk was fascinated by this kind of regeneration, then deciding to act, with just one swing cutting the boss in half. A second of effort and the main enemy was defeated. As a reward, Herk's inventory was replenished with a golden potato. Crouching down, Herk decided to examine the loot. He was already anticipating how delicious the potatoes would be. Herk tried to gain control of his thoughts. Suddenly he remembered something. His mind pictured the once defeated pig boss. And so later, Herk began cooking. After slicing, Herk considered how best to cook the potatoes. Eventually, he came up with an idea. Having come to the decision, bake the potatoes with steam. At the end of cooking, you will receive an incomparable dish. And even too hot. Herk endured the burning sensation as he opened the potato. Herk enjoyed such a divine sight, then enjoying the food itself. Every now and then, I silently appreciated the divine texture of the sweet potato. No one could stop Herk from eating, not even the temperature of barely cooked potatoes. As soon as Herk's throat was dry, he picked up a plate. He quenched his thirst by drinking a special vegetable soup from there. This coolness calmed him. Following the boiled potatoes, the protagonist moved on to fried potatoes. He pierced the pieces and cheerfully put them into his mouth. As Herk chewed, he felt a warm sweetness that exploded in his mouth with the taste itself. Exhaling, Herk said that he could eat this delicacy forever. But then something distracted him. It was a notification from the system, informing Herk that he had acquired another skill. Herk didn't even have time to really understand anything before the skill was already activated. Confusingly for Herk, one notification from the system after another appeared around. Eventually, the title of Bizarre Food Expert was bestowed upon the protagonist. Suddenly, it dawned on Herk that he had acquired the skills straight from the book. His memory depicted that very little book that completely defied the protagonist. Only now did it dawn on Herk that he could only acquire any skills through food. He even thought that by eating, he would be able to adopt the skills of the monsters themselves. Finally, Herk clenched his fists tightly, deciding to somehow find out what dragon meat tasted like. Then, for some reason, he decided to call the keeper. Herk informed him that he had completed the quest. The keeper was pleased to hear this, calling Herk along to demonstrate some of his skills. Herk beamed with surprise, because they were going to demonstrate to him how to plant a seed. As he followed, something suddenly confused Herk. His gaze fell on a door that seemed to have never been there before. The keeper approached the door, opening it and asking Herk to follow. After all, behind that one, another potato field awaited Herk. So the next 2 weeks passed. Being in the real world, Herk looked depressing. Nevertheless, he was happy to return to the game every time, as often as possible. Besides, in that one, Herk could satisfy his food needs. Doc was happy for the protagonist, asking him only not to abuse it. Meanwhile, Herk was ready to continue something. The doc himself saw no reason to refuse the boy, and then the process of weighing the fat man began. But first, Herk wanted to see his father, who was again somewhere at work. Of course he didn't show up, which made Herk extremely sad. He sincerely believed that everyone was simply tired of the funny fat man. Gathering his courage, Herk lifted his foot onto the scale. Not wanting to remain a disappointment to everyone, he firmly stepped on them. Herk closed his eyes and waited for the weigh-in to finish. About a minute passed, and the doc's satisfied chuckle was heard. Gradually, Herk opened his eyelids. At the bottom, on the output panel, he noticed a fairly large weight figure. Friend Chan was radiating rage because compared to last time, Herk managed to lose a whole kilogram. This news clearly touched the fat man's heart. Immediately, everyone present began to congratulate the protagonist on his progress. Right there, they began to assure Herk that they had always believed in him. Herk immediately recalled his previous feelings when he believed that he could die at any moment. Then, fearing that death would overtake the protagonist before he could achieve anything, realizing that an important step, albeit a small one, had been taken, Herk fell to his knees. Immediately, tears of joy flowed from his eyes, and then the fat man burst into tears. Chan tried to calm Herk down because crying was breaking his heart. By talking about buying candy in-game, the coach managed to somehow calm Herk down. After hearing this, the protagonist quickly wiped away his tears. Smiling broadly, Herk reminded that the best candies were strawberry-flavored. The coach was amazed at how quickly the idea of candy lifted Herk's spirits. A little later, Herk still hoped that one day he would be able to return to his previous form. Holding the phone in his hands, Herk thought out loud about his future travels within the game. Herk admitted that having increased his stats through food and farming, he was now planning to visit the dungeons. Here, already mentioning the percentage of dexterity of his hands, the high value of which shocked the coach. Herk also thought what happened was strange, suggesting that the tenfold increase in experience was to blame. Despite these unusual values, Chan was happy for Herk. After looking him over carefully, the coach finally smiled, further stating that he sees something. Chan began listing various monotonous but effective ways to level up stats, which Herk was most likely into. After hearing this, Herk began to think seriously. Chan tried to push away the idea that Herk was the type of person who always took things to their logical conclusion. Believing this, Chan hugged Herk in a friendly manner. Later, the events migrated back into the game. Somewhere in the area of the secret dungeon, a fruit-bearing tree grew. The keeper was now watching. The color and size of the tree's fruits amazed him. Just as the keeper was beginning to talk about the difficulty of growing such fruits, Herk appeared. According to Herk, the keeper made sure that the player would leave the dungeon as soon as he collected the fruits. The protagonist was in anticipation. The guardian paused to give Herk his full satisfaction. At the end, pointing to the tree and the golden fruits on it. Further, according to the keeper's instructions, Herk extended his hand, shouting the word, "Gathering." Immediately after this, one of the golden fruits on the tree began to sway. A second later, it was already flying straight into the protagonist's hands. A crack appeared right in the air along the fruit. Already being very close to Herk's palms, the previous shell fell off, and the fruit became an ordinary watermelon. Herk completely ignored the keeper's words about the effects of the berry, now thinking about how tasty the watermelon could be. Then, the keeper had to raise his voice, which tore the protagonist out of his previous sweet dreams. Without really wanting to, Herk was forced to study the effects the berry provided. Some time has passed since then, and as planned, Herk went to the Imperial City. The protagonist woke up, to which he received an explanation from the cab driver that the trip would soon end. In connection with this, Herk even looked out of the van. Not far away, in all its grandeur, the Imperial City itself was visible. Once inside, Herk began looking for ways to sign up for the competition. Luckily, there was just such information on the nearest bulletin board. Half an hour later, the scene changed to a residence within the city limits. Standing to the side, Herk cooled his drink, after which he took a small sip. As usual, the protagonist's taste buds were engulfed by a divine range of flavors. The pleasure was so great that Herk even decided not to rush and be the last in line. The nearby players managed to catch the exact aroma of the drink that Herk was sipping. The protagonist himself enjoyed it as warm milk diluted the taste of potatoes and coated the palate. Every time Herk touched the cup, it was as if he were kissing the lips of the goddess of taste. The heat slowly moved along Herk's body, driving him into ecstasy. At times, Herk even twitched. The combination of flavors was so amazing. As it turned out, Herk was practically shouting throughout the entire immediate area about how sweet it was. At some point, they asked to go inside the residence, but it was not Herk. Disappointed, he decided to drink some more of the drink. Time flew by quickly, and now it was finally the protagonist's turn. As they led him along, Herk was informed of 3 upcoming tests. Having reached the end of the corridor, Herk was ready to be introduced to the first of these tests. The Great rose and revealed the monster Aquos, whom Herk had to defeat. The protagonist let out a long sound of surprise and began to approach. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from the depths of Herk's stomach. Hunger was overwhelming Herk, which meant he planned to deal with it quickly. The next moment, he went from walking to running. Having approached, he swung his sword just once, scattering the monster. Herk didn't look like he was tired at all. The employee at the residence was shocked by such a quick victory. But be that as it may, the first test was passed. Subsequently, Herk was brought to the set where the second test would take place. All that was required of Herk was to simply find the clues and leave the forest. But the protagonist was now engrossed in something completely different, because there were many edible herbs growing around. Almost immediately, he began to collect them. To the employee's shock, somehow Herk managed to guess where the key was hidden. At the same time, Herk himself was reaching out to a very strange-looking plant. Without even realizing it, Herk had already passed the second test. Sighing, the clerk had no choice but to see Herk off again. But the protagonist himself was in no hurry, because he still wanted to dig in the grass. So 20 minutes passed, and Herk was finally dragged to the next test. Tom simply needed to run to the exit, but without killing a single monster along the way. As soon as Herk took a step, the monkeys began to rip bananas from the trees. In an instant, the monkeys began throwing them at the protagonist. The employee hoped that Herk would not tolerate such humiliation and would leave the test. And yet, when bananas started flying at Herk, he began to actively catch them. The employee never expected that events would turn out exactly this way. After all, now Herk believed that the monkeys did not throw themselves at him, but gave him their bananas. Next, Herk began to open the banana, not even knowing about its destructive qualities. After peeling the banana and thanking the monkeys, Herk popped the banana into his mouth. Neither the monsters, nor especially the employee, expected such a development of events. While chewing, Herk even asked for more. The angry monkeys began throwing bananas at him again, which only made Herk happy. Already having a whole pile of bananas, Herk was in no hurry to finish the test, because he wanted to eat more. But the banana throwing stopped, and the protagonist thought that the fun was over. At that very moment, one of the monkeys sneaked up on Herk. She tried to pierce him with her banana, but Herk easily stopped this action. In the end, having taken away the banana, the protagonist believed that in this way, the monkey was saying goodbye to it. Stroking the bibazon, Herk beamed at how cute she looked. His gentle voice and tenderness eventually touched the monkey. Instantly, her previous behavior disappeared. The monkey hurriedly carried new bananas to Herk. In response, Herk smiled and sincerely thanked him. The employee's cough was heard, and he tried to explain that such a gesture from the monkey meant something more. The employee specified that in this way the monkey wanted to convey her desire to sleep. And in fact, she was looking at Herk with love. After hearing this, something squeezed in Herk's chest. At the same time, someone was watching the protagonist's progress through a magic ball. Herk was widely discussed as an interesting foreigner. The Knight of the Order, Layden, believed that Herk was no better candidate for the invitation, concluding that one day he could swallow the whole world. Layden's second interlocutor believed that Herk was not bad, but not the best. After all, another candidate, named Russia, was being considered for the vacant position. Some time passed again, and the action shifted to the arena. Riding a dragon, the host opened the tournament. The viewers were presented with the island of Cork, where the events are to unfold. It was a battle to the death, where some players had to eliminate others, in the end, remaining the sole winner. Next, the presenter invited the audience to take a look at the players' waiting room. The camera shots changed, showing many characters. The door to the common room opened, and someone entered. It was Russia, famous for her strength, but not everyone liked this girl. Thanks to her sensitive hearing, Russia heard various words about herself. Now, approaching a few guys who were making fun of the girl. They were from the famous Bacalo Guild, made up of actual serving soldiers. Deciding not to mess with them, Russia took a deep breath. Considering them pathetic, the girl walked away and leaned against the wall. Shortly after, the doors opened again. When she saw Herk, Russia thought that he was just another loser. The girl's face showed surprise, because Herk was eating bananas non-stop. One after another, time after time. Just as Herk was about to take a bite of his third banana, his gaze met Russia's. Being cruel and arrogant, he stole all desire from the protagonist, uncertainly, fearfully, and eventually even offering the girl a banana. Russia was amazed by such a proposal, after which she began to make strange sounds, and then she burst out laughing like a fool. Herk didn't understand the reason for the laughter at all. The girl apologized for her stupidity, starting a conversation about how Herk strangely didn't seem to care. Herk saw no reason to worry, and then from her inventory, Russia took out a bottle. Russia didn't want Herk to choke because of his insatiable greed. Thanking him, Herk accepted the water. In response, being ready to cook something tasty for the girl. The next step is to take a watermelon from your inventory. Russia was amazed by the sight of the berry. Without delay, right there, Herk was ready to make something out of watermelon. Seeing no problem, the protagonist cut the watermelon in half. I added a mixture of different fruits inside it. I also poured some condensed milk and cider. Just a couple of actions and no more than a minute, and the hellish pig was ready. Now, offering the result to Russia herself to taste, the girl kindly declined. Since there were no contenders, only Herk began the meal alone. Squinting with pleasure, he put the first spoonful into his mouth. The combination of sweetness and cool tenderness hit Herk's taste buds. With each bite, the fruity freshness became more and more noticeable. The juiciness of the watermelon and the tartness of the other ingredients are a perfect combination. Herk smiled broadly, because the dish was exactly what the protagonist was currently lacking. To some extent, even Russia felt the emotions that Herk was now radiating. Along the way, I learned that he had completed the exam in just 29 minutes. Finally, Herk's calming aura tempted the girl to try the food. In the end, Herk even offered to split the food in half. These sweet little conversations were clearly noticed by the other players. One of them stood up from his seat. Then he cheerfully knocked the watermelon out of Herk's hands. The sudden loss of such deliciousness made Herk's eyes tremble. After flying a little in the air, the watermelon landed loudly on the floor. The impudent man laughed, admitting that it was his fault. Russia immediately demanded an explanation. While the players were talking among themselves, Herk continued to look at his now empty hands. At some point, the players' conversation turned to the porridge that Herk had eaten earlier. Unexpectedly, the protagonist spoke up. He asked the scum to pay attention to him. The instigator looked at him, after which he stepped on the already cut watermelon, finally finishing it off. Herk could not stand such impudence and leaned forward, but then a gentle female hand blocked his path. Rusha asked Herk to wait and let her figure everything out. But before, the girl warned Herk to be careful with the guild members, after which, confidently heading towards them. She was getting closer and closer to the players from the guild. Eventually, asking them to come outside. Spectators watched these showdowns on screens. One of the viewers was quite nervous about the fact that Russia decided to come out to fight. As it turned out, Russia was the one's sister. Worried that when she left, she would be transported to a random location during the test. He was additionally worried because the master of the Bakal Guild had a hidden class. He was an incomparable strategist who controlled his people from a distance, buffing them in every possible way. After leaving the hall with the guild members, Russia was already being followed. The agent followed the girl, receiving orders on further actions. Having received the go-ahead, a countdown began in his headphones. When the time came, the agent left his hiding place. In his hands, a blade that had been prepared especially for Russia flashed. The girl heard a rustle behind her and looked back. The agent swung his blade, but it passed through the air. In a split second, Russia simply disappeared. A moment later, with a condemnation of stealth skills, Russia appeared to the side. The girl admitted that she could easily sense someone else's presence. Next, she glanced at the other players, deciding to find out if they really expected to succeed. Without waiting for an answer, the girl concluded that the tournament had probably begun. The next minute, despite receiving the command to retreat, the players were killed. This merit was actively broadcast to the audience. At the same time, one of the viewers continued to worry about Russia as if she were his sister. At the same time, the guildmaster Bakalo punished the failed killer. However, the strategist had some kind of plan. Opening the map, he pointed to a certain point. The presenter focused on the map, zooming in. That's where Herk was now. Viewers predicted that Herk would be in trouble if he met guild players. The girl sitting next to him smirked. She knew that Herk could stand up for himself. Later, it turned out that the protagonist met players from the guild. Their leader laughed evilly because the plan was clearly going as planned, coordinating your people, while also being among the spectators. Apparently, the strategist dreamed of taking revenge on Russia for something. At the same time, Herk tried not to escalate the situation into violence. The strategist was counting on getting even with the protagonist, since he was clearly somehow connected to Russia. However, Herk had no intention of being a toy in someone else's game. Amidst a furious cry for revenge for the damage to the watermelon, he rushed into battle. The guild players were prepared for this, even having tactics for action. While one was luring Herk, the other intended to cut him down. But the protagonist's reaction was much faster. The player was shocked, because Herk easily repelled the attack. Immediately, Herk grabbed him by the hand, and then, from the bend, throwing it onto the ground. Immediately after this, stepping on the chest. The protagonist's gaze was wild, and his sword was prepared for the finishing blow. No one present could explain where the boy got such strength from. They were overcome with obvious tremors, sensing that the wrath of the food lover might fall upon them too. That's exactly what happened. Slowly, without a hint of emotion on his face, Herk turned around. With a shout and raising his sword, Herk sent the guild members fleeing. Confused, the strategist glanced at the map, on whose plain icons of the guild members' deaths kept popping up. The strategist was overcome with rage, because he completely did not understand what was happening. Right now, a player from the guild burst into the place where the strategist was located with one urgent message. The player quickly reported that Herk owed his strength to food, in particular troll blood. As a result, no matter how much damage Herk received, he instantly replenished it. The strategist didn't understand anything, because potions from troll were wildly expensive. Continuing his report, the player believed that Herk had an incredible supply of such potions on him. Trying to contain his emotions, the strategist wanted to know which guild Herk belonged to. The strategist feared that attacks on Herk could result in problems with the strongest of the guilds. At the same time, the protagonist finished drinking an extra potion. Gradually, events moved to some completely different place. At the palace, the empress also watched the competition. With interest, she noted the progress of the stranger, who stood out from all the others. In an instant, loyal servants reported that the stranger was not a member of any guilds. Having thought about this, the empress ordered that the crystal ball be brought. A magical item was delivered, with Herk's face displayed on its surface. Curious, the empress began to take a closer look at the protagonist. At some point, her eyes trembled. Ellie clearly saw Herk's unusual sword. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Meanwhile, the tournament continued, where the host was actively discussing the future of the players from the Bacalo Guild. The spectators in the courtyard were actively discussing Russia's success in this tournament. The girl suggested not to rush to conclusions, because the second part of the competition has not even begun yet. Subsequently, the island's play area would begin to shrink, causing damage to participants. At the same time, the first event monsters began to appear on the island. For many, such turns in the competition came as a surprise. Players who encountered monsters experienced roughly similar emotions. While some were running and others were fighting, some of them were hiding. His personality clearly interested one of the spectators. However, it was impossible to understand the motives of this participant in the competition. Apparently, he was coming up with some kind of plan, and the moment when this plan could be implemented has arrived. By not using his skills against other monsters, the secret player retained his powers. It was absolute superiority, with the help of which the player was going to defeat the strongest of monsters. So now the player just waited for it to arrive. Meanwhile, Rusia defeated a group of participants who were aggressive towards her. The girl said out loud that the victory was too boring. Just then, behind her, the sound of loud footsteps was heard. Then a shadow fell on the girl, drawing twisted horns on the ground. It was the Minotaur who howled in fury. It was right now that the radius of the circle began to decrease. Despite the fact that Rusia was moving away, the Minotaur began to pursue the girl. Continuing her escape, Rusia realized that the circle would most likely stop within the waiting room. There were already many other players in that place who witnessed the unusual phenomenon. The Minotaur stubbornly moved straight towards them, to the cries of Rusia. Realizing that the Minotaur was about to appear nearby, the players became frightened. Rusia herself kept turning around, not understanding why the Minotaur was so attached to the girl. It seemed as if the powerful monster was simply following her. Suddenly, bright threads intertwined around one of the Minotaur's hands. The player who had been waiting and saving his strength all this time finally entered the game. Laughing, the player said at the top of his lungs that success had finally come his way. Rusia stopped, deciding to stare at the madman. Many spectators of the competition recognized the strange player as a jackal warlock, but many understood that the jackal's plan was incredibly risky. At any moment, everything could turn into a massacre. At the same time, the restrictive circle continued to close in on the territory. The situation was stalemate, and Rusia came to the conclusion not to run, but to buy time. She pulled out her daggers and fanned them out. Some of the daggers got stuck, while others simply flew off the Minotaur's tough skin. Rusia was convinced that the monster was of an incredibly high level compared to all the other participants in the competition. The Minotaur's eyes flashed. He clearly wanted to take revenge on Rusia for her insolence. In the end, without missing, he hit the girl with his powerful fist. After flying away and losing almost all of her health, Rusia also received the stun status. It was just one blow that practically destroyed the strongest participant in the competition. Barely raising her head, the girl saw how the Minotaur was inexorably approaching her. Gritting his teeth and frowning, Rusia had no intention of dying so ingloriously. Suddenly, smoke and a roar shook the earth. Something happened and someone ended up next to Rusia. As soon as the wind cleared the curtain, Rusia saw Herk arriving to help. The protagonist became an obstacle between the Minotaur and the girl. Seeing Herk's dedication, Rusia was speechless. She didn't understand at all why the guy had come. Not wanting him to die, the girl began to beg Herk to leave. Already anticipating the beautiful words about protection, Rusia asked Herk not to mention anything like that. However, the guy himself licked his lips in a strange way. For a short time, events flowed into the past, when the fire crackled in a cozy atmosphere. One day, Herk was taught the intricacies of cooking over charcoal. The protagonist was asked to remember what could and could not be done at a certain temperature. Following the master's instructions, Herk then took the tongs. He grabbed the marinated ribs tightly with them. Then I fried it meticulously. And then, after cutting it, I wrapped it in a salad. Memories like these created a state of hungry withdrawal inside Herk. Drooling, Herk said he had to eat it. Then, pointing at the Minotaur, the protagonist called him beef. Immediately, Rushia's voice was heard, wanting to know if Herk was going to protect her. Having said this, the girl felt ashamed of her weakness. A tender, romantic scene surfaced in her memory when Herk opened his banana in front of Russia. Every memory like that, from the voice to the smell of Herk, calmed Russia. In her worldview, Herk was a good man. Through her wet dreams, Russia uttered that Herk should not be reckless. Creating drama, Russia kept trying to dissuade Herk from fighting and leaving her. Such speeches only distracted the eater of everything and everyone. Until, finally, next to the protagonist, the ground was pierced by the Minotaur's axe. Having managed to jump back, Herk saw the first demonstration of such strength, subsequently grasping the handle of the sword with both hands. Next, boldly, Herk went on the attack. Seeing how incompetently Herk was acting, Russia shouted at him to dodge. A moment later, Herk dug his sword into the monster's axe. The wedge did not last long, and both remained with their own. Herk's attempts to inflict damage provoked the Minotaur, causing it to let out a powerful moo. Then the Minotaur slashed at the ground, creating a huge crack. The crack was approaching Herk, creating a terrible vibration around itself. Not intending to retreat, the protagonist activated the absorption skill. An absorbing beam burst from Herk's hands, binding the Minotaur's magic with its effect. The progress of the earth crack stopped, and particles of earth began to rise into the air. All this continued under the prolonged scream of Herk himself, which then turned the magic against its master. Immediately, the crack in the ground turned its course. Thanks to the element of surprise, she successfully hit the Minotaur. Everything developed rapidly, and the horned cow was not even able to properly react. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Herk was already flying towards the monster, sword at the ready. An extraordinary happiness shone on the protagonist's face. After all, Herk saw the Minotaur only as a tasty meal. A second later, the Minotaur was killed and the crowd cheered. Meanwhile, being excited, Russia came to Herk. After making sure he was not injured, Russia asked Herk to prepare for the transfer. In that case, without wasting any time, Herk placed his palm on the Minotaur's carcass. While Herk was choosing the tastiest piece of meat, the process of transferring to the stadium began. The scenery changed, and now Herk's ears were trembling with a cacophony of sounds. The presenter announced that the final scores of the survivors would be announced any minute now. Now, while waiting, Herk for some reason decided to apologize to Russia. The characters began to talk, which made it known that the tournament was in fact already over. The protagonist couldn't believe that everything had ended so quickly. But right now, they started to announce the winners. The first 3 places were announced loudly. Among them, the name of Russia herself was also mentioned. Upon hearing this, the girl's fist suddenly clenched. She completely did not understand her own emotions, believing that such a result was not sufficient. However, Russia wanted to thank Herk for everything. However, he had strangely disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, wishing to reward the winner according to tradition, the empress emerged from her chambers. A servant urgently ran up to the empress. He began to whisper something in Ellie's ear, which forced the empress to ask him to speak louder. It was then that he learned that the winner of the tournament had fled. This news left the empress at a loss. Straining her memory, the servant said that Herk had disappeared because he wanted to eat beef. After hearing this, the empress could only stand there, puzzled. The servant also recalled that Herk left the stadium quickly, radiating happiness. Hearing the additional news, the empress stood like a pillar. But then, at the top of her voice, Ellie burst out laughing. Laughing, the empress believed that Herk's search was in vain. Due to the escape of the winner, the empress no longer considered it necessary to hold the ceremony. Meanwhile, in her thoughts, Ellie was driving away thoughts about the person dear to her, who clearly influenced Herk. Soon, the message that there would be no ceremony was delivered to all spectators. Like many, Russia read the message. Despite all her brother's words, Russia didn't listen to him, still thinking about Herk. A little later, in a different place, a knife deftly cut vegetables on a board. Chicken eggs burst, releasing the yolk. The special pasta was just about to be cooked. Finally, the first dish was placed on the table. Other goodies followed, ending this list with unimaginable smelling soups and huge pieces of meat. Everything was prepared so amazingly that it almost blinded Herk. Taking out his sticks, Herk began to tap them in anticipation. Afterwards, with all his might, he stuck them into the first dish. Grind the egg and mix it into the paste. Next, wrap the portion and bring it to your mouth. The protagonist clutched his cheeks. The combination of ingredients was so divine. Having eaten the first course quite quickly, he moved on to the second. As before, Herk stuck his chopsticks into the noodles. Actively stirring, the protagonist was already going crazy from the sound alone. Finally finished, he decided to try the rib. Herk opened his mouth wide, ready to swallow it all at once. One sharp movement, and the meat disappeared behind his teeth. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was visited by extraordinary emotions. At first, you feel the previously unknown coolness of the noodles and sauce, but then, the sharp moments were extinguished by juicy meat that literally melted on the tongue. In a flash, Herk's memory flashed to the minotaur that was chasing him. The delightful memories and the taste of the meat were so strong that the protagonist even closed his eyes. In the end, concluding that everything turned out great, the sight of meat alone fascinated Herk. The taste was so delicious that the protagonist exhaled loudly. A minute later, Herk's food break was over. A feeling of bliss overwhelmed the protagonist, and he fell to the ground. Suddenly, something disturbed him. It was a system that notified Herk that he had acquired the Minotaur's special skill. Having added the skill, the protagonist now reasoned that by becoming so strong, he would be able to get food even easier. These thoughts were carried away from Herk with a breath of wind. A feeling of serenity engulfed his body. Slowly, his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Over time, events moved to the Imperial Palace. After all, someone came to see Ellie there. The faithful servant reported that none other than the winner of the tournament had arrived. Entering the hall, Herk greeted and bowed. He answered honestly that he was indeed the man who won the tournament. The Empress praised Herk's victory, offering to take her place in the future as a reward. Herk thanked Ellie, but his attention wandered. The Empress also noticed this behavior, and now demands an explanation. But Herk was unable to explain himself, and therefore decided to ask the question himself. Herk spoke of one small wish that the Empress could grant for the winner of the tournament. Hearing these words, Ellie's fingers suddenly began to scratch the armrests of the throne. The image of Len emerged in her memory as a man who dedicated himself to cooking, while having no taste. Seeing Len's sword in front of Herk, Ellie believed that the protagonist must be an honest person. And yet, I decided to check out Herk. The protagonist himself was in no hurry, first wanting to get confirmation from Ellie herself. Herk was far from the first, so the Empress was ready to listen to the stranger's greedy request. Out of the blue, Herk started talking about canned food, wanting at all costs to taste that one. But before the answer is given, events move back a few minutes. Even then, just entering the palace, Herk smelled one scent. But after sniffing it just once, the protagonist no longer had any doubts. After all, this smell could only belong to canned food. Even now, this smell was constantly enveloping Herk's consciousness. When the protagonist's wish was voiced, a choked sob was heard from the Empress. Covering her face with her hand, Ellie held back with all her might, until I finally burst out laughing. This laughter clearly unnerved Herk, as if his tastes were being mocked. Right now, the system has put in its 2 cents. Through the notification, Herk learned that his closeness with the Empress had increased. As a result, the Empress concluded that Herk wanted to taste the canned food. Having received an affirmative answer, Ellie invited Herk to join. Also, not wanting to hear any objections from the outside. Rising from the throne, the Empress called on Herk to follow her. Gradually, the scene changed to a luxurious hall where they were eating. The servants bustled about, laying out various dishes on the table. At the sight of the food, Herk beamed with happiness. After enjoying himself for a while, he tried to remember something. Seeing the protagonist's embarrassment, Ellie encouraged him to speak openly. After some hesitation, Herk eventually asked permission to address the Empress by name. Ellie gave the go-ahead, which almost gave one of the servants a heart attack. Then, Herk started talking about Lena, whose heart ached for what and how the Empress ate. Herk concluded that the dishes were prepared incorrectly. He was confident that there were better uses for canned goods. The Empress thought about Herk's words, while he was not averse to showing off his skills. After some thought, Ellie gave her approval. From now on, the Imperial kitchen was at Herk's disposal. A lot of ingredients were available, and some of them were already being prepared in one way or another. When he started frying his first canned goods, Herk said that this method was only the beginning of the journey, after which he opened the lid of the pot. Inside was rice, which Herk intended to serve with the canned goods. After all, in Herk's opinion, this coupling was excellent. A little later, the protagonist finished his creations. The sight of the new dishes took the Empress's breath away. Now Herk was handing Ellie new cutlery in the form of chopsticks. Carefully helping, the protagonist took rice with a spoon. Using chopsticks, place a piece of canned meat on top of that. Finally, asking the Empress to simply eat what was collected. Ellie obeyed. As soon as her tongue touched the food in her mouth, the taste hit her straight in the mind. In an instant, Ellie's taste buds were overwhelmed by the taste of fatty canned food and soft boiled rice, which took on the bitterness. Deciding to repeat, the Empress again performed the ritual that Herk had previously shown her. Ultimately, Ellie was forced to admit that it turned out delicious. Now, the Empress asked Herk to try out her masterpieces himself. Thanking him for the food, Herk deftly grabbed a piece of meat. Along the way, remembering how many dishes and fillings well-preserved meat could have. But the protagonist still considered rice to be the most ideal option. At one point, it seemed as if the Empress was puzzled by something. In fact, Ellie simply regretted that she had never tried anything like this before. Afterwards, he declared to Herk that he had managed to satisfy a woman's thirst. Herk chuckled, saying that to be enjoyed. A meal doesn't always have to be expensive, he continued, ranting that it was all a matter of taste. Herk attributed the special value of taste to the hands of the people who cooked and wanted to please. At the moment of this monologue, Ellie mentioned Len again. Finally, she sighed and agreed with Herk. Later, Herk started talking about how he was, after all, the winner of the competition. Officially, Herk mentioned that he came to the Empress only for Len's sake. Next, Herk announced that he had given his word to cook Ellie a magnificent meal. Hearing this, the Empress thoughtfully hummed, deciding to find out what kind of skill Herk himself possessed. The protagonist didn't know what to answer, and began listing his skills, such as sword fighting and magic. The Empress thought for a moment, noting the unusualness of Herk's choice of development paths. Herk explained his versatility by his usual desire to eat well. Gradually, their general conversation returned to the dish that Ellie would like to taste. Then the Empress began to think. At some point, I began to voice my desire, slowly, naming a fish dish. A scene immediately popped into Herk's mind of him heroically catching the desired fish. But in reality, I was not at all sure that I could cope with something like this. At the same time, the story took a small digression, where Ellie talked about her difficult childhood. In addition to the constant training, she remembered how her father, the Emperor, prepared a fish dish for his daughter after fishing. And even now, after some time in the present, Ellie could still feel this taste. The Empress understood perfectly well that this request was not an easy one, given the price of fish. At the same time, Herk was also deep in thought, thinking about the food that Ellie usually ate. He was sure that Len would never have prepared such a difficult-to-make dish for the Empress. However, the protagonist could not back down, since he had given his word. Having made his decision, Herk agreed to cook fish for Ellie, thereby accepting the quest. Having quickly studied the quest, he was convinced that it was closely connected not only with Ellie, but also with Len himself. Since Herk had given his consent by rising from his seat, the Empress asked him to come with her. While still on the road, Ellie was not averse to teaching Herk some fencing techniques. Thus, further events flowed to the training ground. Describing the zone, Ellie presented mannequins that had the ability to recover. Having finished the introduction, the Empress invited Herk to begin. But still, Herk seemed completely unmotivated to do something like this. However, when it came to ingredients from the Imperial kitchen, Herk was immediately ready for any difficulties and feats. In that case, Ellie was ready to begin. The Empress quickly snatched a training sword from the nearest stand. In a split second, Ellie completed a full rotation and hit all the nearby mannequins. Herk was delighted with what he saw. However, the protagonist did not have time to really remember the movements that Ellie demonstrated. Half an hour later, under clear guidance, Herk was already making some progress. This training was over, but Ellie insisted that Herk visit the training field for the next week. Having caught his breath, the protagonist agreed. Thus, the first day began with hard training. The second day completely exhausted Herk. At this pace, hour after hour, a whole week passed. Once, while visiting the training field, Ellie hoped that Herk had managed to achieve at least some success there. The Empress's gaze froze when she saw Herk standing among the chopped-up mannequins. The protagonist, in turn, was glad to meet the Empress, while Ellie was trying to collect her thoughts and find the words. For some unknown reason, the mannequins that were imbued with restoration magic were now completely destroyed. Scratching his head, Herk reported that the dummies had suddenly broken during training. At this moment, the Empress noticed the abrasions on the protagonist's hands. At some point, Ellie realized that the guy had self-healing properties. In particular, something else was troubling her. What concerned Herk's sword already contained 100% of the training. Sweat ran down Ellie's cheek, as she did not expect such results. Besides, Herk was still more interested in eating than mastering swordsmanship. Sighing, the Empress was forced to admit that he was Len's true disciple. A couple of minutes later, events were once again unfolding inside the palace. Ellie crept quietly into the kitchen and asked Herk about the upcoming dish. This surprise frightened Herk. Looking at the preparations, Ellie wanted to know how many people Herk had prepared the dishes. The protagonist answered honestly that he would mix everything and cook for only one person. After hearing this, the Empress handed over a strange bottle to Herk. It was an imperial elixir, an extremely rare and delicious essence. Ellie clarified that the elixir was nothing more than a gift for Herk. Next, Herk added the elixir to his dish. The cooking was finished, and now Ellie looked at the result with interest. In order not to waste time on empty talk, Herk asked the Empress to take a sample. Following directions again, Ellie stuffed the noodles and ham into her mouth one after the other. Vegetables were on hand. Pieces of canned meat were supposed to follow them into the oral cavity. And finally, Herk asked to wash it all down with broth. This hodgepodge was supposed to send Ellie to heaven. After the first course, Herk placed egg rolls on the table. Having already tried it himself, the protagonist was convinced of the fantastic taste. Gradually, the characters' conversation turned to the time when Herk would leave the palace. Herk made it clear that something similar would happen in the coming days. but he promised to come back and fulfill his promise. These words once again touched the soul of the empress. Subsequently, they began to discuss the spiciness of the dishes. Herk said that he simply cooked it using a different recipe. Suddenly, Ellie began to ask Herk to give her his hand. The empress wanted to give something. Suddenly, Ellie brought her lips up and began blowing on Herk's hand. Instantly, a special mark of closeness appeared on Herk's skin. Following which, Ellie began to thank Herk for everything he had done. A little later, the protagonist left the palace and said goodbye. He remembered Ellie's words, that she had sworn to come to his aid if Herk rubbed the brand. After which, the tipsy protagonist ran away. Opening the map, Herk began to look for access to the sea. As it turned out, it was possible to enter such an area only after reaching the maximum level. So first of all, Herk had to work on his own leveling. But here, noticing an area where new skills could be acquired. Clicking, Herk learned that there were quite a few cooking quests. Later, the action changed to steep mountains. In that area, Guildmaster Brawny boasted at the top of his lungs. He and his men killed either NPCs or players. Wandering around the battlefield, he enjoyed his victory. Suddenly, an unknown person called out to him. The unknown person spoke unflatteringly about Howden's guild. Finally, introducing himself as Calde, Howden tried to remember where he had heard such a name. Calde immediately offered a job in the very place where Herk was now located. Herk himself assessed the new kingdom as a place where talented people gathered. The protagonist's chewing intensified. After all, he also hoped to become the same. Create your own convenient cooking tool. Herk was already imagining various dishes. With ideas for a frying pan lid, he entered the first workshop. But there was no one there. Then Herk took on the owner. At some point he stopped. A sweet girl blocked his way. Apparently the girl was interested in what Herk was eating. Realizing where the little one was pointing, Herk replied that the thing in question was delicious. And he even suggested trying it, but for some reason the girl refused. After learning that her name was Ivy, Herk guessed that there was an NPC in front of him. The girl refused because she was afraid for her health. Next, she reached into her pocket, handing Herk his own candy. Herk didn't understand such kindness. The girl explained that she didn't want to. As it became clear, she simply didn't like to eat. Herk's eyes were mesmerized by the sight of the candies. The next second, swallowing those, along with the lowly's fingers. The power of instincts took over Herk's mind, but there was nothing Herk could do about it. One way or another, he wanted to know where the girl's parents were. In response, Ivy told a sad story. It turned out that only the uncle was looking after the baby. Suddenly sympathizing, Herk sat her on his shoulders. Suddenly finding herself on the shoulders, the girl's eyes sparkled. After all, Herk promised to entertain her. Soon, cheerful children's laughter was heard on the street. Herk appeared, carrying Ivy on his shoulders. Right now, someone called the girl. The road was blocked by a red-haired bearded man who was Ivy's uncle. Herk let the girl down and she ran to her uncle. Ivy began to explain to Ron that Herk was simply rolling her. Ron began to think about his niece's words. His distrustful gaze fell on Herk. Subsequently deciding to discuss everything internally. Having settled down, they began to discuss the purpose of Herk's visit. After listening to him, Ron could not give the protagonist a job. The bearded man was worried, not knowing how best to explain. A little later, Ron started talking about some overdue payment. That was Ivy's father's problem. Even though he was missing, Ron couldn't leave the girl an orphan. Ron explained his concern by the close family connection, and also because Ivy reminded Ron of his lost daughter. It was because of these concerns that Ron could not help Herk in any way. Suddenly, the protagonist himself volunteered to provide assistance. Ron frowned and demanded specifics. Then, Herk repeated an ancient proverb. Herk implied that Ivy's development should be everyone's responsibility. Besides, Herk wasn't averse to helping with other things, thus getting a rather extensive quest. Still, Herk wanted to know the reason why his father left Ivy. Ron threw up his hands, just remembering the words about the guild. At some point, I even decided to look for records about that. Ron walked over to the closet and began rummaging through the papers. At some point, it seems like you find what you need. Meanwhile, someone was boredly looking for new profitable deals. The owner of the store, Ken, even had Ron in mind, but I doubted it. It was completely unexpected that Herk showed up. As it turned out, it was Ron that the protagonist came to talk about. Herk clarified that he came specifically for the sake of the contract. In an instant, Ken began to close the door. The dialogue did not work out, and then, Herk decided to penetrate inside, taking advantage of the offer. Ken did not give up, claiming that the bandaging technique was unreliable. Under the pressure and the clink of coins, Herk entered inside. Once there, Ken immediately began training Herk. A quick explanation, and here Ken began cutting up the dolls. Next, wrap the cuts with bandages. Now, all that was left for Herk to do was repeat himself. But first, the protagonist wanted to know something. Herk tried to start a conversation about the child's treatment. Ken didn't answer, thinking that Herk was trying to butter him up. But the protagonist meant something completely different. It turned out that Herk wanted to know how children should be treated. The conversation turned to Ivy, and Herk mentioned that he had been keeping an eye on her. Hearing this, Ken laughed. She suddenly came to her senses and realized that Ron had a child. Herk explained that Ivy was only the blacksmith's niece. There was so much information that Ken barely understood it. Then, Herk had to retell what he had already learned. The news was given to Ken, explaining Ron's situation. With this story, Herk was trying to force Ken to sign the contract again. With a heavy sigh, Ken seemed to agree. As agreed, Herk returned to Ken a couple of days later. While training again, Herk again brought up the contract. But Ken, she was still deciding. In that case, Herk had one special plan. From the inventory, he took out a pile of dishes. The protagonist stated that he was ready to prepare a snack. First of all, he began to knead the dough. Then I waited for it to rise. Later, I added fillings to the dough. I fried the resulting mass. Ken beamed when she saw the prepared pancakes. Their sweet aroma spread throughout Ken's store, and the overall appearance was simply mesmerizing. However, Herk did not let them touch them, first demanding that Ken's decision be reconsidered. Ken refused to back down. In that case, Herk began to eat the pancakes in a mannered manner. As best he could, he ostentatiously ate them. The delicious appearance of the food and the sound of it crackling in his teeth amazed Ken. Unable to bear it any longer, she gave in. Finally, taking one of the pancakes into his hands. Just one bite, and Ken felt the delicate taste. Hot and sweet jam seeped down her throat. It was the first time Ken had eaten something so delicious. And yet, wanting to know the purpose of Herk's help to the blacksmith, the protagonist explained that he simply wanted to help. Mutual assistance, calling it the main virtue. Words like these completely changed Ken's view of Herk. And yet she saw how he tried to help others. Eventually, this idea managed to infect Ken as well. Having pleased Herk, Ken agreed to a new contract with the blacksmith. Not wanting to admit her change of heart, Ken described it as the influence of the food she ate. Herk admired her, wishing that everyone else would behave the same way. Looking strangely, Ken thought that now, Herk was going to pay a visit to other people as well. Gradually, the scene moved to a noisy forge. There, a woman came to the working Ron. Ron recognized her as one of the customers. But to his surprise, the woman did not hold a grudge for the delay in fulfilling the contract. The woman said that she was influenced by a friend of Ron's who explained everything in detail. Ron couldn't believe that they were making concessions to him. The woman insisted on her own, moreover emphasizing Herk's recent assistance to his own child. The woman continued, describing how the protagonist actively walked around the city. Herk was actively networking, helping out here and there. Everyone described Herky as a super nice person. This news and such beautiful speeches addressed to Herk amazed Ron. At that moment, another man entered the forge and scolded Ron because he was hiding his problems. Herk's activity and productivity seriously frightened the blacksmith. Ultimately, he was forced to apologize for keeping his situation a secret. The man who entered waved his hand, laughed, and was not averse to continuing the cooperation. Ron was embraced, and the customer asked the blacksmith to tell Herk to come by more often. Ron's mind refused to digest such a drastic change in his life. At some point, even thinking about it, it would be true that Herk would use some kind of magic on the poor people. A little while later, Herk himself visited the forge. From the doorway, he tried to call Ron. But not finding it, he decided to simply wait. Time began to pass, and with it, Herk's discontent grew. 3 minutes later, the protagonist burst into tears. Boredom and hunger overcame him. Having taken out the kitchen utensils, Herk began to cook something again. Having cut the meat, the protagonist then began to heat the frying pan. Having put the meat in the frying pan, he generously covered it with rice. Like a magician, an egg appeared in Herk's hands. Not forgetting the most important thing, he broke it and started frying. Herk acted carefully, not forgetting anything. After all, every dish of the glutton had to be perfect. Finally, adding special spices that Herk received from one of the townspeople. Finally, his spoon scraped off the biomass. As he lifted it to his mouth, Herk was ready to embark on a new taste trip. But then someone called out to him. It was Ivy who walked briskly into the forge. At this point, the story took a small digression, beginning to tell about the hospital realities. In the middle of the gray walls, an indifferent father leaned over the bed of a young patient. The doctor told him that the patient had an abnormal fear of food. The man held back his tears, fearing that his daughter would die this way. He could hardly speak, sobbing every now and then, but the doctor did not see any other way out of the situation. Finally, putting a booklet about virtual reality therapy on the table. Seeing the piece of paper, the man was able to calm his feelings for a while. The doctor explained to the man in detail that such therapy could help and had already had successful cases. Having accepted the fact, the father returned to his daughter. Already after the first immersion session, the girl for some reason again saw her father in tears. Plaxa regretted that he would not be able to spend time with his daughter because of work. However, the girl herself was beaming with happiness, because in the game, she met many interesting people, including a pigman who ate candy straight from her hands. For the first time, the father was happy for his daughter, hoping that such emotions would continue to haunt her. After a small family gathering, Ivy returned to the game. Right away, the girl planned to force the blacksmith Ron to play with her, but as soon as she opened the door to the forge, she saw something strange there. Just at that moment, the pigman Herk was preparing something, but the process itself seemed strange to Ivy. Moving vigorously, Herk stirred the fragrant substance. But the smell and sight of her, for some reason, captured the girl's heart. In an instant, she remembered how she had received something similar from her father's hands. But that was once upon a time because one day the girl simply found it painful to eat. After all, as soon as Ivy put something in her mouth, she threw up. However, now the sight of how Herk cooked did not cause such urges in the girl. And so, Ivy's next action was to stamp her foot loudly. With all her might, she opened the door and called out to Herk. Afterwards, her voice trembled. Gathering her strength, she confidently declared that she too would like to try the piglets. However, the pigman was not ready to share. At some point, giving in, Herk offered Ivy to sit nearby. Next, he handed the cutlery over to the girl. Right there, asking the girl to wait. Carefully place a piece of egg on a spoon with rice and meat. Grinning, Herk wanted to teach Ivy how to properly eat such a dish. Urgently, the image of the hospital and how the girl couldn't eat anything appeared in Ivy's mind again. At that moment, the most acute phase of the disease, Ivy even lost her hair, and even her father's persuasion to eat did not help the girl. But the persistence of an experienced man sometimes broke down the walls of women's whims. Gradually, Ivy's memories seemed to change. In the form of a caring father, she already saw a caring Herk in front of her. Gradually, she began to believe in his words, in the thought that the food will be delicious. Giving in, Ivy ended up swallowing food from the spoon. Seeing this, Herk began to list how delicious the dish must have felt. But Ivy interrupted the protagonist, calling the food's qualities strange. However, it was not the taste that bothered the girl, but the fact that she felt disgust. This is the first time I have said something like this, even to myself. Herk was delighted and immediately began to accustom Ivy to adherence to his ideology. After chanting like this for a while, Herk asked Ivy to continue eating the dish. At some point, now they both got distracted by something. After all, a completely unknown ragamuffin entered the forge. Herk notified him that Ron was absent from work. However, the ragamuffin, without uttering a word, began to approach. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and thanked fate that Ivy was eating. Gently, with a breath, he began to hug the girl. Tears of happiness rolled down his cheeks. Ivy immediately recognized him as her father. These words left Herk confused. Finally, the ragamuffin's attention turned to the protagonist, whom he began to thank. However, Herk still understood little. Later, the ragamuffin clarified his words. And later, he even introduced himself as Ivy's father. Through the system, Herk was convinced that the man in the robe was indeed a player. After some time, the man explained to Herk the situation with his daughter. Herk did not accept the gratitude, because he believed that he had not committed a heroic act. And yet, the girl's father thought completely differently. Meanwhile, during the conversation, Herk kept comparing Ivy's problem with his own. However, the man wanted to somehow repay Herk, mentioning a certain dragon sword. Herk was aware of some of the rumors surrounding the legendary blacksmith. Herk hoped to one day obtain the workings of the dragon sword so that he could easily cut beef bones. But the man did not understand where the boy got such a strange craving for meat and bones. Deciding not to waste time, the man referred to himself as that same legendary blacksmith. At this news, Herk's eyes sparkled. Now directly, deciding to find out whether the master's work could cut through dense meat. Coughing loudly, the man continued to press his point regarding the quality of weapons in combat and against monsters. Waking up from his dreams, Herk decided to clarify what exactly they were talking about. Then, the girl's father told about the artifact that he could forge for his daughter's benefactor. But he didn't yet know in what kind of object exactly Herk might wish to see such an artifact. Painfully, Herk considered his wish. In the end, asking to make a frying pan for himself. The girl's father was stunned by this news. Herk went on, listing the pan's qualities in detail. The girl's father tried to convince Herk that he would rather need armor and weapons. But Herk stood his ground on a very ordinary frying pan. Then the man laughed, thinking that the protagonist was simply joking about him. Giving in, Herk began to think again. Finding nothing better, the protagonist wished for a thing in which it would be convenient to fry anything, ultimately confirming your desire. Convinced that Herk would not back down from his idea, the girl's father became sad. But still, I decided to fulfill the agreement. Now, in his head, indifferent thoughts of defeat swarmed. A descendant of Hephaestus himself, who was forced to forge frying pans. After some time, Ron returned to the forge. He thanked Herk for his efforts, which returned absolutely all of his contracts and people's faith. While praising Herk, he squeezed his hands tightly. Immediately, the system informed the protagonist that Ron's quest was complete. Then, as a reward, the blacksmith handed something to Herk. Opening the straw lid of the basket, Herk closed his eyes. After all, inside, various delicacies were shining. Finally, from the individual details, Herk's eyes caught the general appearance of the basket. A surprised sigh immediately escaped his lips. For a moment, the composition of the food there left Herk speechless. Immediately, Herk remembered how casual he used to be about food. But now, his attitude has changed a lot, being filled with desire to start cooking immediately. After receiving permission from Ron, the cooking process began. Herk dipped some pieces of food, coated others, and threw others straight into the fire. In his hands, any dish took on a fantastic appearance, and this especially concerned the enchanting smell. Ron's hand had barely reached for the prepared food when Herk stopped it. For some reason, the protagonist asked the blacksmith to scold him. Herk explained that he wanted to experience the holiday for real. Slightly frightened by such a request, Ron seemed ready to satisfy it. Unexpectedly, Ron began to slander Herk in every possible way, accusing him of everything possible and impossible. And if at first the protagonist was happy, then the further Ron went, the more enraged Herk became. Having heard enough of the bitter insults, Herk decided to interrupt with food. In an instant, he stuffed the food into his mouth. With each bite, warm oil spread inside the protagonist's mouth. Herk could taste each ingredient as they complemented each other. In order to prolong the pleasure, he began to bite off the skewers only from the side. Next, it was the turn of the fish pancake. Herk carefully picked up and lifted one of those. The rich and perfect texture of the pancake touched the boy's lips. Just one bite, and a feeling of celebration swept through Herk's body. Ivy was now radiating roughly the same emotions. Only Ron remained waiting on the sidelines. Seeing that he was shy, Herk invited the blacksmith to join in. At the same time, the protagonist would not mind if Ron taught him certain skills. The blacksmith decided on an answer. At that very moment, Herk began to tempt him with food. A feeling of hunger was creeping up on Ron. Eventually, the delicious food made him agree. Ron couldn't enjoy the food, it was so exciting. Around this time, Ivy expressed her displeasure that Herk ate all the chocolate. However, the protagonist could not hide the fact that he liked the dish. Ron was amazed at how much Herk loved food. The protagonist, of course, confirmed this. Then, lost in thought, the blacksmith began to tell a story about some mines. Ron swore that somewhere in those parts there was a whole chocolate tree growing. The news of such a miracle gave Herk unprecedented motivation. Ron himself did not stop, tempting Herk with stories about how the chocolate he ate always grew back. Later, with great difficulty, Ron managed to pull Herk out of his dreams, starting to explain the features of the mine. Moreover, mentioning a certain mythical healing fruit. In order to help Herk get into the mine, Ron was willing to connect the protagonist with a man named Retin. Meanwhile, Ivy also wanted to get her share of the chocolate. Herk was forced to agree to this robbery. Subsequently, the story moved to some other place. Now, there, the unknown person continued to talk with Heoden. It just so happened that the stranger had one more request for the head of the guild. Then he started talking about the capture of the Bredia mine. The stranger specified that he was talking about complete control and monopoly. The stranger described a step-by-step plan where they first got rid of the guards, and then the monsters. But Howden wasn't sure about the latter. From his speech, it seemed that the monsters there were extremely strong. The stranger smiled, because he saw no reason to stop because of someone's death. A little later, a hooded man raised a cup filled to the brim. Having sent his interlocutor away, he drank alone. Along the way, I recalled how I had conversations with him. But one way or another, he could not reveal his plans. After all, he had a secret key at his disposal. The key to the secret in the mine that would help him escape. Moreover, knowing about the secret materials that were kept behind the door. But most of all, he planned to find and expose the creator of the dragon sword. The stranger felt so much of a chance of success that he even banged on the table. Eventually, he burst out laughing, surprising the other tavern patrons. After some time, in one place, some people were indignant because someone had escaped. The captain found it unbearable to listen to such things, considering that the escapee expressed his desire for work, but constantly avoided it. In addition, the captain was dissatisfied with the team of miners, who were not working so efficiently. But then someone called out to Retin. A conversation started about a certain newcomer who was added to the 5th team. Subsequently, they pointed to Herk. The captain recoiled. It seemed that he knew the protagonist, and even more, he disliked him. However, after asking Herk a number of questions, after finishing chewing, the protagonist named his level, as well as his hobby, cooking. But none of this satisfied the captain's needs. Retin even wanted to send Herk away. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a wound on the captain's leg. Herk assured that he could examine that one. The protagonist explained to the captain that he had learned a little about applying bandages. Then, Herk jumped up to the captain and began to examine the wound. He glanced over the wounded area from all sides. After which, with a couple of movements, he carried out a quick bandage. Having finished, Herk hoped that now the captain would feel good. Retin stood up, finding that the pain had gone and his movements were normal. In the end, even praising Herk for the result. Afterwards, calling them over, Retin suggested that they begin work. The instrument jingled in the captain's hands, and Herk noticed that it was loose. The protagonist wasn't sure that such things were the right thing to work with. Retin became sad and informed Herk that support from the kingdom had not been provided. The voices of other workers were heard, confirming the captain's words. Unexpectedly, Herk volunteered to try to fix the tools. As it turned out just a day ago, the protagonist mastered the profession of a blacksmith. Retin had no idea where such a capable guy came from. Ultimately, deciding not to be distracted, Retin called for the work to continue. But then, a tenacious grip dug into the captain's belt. Herk didn't let him leave the place, worried about the captain's knees. Feeling strange, the captain looked back. At some point, he gave in and allowed Herk to do what he wanted. Moving into the forge, Herk began to examine the captain's pick. Following Retin's advice, the protagonist walked towards the anvil. He still had doubts about all of Herk's abilities. Even in the form of Herk's work itself, the captain was not completely sure. Meanwhile, Herk himself saw parts of the instrument that needed repair. According to the game logic, all he had to do was hit them with a hammer. Deciding to take advantage of the experience with the bandages, Herk began. The captain kept a close eye on this activity from the side. Meanwhile, finding the protagonist's words about literally recently training as a blacksmith strange, because now every movement of Herk was incredibly precise and accurate. The captain refused to believe his eyes. A moment later, Herk was already reporting the completion of the work. Next, bring the repaired pickaxe. The captain froze as soon as he took one look. The instrument in his hands looked absolutely new. In that case, the captain was even forced to ask if Herk was the best at fixing tools. After all, in addition to repairing it, somehow the protagonist put a buff on the pickaxe. He later generously praised Herk for his efforts. Suddenly, the other workers began to examine Retin's pickaxe en masse. Afterwards, they began to massively beg Herk to do the same with their instruments. Being a gentle and sympathetic person, it goes without saying that Herk never refused anyone. Meanwhile, they kept a close eye on the protagonist, wanting to unravel his secret. At the same time, other events were unfolding in the city that Herk had left not long ago. The dragon sword wiped sweat from his face. Lately, his daughter's affairs have been going well. She became cheerful again and ate well, thanks to Herk's influence. However, there was something that had previously confused the master. He never got over the request to forge a frying pan. Desperately, the master imagined that in his hands was not a kitchen utensil, but a sword that slays dragons. Even when finishing his work, the master felt as if something was missing. He recalled Herk's requests, hoping to imbue the frying pan with special properties. The master thought deeply, running thoughts about suitable materials through his head, and even having compiled a specific list of them. I didn't know where I could get them. Following this scene, events returned to the mine. In the blacksmith's outbuilding, a pile of tools repaired by Herk was laid out. The workers were beaming with happiness, practically idolizing the protagonist. Afterwards, they began to rejoice, recognizing Herk as a great talent. When people calmed down, Herk decided to turn to Retin again. A difficult question about the chocolate tree reached the captain's ears. Retin remained silent at first, then said that such a rumor was just a legend. Disappointedly, Herk accepted this information. A second later, it dawned on the protagonist, because according to Ron, Retin had some kind of key to the chocolate tree. Along the way, remembering my skill in searching for materials, naturally the protagonist launched that one. Very soon a red dot appeared on the map of the area. Herk was amazed because the material was extremely close. Around the same time, news came from the mine about the destruction of the monsters. Retin called out to Herk, urging him to also head into the mine. A few minutes later, the entire team entered the mine. The captain asked one of his charges to help Herk and show him everything. Very soon, Luvan called the protagonist. Taking him to the work site, he showed Herk exactly how to chop with a pick. Luvan reported that at first, Herk would not be able to find anything. While supervising the protagonist's work, the miner did not understand at all how Herk ended up in such a place. To Luvan's amazement, at one point, Herk showed off the ore he had obtained. Having fingered it in their hands, both saw that it was in fact wrapped chocolate. Luvan explained that this was not uncommon in these mines, but he had no idea why the system gave such rewards. Meanwhile, Herk himself was shocked and was already drooling in anticipation of other discoveries. At some point, Luvan left Herk, informing him that over time, the ore would still fall out for him. Having gone to another area of the mine, Luvan himself began the grueling work. At some point, he stopped and counted his catch from several hours of continuous work. Suddenly, strange sounds came from somewhere deep in the mine. Leuven turned around and wanted to know what was going on there. He hurriedly moved from his place. There were already other miners present at that place, explaining to Leuven that Herk simply wanted to find ore. Stopping temporarily, the protagonist called out to Leuven, after which, for some reason, he thanked him. After all, Herk has already found something. He picked up a bunch of chocolate packages and showed them off. As it turned out, Herk was digging everything in sight, putting the ore aside, immediately pointing to the extracted hill. The miners' mouths dropped when they saw Herk's productivity. Unlike the workers, the protagonist was only happy about the huge amount of chocolate he had obtained. Still, Leuven wanted to know how Herk managed to find something like this. At some point, Leuven's eyes flickered and fixed. He examined Herk's palms, which were completely wounded. The protagonist himself did not play the poor guy, explaining that he simply worked non-stop. Leuven was horrified as he began to explain to Herk how important rest and breaks were. Herk wasn't worried. He was just about to bandage his wounds. Herk's statement sent Leuven into a panic. He was worried that the young man had done all the work and effort just for the sake of chocolate. Seeing Herk's success, the other miners decided to speed up their work as well. Not wanting to be left behind, they shouted encouraging chants. At the same time, the protagonist remembered an old film. In that picture, chocolate was always mentioned, as an allusion to life, which is covered by a box of sweets. This memory made Herk salivate actively. After all, until now, the box of sweets was empty. But overnight, everything changed for Herk. After all, no matter what the taste of the chocolate, the protagonist was already happy, and many things have now become part of Herk's life. In the end, the miners admitted that the young man was incredible. After all, Herk was the first person in memory to do so much in one day. The protagonist worked so hard that he often didn't even hear his name. Even the captain let out a few phrases, thanking Herk for fixing the instruments. Afterwards, he asked the protagonist to go away with him for a minute. Taking him aside, he asked Herk to sit opposite. After a short pause, Rieten admitted that he had previously deceived the protagonist. Herk was genuinely surprised by such revelations. Then, Rieten declared that the chocolate tree really does exist. Herk guessed this, but he didn't understand why the captain had started such a conversation only now. The captain, worried and hiding the truth, explained it by concerns about possible danger, immediately admitting that Herk had proven his right to the truth. Immediately, the system notified Herk that the secret quest had been accepted. The protagonist smiled, dreaming of receiving special chocolate. Rieten brought Herk out of the dream world, explaining that only the key holder could find the tree. Herk immediately became despondent because he really didn't have the key with him. Quite calmly, the protagonist accepted his defeat for the moment. However, the dream of chocolate was nestled inside Herk's heart and stubbornly blossomed there. He convinced himself that one day he would be able to achieve the hidden, because that was how everything in the world was set up. Out loud, Herk hoped that once he had the key, the captain would help. In response, Rieten nodded his head willingly, later confirming verbally. At the same time, a strange air current darted through the insides of the mine. Some people hid using stealth. The scout only had to check the last section and then return. He took a step out of hiding and immediately froze. After all, behind the piles of ore and stones, there was an NPC with a player. Herk looked up from his previous conversation, sensing something was wrong. But seeing nothing, he returned to the dialogue with Rieten. The spy himself, having almost been caught, decided to leave quietly. At some point, he discovered rolls of foil next to him. Having lifted the foil, the spy did not understand how anyone could eat such chocolate. Next, the scout listened to the conversation between Herk and the captain. During the conversation, Herk admitted that he wanted to know as much as possible about the chocolate tree. Herk called his difference from other players by the fact that while some were leveling up, the protagonist only wanted to eat tasty food. The scout even chuckled when he heard such explanations from Herk. Moreover, they clearly see that when capturing the mine, only two will not be able to put up any resistance. For the spy, the situation was developing in the most favorable way possible so far. Now all he had to do was leave secretly and finish his preparations. At the moment of movement, accidentally touching an unstable pile of ore with his elbow, the artificial structure began to move and began to collapse chaotically. Herk turned towards the noise, seeing ore pouring out in all directions. In order to save the youth, Rieten rushed to his aid. Fortunately, the captain made it at the last moment. Taking Herk aside, he wanted to know if everything was okay with him. Having caught his breath, the protagonist indicated that he was safe. Immediately after this, the protagonist informed the captain that the rocks clearly did not collapse on their own. But Herk did not give more specifics, being sure to himself that he clearly heard footsteps. A couple of minutes later, the scout left the mine. Hawden was ready to take action at the stranger's signal. The stranger grinned slyly. By performing the gesture, he projected a secret key into his palm. At the same time, pickaxe mining in the mine resumed. Steadily, Herk set to work again, but none of those present had any idea why the protagonist was trying so hard. It was all about chocolate and its sweet images. Herk was already imagining how he would make various sweets with different flavors from chocolate ore. As the work continued, a new piece of ore fell to the ground. Taking it in his hand with the help of the system, the protagonist realized that he had taken possession of gold ore. Seeing Herk's catch, Luvan praised him, noting that the gold could be worth a lot. While listening to Luvan's instructions, Herk kept throwing the chocolate he had obtained into his mouth. The mentor's words were lost, as their place was taken by the tart taste of chocolate, combined with the crunch of nut shavings. Herk almost passed out from pleasure, because this taste could be combined with literally everything. Almost moaning with pleasure, a keen sense of desire to try other chocolate permeated Herk. Only now, seeing something like this, Luvan was shocked, because before his eyes, the protagonist ate the ore. Herk didn't see anything shameful, since he was eating chocolate ore, not gold. At the same time, for Herk's passion for ore chocolate, the system rewarded him with an achievement and a large cash gift. The protagonist was distracted from the notification when he heard Luwan discussing the value of chocolate ore outside the mine. While they were talking, Retin showed up and complained about the soldiers. As it turned out, the soldiers were no longer willing to protect the miners because they were dissatisfied with the payments. Luvan was shocked, thinking that he should ask for help from his acquaintances. Moreover, the efficiency of the mine increased only due to Herk's persistence. At some point, realizing that nothing could be done, everyone decided to simply return to work. After some time, an ominous howl and roar was heard in the mine. None of the miners understood what exactly was happening, but somewhere out of the darkness, into the light of the oil lamps, wolves appeared. The miners were completely confused, because such monsters had never appeared in these places. Gradually, the miners began to panic, as they realized that they would not be able to defeat the creatures. And so, having activated the cumulative attack skill, Luwan decided to stall for time and save everyone. In particular, he wanted at least Herk to be able to get away. However, the protagonist himself, for some reason, froze. It was too late to run. He saw that the wolves were already preparing to attack. And then, blocking Luvan with himself, the protagonist swung his pickaxe. By knocking out the wolf, he saved Luvan. At the same time, other evil creatures had already moved forward to avenge their relative. Herk didn't hesitate, throwing away the pickaxe and drawing his sword from its sheath. Activating the skill of the raging sword, he scattered the shameful wolves. Luvan didn't understand what was happening at all, because he had previously considered Herk to be an ordinary cook. Suddenly, Herk screamed as if he was blaming the wolves for something missing. But after scanning with his eyes, he found new ore. Having picked up the ore, Herk was already wondering what kind of chocolate it could be. But the protagonist chose the wrong time for his sweet and wet dreams. After all, the heroes had to get out of the mine as quickly as possible. At the same time, Howden ordered that the entrance to the mine be closed. But the order was not carried out, as workers began running out of the mine one after another. Howden didn't understand how they could survive the encounter with the monsters inside. Deciding not to take any chances, Howden ordered the survivors to be surrounded. In the future, the guild leader intended to deal with the witnesses. Unexpectedly, Herk also appeared from the mine, dissatisfied with the guild members' indecencies. He began asking the first player he came across about his age and the morality of what was happening. Thanks to Herk stalling for time, Luwan managed to avoid prying eyes. At some point, Herk's boring questions got on the player's nerves. Raising his fist, he wanted to teach the protagonist a lesson. Around now, Luvan found the secret button and pressed it. A transparent barrier descended in front of the entrance to the cave, which took the brunt of the blow. Herk himself joined the barrier, realizing that it was a glass wall. As it turned out, the wall served as a protective measure to prevent the monsters from escaping from the mine. The player behind the wall became even more angry, but he couldn't do anything. He laughed, because he thought that with the ever-increasing monsters from the secret door, Herk would not be able to cope. The protagonist took this information quite calmly. Remembering something, Herk said out loud that he would simply call his Nuna. The players who heard this behind the glass barrier froze. Suddenly they burst into laughter, not even imagining who Herk could ask for help. Meanwhile, the bully player told Herk that he was not afraid of anything or anyone. The protagonist just smiled, after which the back of his hand lit up with a symbol. Even though the players laughed, they ultimately decided to finish off Herk before Nuna showed up. Luvan was worried, not being sure that a certain Nuna of the protagonist would be able to settle everything. There was a moment of reflection, after which Herk suggested that everyone eat. Moreover, the protagonist found the place itself suitable. Using a fan, he threw ingredients that needed to be chopped into Luvan's hands. In a moment, Herk's wild pearl barley was ready. The miners did not understand how, under such intense stress, the protagonist managed to remain hungry. This time, not being greedy, Herk was ready to share portions with everyone else. Confused, but still, the miners accepted the food. The first to be tested was Luvan. Just one chew and the extraordinary taste amazed him. As the miners ate Herk's porridge, they clearly felt that with every spoonful they were becoming stronger and stronger. Their strength increased and their morale returned to normal, now ready to face the monsters. Immediately after this was said, a growl was heard from the depths of the mine. At the same time, the guild players tried in vain to tear down the barrier. The stranger informed them that the only way to open the barrier was a button from the inside. Moreover, the stranger was worried that the secret door might soon close. Just as the rant was about to begin, another guild player appeared. He was stunned and wanted to urgently report something. Howden turned around, not understanding who he saw behind him. Empress Ellie herself was approaching the entrance to the mine with her guard. Looking around, the Empress's gaze suddenly stopped, after which she pointed at something in front of her. But the one who was most horrified by this gesture was the stranger in the robe who hired Hyoden. Immediately, the Empress used special force. The stranger was lifted off the ground, squeezing his throat. The stranger's disguise was removed, and it turned out to be the blacksmith Kalda himself. While continuing to strangle Kalda, the Empress noticed something else. Masha waved her hand and called out to her, and Herk ran to meet her. Enduring the pain, Kalda listened to how gently and respectfully the Empress addressed the protagonist. Eventually, Ellie released Kaldi from her grip, now walking towards Herk. At the right moment, Kalda tried to get up and quietly crawl away. Many forgot about it, because they were caught up in the dialogue between the player and an important NPC. Luvan did not miss the opportunity and recorded this dialogue. Still, Ellie didn't quite understand why Herk had called her. Hearing this, Herk remembered why he had used the sign. Then, approaching Ellie, he began to whisper something in her ear. Having heard enough, the Empress exclaimed at the top of her voice that some scoundrel was trying to seize the mines and kill people at will. Only now did it dawn on Kalda that Nuna Herka was Ellie. All the other players felt approximately the same emotions of unprecedented problems. A few seconds later, with a heavy sigh, the Empress announced that she was very angry. Her menacing appearance, power, and strength made absolutely everyone flee. After some time, Ellie interrogated Kaldi about his motives. Kaldi agreed with all the accusations against him, but asked for mercy, at least this time. In exchange, offering to create the best possible artifacts for the Empire. The Empress said nothing, entrusting the right of judgment to Herk. Stepping forward, the protagonist started a conversation with Kalda about the secret key. As it turned out, the secret door had already been opened. Kald confirmed this, but did not see any benefit for Herk, since behind the door there were only rare materials. The Empress spoke up, giving Herk the go-ahead to enter the door. At the same time, there was something else that was bothering Herk. Looking at the scoundrels, he lamented that they could not escape responsibility. Having received confirmation from the Empress, Herk hurried to the secret door. Having crossed a certain line, a blinding light hit the protagonist's eyes. Herk found himself inside the legendary chocolate paradise. Rivers of chocolate flowed here. The mountains and rocks were made of chocolate, and even the plants were in keeping with the place. Herk was fascinated by this, although previously, the protagonist was not sure about the existence of such a place. But Herk had no time to think, since he only had an hour to spare. Gradually, he reached one huge tree. Putting his palm down, he activated the gathering skill. The process began, and 2 forms of chocolate immediately ended up in Herk's hands. Also, a legendary SS rank item ended up in Herk's inventory. But the system's generosity to Herk was great. After all, the miniature chocolate tree itself ended up in his hands. Herk was amazed, not having previously suspected that whole trees could be put into one's inventory. After all, from now on, he could eat chocolate almost any time, for which he willingly thanked Kalda. But before leaving, Herk had some more things to do. At first, the protagonist wanted to enjoy a dinner of local chocolate, which was part of everything. Meanwhile, gaming forums were bursting with heated discussions. The most frequent requests usually coincided with one recently released video. Luvan studied all this news, still not understanding why Kalda took such a big risk. But the player saw no reason to look into it. He just hoped that things were going well for Herk. Somewhere around this time, the protagonist finally left the chocolate paradise. In triumph, he returned to the home of Ivy and her wayward father. Laughing, he briefly told Loli about his merry travels. The girl's father hoped that Herk had obtained what he had gone into the mine for. Hearing this would have surely brought Herk to his senses. Next, dumping piles of chocolate ore onto the nearest table. Herk explained that a considerable amount of chocolate was mined not only in the mine itself. The girl's father wanted to clarify this fact, but suddenly fell silent. From somewhere under the piles of chocolate, a bright glow was shining through. With bated breath, the legendary creator held in his hands material of the highest rank. The man's mood changed for the better, because such material was not only a gift from heaven, but also a rarity. Herk, not having the ability to use it, willingly handed over the material to the master. After all, with such a branch, the order once given by Herk could have become 1,000 times better. At the same time, Ivy became interested in the chocolate boulders that Herk had brought with him. The protagonist stopped the loli because he wanted to turn the raw material into something even more delicious. Taking Ivy with him, Herk prepared everything he needed in the kitchen. To begin with, the protagonist began to melt chocolate. Next, in a separate container, they sifted the flour and cocoa together. With a deft movement, they added an egg to the melted chocolate. Next, he began to boldly stir the general substance. Together, the thick mass was placed into a mold and then placed in the oven. Now all that was left for Herk and Ivy to do was wait for the cooking to finish. A certain amount of time passed and the oven timer beeped. With great fanfare, Herk pulled out and showed everyone his ugly chocolate cake. Next, he puts it on the table and invites everyone to taste the resulting dish. The first fork greedily dug into the chocolate body, cutting it. The chocolate broke easily, its sweetness actively diluted by the ice cream placed on top. After eating a couple of pieces, Herk reached for the glass. The protagonist licked his lips and swallowed the straw. Just one puff, and the milky taste of coffee washed over the oral cavity. Milk added to coffee only improved the overall taste. During this drinking session, Ivy suddenly thanked the pigman for helping her find her love for food. After all, Ivy was now actively eating not only in the game, but even in real life. Herk remained silent, but his face clearly radiated joy. But this idyll was broken when the girl's father showed up. A little worried, the master was bringing something to show Herk. It was a frying pan, created specifically for the protagonist. Herk was almost speechless. The frying pan looked so perfect. The system even provided a list of characteristics that the legendary item had. Herk was already eager to try out the frying pan and cook something on it as soon as possible. Of course, first, having received permission for this action from the owner of the house, Herk chuckled and called up his inventory, starting to choose from among the ingredients. After some thought, he settled on the meat option. After confirming the choice, a bunch of ingredients fell out of thin air into the frying pan. Having prepared those, Herk set fire to the stove. With all his skill, he transformed the previously unremarkable mass into something seductive. Finally, pour the resulting mixture onto a wide dish. For the first time, Herk could call his own creation a masterpiece. The master did not forget to boast that the frying pan had many other functions, including even use in battle. Herk thanked the master for his efforts, and his words were frank. At the same time, the master announced the news that the family would soon leave the game. After all, thanks to Herk, the girl was healthy and no longer needed treatment. Herk didn't want to part so easily, convincing his father that they had only eaten with the loli, nothing more. Not knowing how else to express his gratitude, the master sent Herk a friend request. The protagonist accepted the request, immediately receiving verbal thanks. Some time has passed since then. Someone has come to see the master blacksmith. The girl player visited him. A conversation ensued between them, which concerned Herk and the master's work on a gift for him. The master confirmed everything, but did not regret what he had done because Herk had saved his daughter. Along the way, he recalled Herk's aura, saying that it was similar to the aura of a female player. The master readily believed so. Such stories about Herk clearly interested her. The girl player even expressed a desire to meet him. Over time, Herk's phone began displaying information about the legendary frying pan. Reading this, Chan was dying of envy, wanting to get something similar. Later, their conversation turned to Herk reaching level 100. Chan once again reminded that completing quests depended on reputation. However, the protagonist only sighed, since experience and rewards in the form of artifacts did not really bother him. With a certain thought in his head, Herk stared at the phone. Later, by chance, the master met Herk. He noted that the frying pan suited the protagonist much better than the sword. A little embarrassed, Herk told the master that his class was glutton. The master knew something about such a class, and started talking about a certain legend. Herk became intrigued and asked the master to tell him about the legend. The master's story began with ancient times and one lonely traveler. While traveling, he met a dragon and asked him for a favor to roast a piece of meat. Next, the man from the legends experimented extensively, eating everything and in different configurations. The story was so delicious that Herk even wanted to be friends with him. But the most important thing the master noted was the work of the golden hammer, that he made special kitchen utensils for the wanderer. This story really interested Herk. But instead of stories, the master suggested that the protagonist go to the village. Later, outside the game, Chan asked Herk for forgiveness as he had to go somewhere. Herk was stunned. For the first time, his loyal friend abandoned him, and even while he was eating tomatoes. But in reality, the protagonist was joking and letting Chan go. Afterwards, watching the coach go, in fact, Herk was jealous of Chan because no one wanted to date the fat man. The image of Herk talking to many people came back to his mind. And yet, he didn't want anyone to see him like this. But then an idea came into Herk's head and he grabbed the phone. The first thing he did was remember his password and log in. After logging into the social network, the protagonist is bombarded with notifications. There were so many of them that Herk was lost. Some people were interested in the protagonist's affairs. Herk instantly remembered the guy whose letters lay unread. He was a gamer whose nickname echoed the mythical genie. Reading through the crowd of messages, Herk realized that he was being written to literally every day. Herk was glad to see that his friends were doing well. Meanwhile, friends left hints on how to contact those in the game. Then, the protagonist seriously thought about it. But later, having rejected these thoughts, following this, events again moved into the game world. In one game zone, monsters were exterminated en masse. Other players were interested in the secret of such success. Receiving no answer, they called out to Jin himself. They were Khan and Locke, the leaders of their own clans. The players continued their conversation, complaining about the difficulty of finding a healer. In the situation, Khan blamed Locke. Jin mentioned that there was also a shortage of a cook. In search of specialists, the situation for the players was difficult. But then someone started calling Jin. The others discussed among themselves that Jin often called Roban. I communicated with him so actively, rejoicing at his successes. Unexpectedly, Jin promised to take Roban. Meanwhile, in another location, the player turned off the whisper mode. His raid stood at the gates of Screaming Hill. But none of those present were in a hurry to do anything. The players actively argued among themselves about this matter. The red-haired player was constantly indignant at his team. Knowing that he was the only one doing the job, the player revealed the card. The map led to a secret quest where the player needed a loyal partner. At some point, he caught a scent. As if spellbound, he was delirious about it. The guard at the gate was unhappy with Herk's choice of cooking location. The player also didn't understand how Herk could eat anything before the hike. To his indignation, the protagonist juggled food. Suddenly, the player learned something. His eyes recognized the famous dish in Herk's hands. Even just looking, he could taste the food. Behind them, memories of old days came rushing back to the player. Suddenly, unable to bear it, for the sake of a piece of food, the guard wanted to go into the dungeon with Herk. The protagonist looked at him with puzzlement. Having specified that the guard was supposed to guard the gate, this scene led the player to one important thought. He guessed that Herk was the boss, deciding to take him with him and subsequently deal with him without sharing the reward. Having decided everything, the player moved towards Herk. He approached boldly and called out to him, proposing to unite. The player swore that he would help in everything. At first, Herk was surprised, but then he realized that the player was aiming at the food. Using cunning, the player began to lure Herk with words about a reward in the form of meat. At that very moment, Roban's team was replenished. Deciding not to delay, Roban set off immediately. Soon, they were already inside the dungeon. While chatting, Roban bragged to Herk about his berserker class. Chewing, Herk readily agreed with everything Roban said. In his thoughts, the protagonist admitted that the communication had whetted his appetite. At one point, Roban asked Herk to be attentive. Having taken out his weapon, he had a premonition of an imminent meeting with something. The next moment, a fireball flew towards Roban. At the last moment, Herk called out to the player. Along the way, he beat off the magic with a frying pan. Chewing, Herk stared at something in the distance. The ground shook from the clumsy foot. A duck appeared flapping its wings. Roban wanted to go on the attack, but Herk got ahead of him. The player was sure that the protagonist would not be able to cope. At some point, Herk made a jump. The frying pan hit the duck's forehead right on the forehead, but from such a blow, the duck only received a bump. The bird flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Enraged, she formed new fireballs. 3 fireballs at once were now flying at the protagonist. Suddenly, Herk began to twirl the frying pan in his hands. In a split second, it increased in size. Now, like a baseball player getting ready to take a hit, one move and all the fireballs ended up in the frying pan. Then he turned the pan around and fired fireballs straight at the duck. A plaintive cry echoed throughout the area. After finishing his counterattack, Herk laughed. He invited Roban to fight together. Herk didn't forget to briefly tell us about his lovely frying pan. Roban understood that she was far from simple. However, explaining the further plan to Herk, from now on, they had to kill a lot of mobs. Herk liked this idea. Next, using Griffin's cry and attracting monsters. Roban didn't even have time to understand how the monsters were here, right here. Now, whole hordes of ducks were chasing after him. Running for his life, he screamed that Herk was a psycho. The loud quacking stirred up the surrounding area, and yet, the heroes managed to deal with the birds. Roban was at the limit of his strength. He looked at Herk with surprise, because he didn't radiate fatigue. As it turned out, the protagonist almost didn't kill anyone. He spent most of his time eating, just to avoid being slow. However, Herk wouldn't mind having a bite to eat as well. Without waiting for consent, he threw the ingredients into Roban's hands. Then he took duck meat from the inventory. In terms of cooking, I settled on a meat dish. Next, for frying, throw the vegetables into the pan. Herk stirred the total mass. The dish was prepared quite quickly. After finishing, Herk looked at Robin. As it turned out, he had also finished his part of the work. Afterwards, Herk handed the berserker the sticks. Thanking him for the food, he took a fatty piece of meat. Taking his first bite, Herk could taste the delicate marinade and oil. Even Robin was delighted with the taste. Looking at him, Herk advised trying the meat with radish. Having done this, even more pleasure befell Robin. Herk didn't stop, already shoving a drink into his hand. Robin couldn't even think of something like that. In the end, they clinked glasses to their health. Then we drank together. Robin exhaled loudly. He liked it so much. Now Herk wanted to know if Robin had gained powers. Robin was chasing difficult thoughts inside himself. For the first time, he felt so strange, seeing something unattainable in Herka. The opportunity to enjoy food rather than play. Later, Herk decided to see how much time was left for the raid. Suddenly, the protagonist reported that everything happened quickly. The system notified that a boss had appeared in the area. Robin hastened to tell about the boss. Berserker was ready to fight him, but Herk was of a different mind, wanting to simply gather some more meat. Making a sad face, he begged Robin. With just the words about the giant duck, he encouraged Herk to come with him. At this time, some events were taking place in the Ares Guild. There, the head of the guild blocked correspondence with someone. The guild leader was quite tired of this activity. He could only hope that the hype around Calda would die down. But what excited him most was the news of the return of the Legends Guild. At some point, the subordinate brought the collected information to the guild leader. Putting the photograph on the table, the subordinate spoke about Robin, the crazy berserker. Ares chuckled when he learned that he was also listed among the legends. Subsequently, he paid close attention to the photograph of Herk. Next, Ares was told that the players must have united into a group. Also, the chief was informed that the attacking unit had already been contacted. Ares smirked, then said that he was going to make Robin his spy. Ares explained that it is necessary to know as much as possible about the enemies. The servant was unsure of the chief's decision, explaining that Robin was in a hard-to-reach area. But Ares thought differently, counting on the fact that bribes with gold and artifacts would make anyone an ally. The servant began to sweat, daring to find out what to do when Robin refused. Leaning back in his chair, Ares commanded to kill him. At the same time, Herk and Robin continued their movement. Abruptly, Robin stopped, calling for Herk to look somewhere. Screaming, hordes of players ran from the fire. As it turned out, they were being driven away by the boss, the royal golden duck herself. But then one of the players appeared who was not afraid of the duck. Having made the jump, he intended to deal with her. Right now, the duck opened its beak, where a boiling fiery mouth was visible. Just one puff and the scorching breath fried the daredevil. Seeing how dire the situation was, Robin asked Herk not to rush into battle thoughtlessly. However, the protagonist practically did not listen to him. The sight of walking meat hypnotized Herk. No matter how hard Herk tried, he couldn't think of anything else. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Herk rushed at the duck boss. Robin was practically furious, completely unable to understand how one could work with people like Herk. Meanwhile, the duck was preparing to get rid of Herk in the same way it had done with the previous player. But the protagonist was no slouch either, and therefore was already swinging his frying pan. At some point, having successfully turned it, Herk took the boss's fiery breath onto the frying pan. Some of the players who had previously fled stopped in their tracks, as this was the first time they had seen anything like this. Everyone was amazed at Herk's ability to withstand such a force. After a couple of seconds, the protagonist pulled the frying pan away, thereby dispersing the fiery breath into the air. The boss was clearly outraged that Herk remained unharmed. Seeing that no one had achieved victory, Robin decided to act. But as soon as Robin wanted to get closer, the duck set fire to the space closest to him. Even just standing near the fire, slowly but surely, Robin was taking damage to his health. Having overcome the obstacle, he nevertheless struck, but the sword pierced something else. As it turned out, it was the energy shield that was covering the boss. Sensing the alien presence, the boss instantly turned away, throwing the berserker away with one push. Robin failed and was about to warn Herk, but the protagonist could not be stopped. Moreover, in his hands there was already a sword, and not a frying pan. After activating his defensive skills, Herk used his offensive talents. However, the duck boss remained without a single scratch. Even Herk himself was amazed that the blow, for the first time, did not bring results. But he didn't even think about giving up because he had to win. The sight of wonderful dishes clouded his consciousness. The desire to taste juicy and tasty duck meat completely overrode any precautions. With a cry of desire for meat, Herk carried out his attack. During the flight, hundreds of times, striking the boss. Finally, something happened to the boss because the duck let out a plaintive quack. The other players saw how the boss's previous defense was crumbling before their eyes. With the finishing chord, Herk inexorably approached the boss. In the end, he finished off the boss. Immediately after the victory, the system gave Rowena a reward in the form of a special turnip. Herk noticed that the berserker was clearly not impressed by this. As a result, the berserker began to think about sharing his reward with the protagonist, since it was completely useless. And then, evasively, Rowena reported that the system had rewarded him with something. Herk hoped that the berserker's reward was nothing more than an epic item. Despite Rowena's confused look, Herk encouraged him in every way and even envied him. A second later, calling up the system menu, Rowena opened the exchange. After which, he handed Herk the turnip. The berserker performed this gesture absolutely calmly. Upon receiving the item, Herk was surprised out loud. As it turned out, Rowena was simply giving Herk the turnip as a gift, without intending to receive anything in return. When he handed it over, Rowena didn't even mind that Herk ate the turnip. Still, Herk helped the berserker, and therefore Rowena wanted to thank him, even if only in the smallest way. Later, Rowena focused his attention. After all, almost immediately after acquiring it, the protagonist began to peel the turnip. Rowena even decided to find out if Herk really intended to use the turnip as a medicine and thereby receive a buff. After hearing this, Herk thought, standing at the predicament of his desires. After some thought, the protagonist said that he could make a special dish from the turnip. Herk's desires and decisions did not fit into Rowena's head at all. In some ways, Rowena tried to change Herk's mind a little, but later he gave in. Soon, a small army approached the place where the battle with the duck boss had previously taken place. From the description given by the army leader, the players quickly recognized Herk as the owner of the frying pan. The players eagerly pointed in the direction where Herk and Rowena had been seen not long ago. The leader of the army wanted to know much more, not really trusting the tales about the man who killed everyone with a frying pan. After thinking some more, the players shared that Herk and Rowena were clearly looking for a place to eat. After a short time, the army seemed to be on the trail. Purposefully, a distinct smell led those. Taking a closer look, the pursuers delightedly noticed soup boiling on the fire. Not only that, they were shocked at how meticulously Herk added seasonings to the soup. The observers had practically lost interest in the wanted persons. Their attention was riveted to the sight of the sausages that kept floating up in the broth. At the same time, Herk explained to Rowena how best to prepare such dishes. The sight of the food, and the way Rowena seductively placed it in his mouth, eclipsed the observers at once. As befits a wise teacher, Herk advised Rowena to put pieces of cooked turnip into his mouth. Rowena obeyed, grabbing a piece of turnip with his chopsticks. Herk actively commented that for greater flavor, it should have been eaten with soup. This is exactly what Rowena intended to do, already sensing how delicious the legendary item could be. The observers heard all this, believing that only a madman could have thrown the most precious loot to the dogs. The observers could hardly contain themselves, because the sight of the food there was in itself immensely tempting. A minute later, the commander contacted the observers. From them he learned that the wanted men were simply eating soup. The army leader held back his emotions, believing that he was being played. Without saying anything, the leader gave orders to the observers to recruit Rowena. He also reminded him of what had to be done if the berserker refused. Meanwhile, Herk and Rowena finished their meal. Berserker was about to admire Herk's culinary delights when someone said hello. An army emerged from the dense thickets. The pleasant-looking man who was leading the conversation was interested in Rowena's personality. Berserker jumped up from his seat, instantly recognizing the Ares Guild. He didn't understand where so many players could come from at once in such a place. Secretly, he whispered to Herk to flee immediately. Along with this, the leader of the troops introduced himself by the name Hilton. At the same time, Hilton began to list the titles and pseudonyms that Rowena owned. As it turned out, Rowena's story began with a completely different closed game. By sending a secret message to Herk, Rowena would engage in dialogue with Hilton, explaining that he was playing for fun only. From the message, the protagonist learned that the Ares Guild most likely intended to declare war. Hilton was unaware of the secret communication, and therefore continued to tempt Rowena with his offer. At some point, Hilton finally found out that Rowena was clearly communicating with someone via chat. He could clearly see that the berserker was clearly not a compliant one. In connection with this, he passed the information on to Ares himself. Subsequently, having received orders to get rid of the berserker. After waiting for Rowena to become distracted, a magical charge was fired at him. It was only by a miracle that he missed, bringing Rowena to his senses. Having snatched his weapon, the berserker dodged the next volley on his own. Another moment and something huge blocked Rowena's view. It was Herk's frying pan, which reflected the magical charge in the opposite direction. The Ares mages were in a panic because they had never seen anything like this before. At the same time, they were angry because some frying pan could reflect magic itself. The next attack did not take place because Rowena hit the hostile mage on the head, after which he began to run away. There was confusion among the attackers. No one knew how to capture Rowena. As he ran, Robin caught sight of Herk out of the corner of his eye. He shouted for the protagonist to follow him. Later, the berserker ran up, grabbed Herk by the hand and dragged him along with him. With the flashes of magic, Herk had no idea where they were going. Hilton could not allow the players to escape, and so he sent his other men in pursuit. With some excitement, he informed Ares that the targets had escaped. In particular, Hilton noted that Herk turned out to be not an ordinary chef. However, Hilton's men were still trying to catch up with the two fugitives. As they continued to chase, they noticed that the fugitives were gradually entering the dark zone. Seeing this, Hilton reassured Ares, believing that now the fugitives would be easy to get. Moreover, Hilton himself expected to receive satisfaction for the insult he had suffered, and also take the frying pan. A few minutes passed, and Herk and Roban were already running across the lands of the dark zone. At some point, they were called out from behind, urged to stop. Hilton's men still managed to catch up with the fugitives. After examining them, Roban was forced to admit that Hilton had brought reinforcements. Finally, Hilton himself appeared, asking Roban to join Ares one last time. Berserker just laughed, not wanting to be anyone's bloodhound. In response, Roban extended his middle finger. The words and gestures given made Hilton seriously angry. He was forced to order his men to kill the insolent men. Immediately, crowds of players rushed towards Roban and Herk. Roban smiled as if he had been waiting for just this, after which, he snatched the scroll and held it above himself. By his action, Roban activated a secret quest. As soon as the quest began, a dark liquid began to spread throughout the area. The players' progress stopped because they became distracted. Then a strange voice clearly sounded in the air. Vague words, behind which, from the liquid, an ugly form appeared. An oily mouth opened, leaving the players in a state of terror. Almost immediately, they began to scatter in terrible panic. Roban himself, with his action, summoned Archmage Larfield. While the protagonist himself was discouraged, Roban briefly addressed him, thanking him for everything. After this was said, the system notified Roban that the sins had been activated. The berserker fell to his knees, for the constant voice called for food. Herk approached him, still not understanding what was really going on, but in response, he only received a cry about unbridled hunger. A mad berserker laugh followed him. Opening his inventory and with no control, Roban began to eat everything that was there. Herk looked at this process with a certain disdain, since Roban ate some of the food raw. At some point, the protagonist turned around, seeing that the other players were behaving in exactly the same way. But the madness of those was much stronger, even managing to go to the point of eating the earth. While Herk tried to comprehend what he had seen, Roban himself believed that everything had happened exactly as it was supposed to. Still, he didn't understand why gluttony didn't work on Herk himself. Then, squeezing out the words, Roban called on Herk to finish off the people from the Ares Guild. Having tied up Roban, the protagonist began to hit his pursuers with a frying pan. And yet, human behavior still remained a mystery to Herk. Barely speaking, Roban reported to Herk about the Archmage's curse. Why the curse didn't work on the protagonist himself, Roban had no answer. Suddenly, Herk flinched when he heard words about food and a curse. Turning around, he made it clear that he had lived his whole life like this. Roban looked at him with confusion. But before Herk could clarify his words, Hilton grabbed him by the leg. Spitting dirt, Hilton roared that he would never let Herk go. Feeling an insatiable hunger, he eventually bit into the protagonist's leg. Roban's voice was heard recommending that Herk throw Hilton away. The protagonist did just that, but ended up pushing both of them together. With his weight, the berserker managed to knock Hilton to the ground. Almost immediately, I noticed something unusual about it. Roban's mouth watered as he saw a huge selection of dumplings in Hilton. Finally, unable to resist, he bit into his ear. The pain from the bite was terrible, causing Hilton to burst into tears and beg for mercy. Seeing that the situation had become critical, Herk was ready to try to resolve it. He went into his inventory and took out a flatbread, after which he broke it and ate one part with gusto. But he didn't eat the rest. Drawing attention to the food, Herk threw a piece of flatbread to the side with all his might. Overwhelmed by the curse, everyone rushed after that, except for Roban. Unexpectedly, the plot moved to the office of the head of the guild Ares. While checking the online lists, Ares was unhappy that players were disconnecting en masse. One of the notifications appeared, telling Ares about the arrival of the fugitives in the dark zone. The player who was on the line was explaining to Ares incoherently about the man with the frying pan. After all, it was Herk who dealt with the best people in the guild. After sitting motionless for a while, Ares was sure that the protagonist could not have the Holy Torch, a rare artifact that protected against any curse. But Ares remembered that not long ago someone had bought a similar artifact on the market for an insane amount of money. Feeling his own impotence, Ares cursed and slammed his fist on the table. He had no choice but to recall his men. Events have returned back to the Dark Zone, littered with player-generated loot. Looking at these riches, Herk felt that he had the right to take them for himself. He was even willing to share some of the spoils with Roban. Having collected those, Herk subsequently returned to the Berserker, but Roban himself by that time had a rather bad appearance. Hurrying to that, Herk began to untie Roban, but the next minute he hit him with a frying pan, since the Berserker was still under the influence of the curse. Afterwards, the protagonist began to drag Roban along with him, looking for a way out of the location. After some time on the road, Herk stopped. After all, ahead, something was shining very brightly. The protagonist's levels instantly increased, because it turned out that he had overcome one of the sins. A couple more steps, and the Berserker's behavior changed. He suddenly came to his senses. As it turned out, Roban remembered little of what had happened recently. While Roban was coming to his senses, examining the battered body, Herk himself looked at something cautiously. Later, this look also visited the Berserker. After all, a toad was jumping ahead, shaking the earth. Roban suggested that Herk wait and not rush at the potential boss first. The next moment, the toad inflated its sack, emitting a long croak. Herk looked at her with confusion. Another second, and the toad jumped up in place, spitting something out of its mouth. A disgusting liquid splashed down next to the hero's feet. The characters took a couple of steps back, seeing that the liquid had entered into an active reaction. Roban even warned Herk not to get close to the liquid, otherwise he would get hurt. Suddenly, Herk crouched down next to the liquid and touched it. To Roban's shock, the protagonist tasted the liquid. The taste of that one seemed interesting to Herk, and the system displayed the recipe for the sauce. Roban sighed heavily and wanted to repeat his warnings to Herk, but the protagonist, not listening, quickly jerked off somewhere. As Herk moved, thoughts of the sauce kept running through his mind. He could already imagine adding it to his dishes. Herk licked his lips, anticipating the brilliant taste. Every now and then his imagination drew pictures of various dishes in his head. Dreams did not leave Herk, because later he even planned to go to the sea, where it will actively feed on crabs. First, eat their caviar, and then, adding hot sauce, start on the meat. Wet fantasies seriously whetted the protagonist's appetite. Now, all he had to do was get the sauce by any means necessary. In response to this desire, Herk carried out the attack. With all his might, he hit the toad on the head with a frying pan. Then he started to beat her with all his might. The frying pan rattled and the blows were massive. The toad's life force was running out. Waiting for the right moment, Herk activated the material collection skill. In a split second, it was all over and the sauce was collected. Herk was so happy to have found the sauce that he even wondered if Roban would have brought the protagonist to this place on purpose. Roban rejected this belief, but Herk no longer heard his words. He rushed wildly towards the next toad, but the boss there seemed to be preparing for the meeting. Herk is about to get acid spilled on him, but instead of defending himself, the protagonist carefully caught it. Afterwards, Herk carefully poured the acid into a separate vessel. Having done this, one feeling came to Herk. The protagonist understood that this would not be enough for him, and then his hungry gaze shifted to the toad. Subsequently, the squeal of a toad was heard in the area, accompanied by the sounds of it being butchered. After some time, Roban approached the place of terrible torture. He couldn't believe that Herk had squeezed another toad to such a small size. But Herk did not understand what the Berserker was talking about, since he was simply squeezing out the poison. At some point, Herk noticed that his notification bar was full. In addition to the levels, there was active writing about a quest for a certain relic. Next, as an interim reward, the system rewarded the group with things. Roban was pleased with this success, asking Herk to inspect his inventory as well. Along the way, Roban admitted that he took Herk with him only for selfish purposes. But in fact, he himself turned out to be a burden. And so, he sincerely thanked Herk for his help. Roban wouldn't even mind if the protagonist took all the gold for himself. However, right now, Herk was more concerned about the wound on the Berserker's arm. Unexpectedly, Herk confidently approached him, after which he diligently bandaged the wound. Herk's abilities were surprising in everything, and the protagonist admitted that he owed his success only to food. But such an answer somewhat confused Roban. Something didn't add up, and Roban suggested that Herk hold the match. Awkwardly, he explained that he simply wanted to test Herk's strength. In fact, the Berserker wanted to know what exactly Herk owed his strength to. Having found a suitable place, Roban announced the beginning. At the same time, someone was carrying a camera across the rocky wastelands. A player who wanted to become a video blogger was looking for the owner of the frying pan in order to film him. Somewhere off to the side, a sound caught her attention. There, in the distance, she saw two people engaged in a duel. Before he began, Roban wanted to know how prepared Herk was to fight. The protagonist agreed to fight until someone gave up. Having unpacked her camera, the video blogger could not miss such a shoot. As the camera began recording, it captured the players coming together. She quickly named her broadcast the Assassin's Duel with a Frying Pan. One by one, viewers tuned into the broadcast. Some of them even recognized Roban, remembering that from the last game, Some were completely confident in the Berserker's victory, but to their chagrin, Herk resisted. Moreover, he actively counterattacked. However, Roban did not seem upset about the situation. The fight continued, and the spectators were divided into teams of fans. The duel dragged on, which allowed the audience to identify the location in which it took place. Minutes passed and the battle became more and more crazy. From dozens of viewers, the broadcast counter has already exceeded thousands. Even the video blogger did not expect such rapid popularity. It seemed like a ton of people were watching the broadcast just for one person. Eventually, a crackling roar spread throughout the area. Herk twisted and kicked Roban away, sending him crashing into the wall. After the collision, Roban slowly slid down, and his health was at a minimum. With just a glance, he saw that Herk was only slightly hurt, following which, he shouted out the stop word. Forced to admit defeat, Roban admitted his defeat. Herk laughed heartily as he accepted the surrender, especially being ready to provide first aid to the Berserker. But Herk's wish was cut short as the protagonist's stomach began to rumble. This situation greatly amused Roban. After which, he wanted to know something. Honestly, Roban thought that Herk would be a great asset to that guild. After thinking for a second, the protagonist refused. Herk even explained that he had not received any other offers, much less lucrative ones. In fact, Herk's reason was rooted in attachment to old contacts, and so he expressed that he really wanted to get somewhere. The answer upset Roban, even though the Berserker accepted it. Finally, the heroes agreed to add each other as friends for future joint skating rinks. An hour later, after logging out of the game, Roban was lounging in his bed. He talked actively about the guy he met, as well as his insatiable craving for food. Later, he decided to find out what time it was. Roban was shocked because the phone was completely dead. Of course, he immediately connected it to the network. After waiting for a certain charge level, Roban decided to find out what the head of the guild wanted to talk about. But as soon as he entered the network, his eyes trembled. After all, in many places, the stream with the duel between the Berserker and the owner of the frying pan was discussed. Meanwhile, Roban's personal messages were literally bursting with the fact that the Berserker was being sought. Among them, Roban learned that the guy with whom the Berserker was traveling was a friend of the guild leader. It came as a surprise to Roban that Herk had such influential friends. Almost immediately after this, Roban's phone rang. Worried, he answered the call from the guild leader. A rude voice came over the radio, accusing Roban of carelessness and failure to make contact. A little later, when the guild leader calmed down, Jean admitted that she was Herk's friend, but she wasn't ready for such a story, at least not now. Around the same time, Herk left the shower. Chan greeted his friend, calling him by the nickname given to him in the game. It came as a surprise to Herk himself that he was called the Frying Pan Killer. Despite Chan's praise, Herk did not like the nickname. Subsequently, Chan started a conversation with the protagonist about broadcasting the competition. Herk remembered this, as well as a girl named Rusha who couldn't eat properly. Herk specified that the girl was being actively bullied, but Herk's words about the girl seemed to be something unfamiliar to Chan. A few seconds later, Chan came to his senses when he realized which Russia Herk was talking about. But he did not develop this topic further, only finding out that after a break, the protagonist would return to the game. After all, in the game, a quest awaited Herka, where he was supposed to meet the boss. Later, the action moved to a cafe. There, right now, on the phone, the video of the battle between Roban and Herk was actively being viewed. The heads of other legendary guilds could not believe that the video captured that same Herk. However, Jean was completely confident, but most of the friends doubted it because they remembered Herk and his character. At some point, one of them concluded that the fat man had finally managed to adapt to the game. Another, however, was angry and had a different opinion. It seemed like something was making him very angry. Through gritted teeth, he would probably be indignant at the appearance of Herk in their lives. A minute later, he said that he simply didn't consider Herk's communication to be a difference in social and mental status. He was especially annoyed that Herk had shown up as a video celebrity. He was downright offended that once he started playing, Herk didn't let his old friends know anything. After waiting for the dull monologue to end, Jean took up her voice. Sadly, she informed everyone that even if they wanted to, they couldn't meet with Herk. Some openly and some silently agreed with Jean's words, and only one of them subsequently turned his head away in protest. Around the same time, Roban entered the cafe. Jean noticed him and called him over. On the spot, she introduced the Berserker to Khan and Locke. Everyone exchanged greetings and began to drink their drinks. Jean chuckled, saying that the world was small and Roban had met someone interesting. Next, there was a mass conversation about Herk and his difficult friends. At one point in the conversation, Roban vowed that at their next meeting, he would connect Herk with Jean. But the girl doubted her success, believing that Herk did not want to communicate with anyone. Still, she wondered if he was okay. Roban sighed, about to say something. Swallowing his saliva, the Berserker said that things were going too well for Herk. Along the way, he began to tell the story of the protagonist's insatiable appetite. Jean laughed when Robin told about the boss that Herk later ate. Some friends laughed, others thought Herk's behavior was too unusual. They even had the idea to find the protagonist, since he was clearly the only one playing with the frying pan. The longest-haired of the friends was still irritated by something. At the height of his indignation, he was even ready to show something. Turning the phone screen, he showed a massive request for in-game blacksmiths to create a frying pan. Jean was shocked, and the situation itself was more of a trend. The situation was getting worse, which clearly reduced the chances of finding Herk. Of all those present, Jean reacted especially sharply to this topic, but hope still burned within her. Following this, the scene moved into the game, to one of the taverns. Former Chief Bordeaux drank away his sorrows. Time after time, he waited for someone to appear who would replace the old master. But day by day, faith in the legend melted away in Bordeaux. He even remembered his father's words. From childhood, he prepared Bordeaux for the emergence of the legend and his service. His father was so sure of this that he read this story to little Bordeaux at night. And even on his father's deathbed, Bordeaux continued to believe in her. He sighed and took hold of the mug. Being mentally prepared to wait further, he drained that one. Next, he slammed the mug on the table. Then he stood up from his seat, deciding that it was unlikely that anyone would show up today. But just as he was about to leave, there was a knock at the door. Opening it slightly, he saw Herk chewing tirelessly. This meeting somewhat discouraged Bordeaux. Finally swallowing his food, Herk greeted them, saying that he had come to look for the relic. Bordeaux couldn't believe his ears, so he asked again. The protagonist nodded and began eating again. After thinking for a moment, Bordeaux invited Herk to come in. Once inside, Bordeaux switched from drinking to drinking regular water. Being in a calm environment, he decided to find out once again whether Herk really came for the relic. The protagonist confirmed this, practically voicing the conditions of the quest. Hesitantly, Herk even agreed that he had come a long way. Bordeaux sighed and stood up, preparing to ask Herk a few follow-up questions. The first thing Herk answered was that he always woke up hungry in the morning. When the question turned to the Dragon Lord, Herk admitted that he would like to know the taste of his tail. The main part of the interview continued in roughly the same manner. After a while, Bordeaux was ready to ask the last question, and that one concerned Herk's actions in the event of the end of everything. For the first time, the protagonist hesitated in answering, but he quickly came to his senses, saying that he would like to eat something tasty for the last time. Bordeaux accepted the answer, now preparing for something else. He returned to the table, carrying in his hands a special dish that only a special person could eat. He generously offered Herk a taste of it. After thinking for a few moments, the protagonist suddenly refused. Bordeaux did not understand the refusal, stating that such was Herk's duty. And then, next to the dish that Bordeaux had placed, a bowl filled with rice appeared. After all, it was with rice that Herk was ready to eat quail eggs. Later, Herk no longer listened to Bordeaux, getting ready to start eating. Then, with the chopsticks, Herk touched one testicle. With extreme ease, he threw it into his mouth. When eaten with rice, the dish had a special effect on the protagonist. The eggs were crunchy, and their yolks were washed by the added sauce. Herk concluded that everything was simply amazing. At the top of his voice, he cried out about the brilliant taste. After a minute, Herk's active chewing slowed down. After all, old man Bordeaux fell to his knees before that. Without daring to raise his eyes, Bordeaux recognized in Herk a new legend. Meanwhile, while resting, the three friends looked into the guild chat. One of the players wrote to Jean that he had found a way to find the required dungeon. The information received alarmed the people who had been snoring earlier. However, without a buffer, the trio saw no way to pass the dungeon. By the way, in the chat, it was reported that the best class for such buffs was the cook. Intrigued by the problem, Jean learned of the City of Ravens, where there was a hidden quest for cooks. Immediately learning that the buff received while completing this quest allowed me to complete the dungeon solo. After this scene, the plot returned back to Crow City. Frightened, Herk did not understand the gray-haired man's behavior. With triumph in his voice, Bordeaux explained that by eating the dish, Herk had proven his right as the successor to the legend. But all these words and titles still sounded very wild to the protagonist. Having calmed down a little, Bordeaux started talking about Herk's desire to find out the location of the relic. Then, Bordeaux began to tell a story about the friends and servants of the divine figure that his family served. There were several such friends, and each of them was omnipotent. According to legend, the deity entrusted these warriors with his divine dishes. But when the god died, trusted warriors sealed these dishes, which could now bestow incredible power on anyone who tasted them. This, according to Bordeaux, was the relic that Herk was looking for. The phoenix eggs that Herk ate were only related to the first divine cuisine. The protagonist was overcome with embarrassment because he didn't even know whose eggs he had snacked on. After which, Herk began to shake, now wanting to taste the phoenix itself. Seeing Herk's confidence, Bordeaux hoped that the player would not hunt phoenix. Along the way, Bordo gave Herk a quest to go to a new country in order to search for a relic. While talking about the unique taste of legendary dishes, Herk was already planning his route, also thinking about what to do first. You will have to stock up on duck meat. Having finished manipulating the system, the protagonist thanked him and threw a banana into Bordo's hands. The old man accepted the gift because it was generous, since bananas were great for curing a hangover. He walked Herk to the street and said goodbye to him. Cheerfully, Herk rushed off to meet adventure. At the same time, the three friends were on their way to the city of Voronov. While Herk, being an experienced player, was looking for a cab driver, I agreed on the price and was ready to travel. While in the cart, he thought about what he had heard from Borto. And while Herko was intoxicated by thoughts of divine taste, Jean longed for a divine buff. Herk covered a certain distance in a cart. He had to make the rest of the journey on foot. After some time, tired, Herk stopped for a snack. He generously placed pieces of vegetables on the grill, and on top of those he put meat, thus soaking it. Next, packed the total mass into a salad. The protagonist ate the delicacy, almost licking his fingers. When he finished, he looked around, admitting that the place was not suitable for hunting. After all, there were only spiders around, which you can't eat. The protagonist sighed heavily, because the last piece of duck was about to fall into his mouth. During this meal, he did not even notice how one vile creature was sneaking up from behind. He slurped loudly and didn't even hear the spider make its jump. Instincts kicked in and Herk's hand reached for the tongs. They immediately transformed into a sword, which cut the spider. Another monster was defeated, and Herk himself was stretching, because he was not given any rest. Suddenly, he remembered that the strange seed he had recently received was intact. Herk had no idea what kind of seeds they were, especially since he already had a couple hundred on him. Even the information guide did not give the protagonist an answer to this question. Suddenly, Herk felt a smell hit his nostrils. With his eyes, he traced that the smell was coming straight from the cave. Naturally, Herk went there. The smell itself was delicious and reminded me of something. Sniffing, Herk's imagination drew a picture of battered chicken in his head. But just as unexpectedly, the scent evaporated, and ahead of the tunnel, a bright glimmer of light awaited Herk. The closer the protagonist got to it, the more the light blinded him. Finally emerging from the tunnel, I looked out onto the destitute lands. Here and there sat exhausted monsters. It seemed that their vital energy was at its limit. Herk didn't understand. It wasn't winter for everything to look so desolate. At some point, Herk heard a screech above his head. Raising his head, he saw something hovering in the sky. A huge shadow from which feathers were falling covered the protagonist. In all his glory, the phoenix itself appeared to Herk. The bird recognized Herk, considering him a legendary descendant. At the same time, the system praised Herk with a level of fame for discovering the rarest monster. The protagonist himself did not believe in the good fortune that had descended upon him. After all, as before, all of Herk's thoughts were aimed at unraveling the taste qualities of the phoenix. Doubting, Phoenix asked Herk again if he was truly the legendary descendant. Wiping away his saliva, the protagonist readily confirmed. Introducing itself as Chronicle, the bird declared itself the guardian of paradise for monsters. After hearing this, Herk frowned and looked away. After all, there was a dead wasteland everywhere. The bird told that the legendary man was sleeping eternally. This news took Herk by surprise. The protagonist was worried that the legendary figure had died, taking the secrets of the recipes with him forever. Seeing Herk's concern, the bird said that the legend could be awakened, and Phoenix now possessed this power. Herk hiccuped when he learned that Phoenix had recently squandered this opportunity. Phoenix turned his attention to the wastelands, starting a conversation that earlier, these lands really did resemble paradise. Phoenix made it clear that in these lands there was a rule that monsters were forbidden from eating each other. Hunger and conflicts did not exist, because the legend resolved them with the help of its dishes. But as the years passed, these dishes went bad, causing the paradise itself to fade away. And it was just now, when the situation had become absolutely hopeless, that Herk appeared. After listening to this, the system gave Herk a quest to feed the monsters. Herk was stunned and even asked Phoenix again about the conditions of the quest. To himself, Phoenix noted that the task had indeed come as a surprise to the protagonist. Herk continued to be at a loss, complaining that he could not even feed himself. A bird interrupted his lamentations with a loud cough. On his third attempt, Phoenix managed to get Herk's attention. As it turned out, these were exactly the words Phoenix was waiting for, because they were prophetic. Herk was glad, thinking that at least someone understood his problems. Phoenix continued to list the prophecy where the Chosen One was supposed to feed the others, and then this feeling would serve as satiety for the insatiable. After hearing this, Herk remembered how he had pleased others with his food. In addition, Phoenix promised that after completing the quest, the protagonist would receive everything he wanted. Herk once again became interested in what was happening. which would promise him the possibility of obtaining new ingredients. Meanwhile, Phoenix remembered that during his lifetime, the king and the legend had quarreled with each other. The bird noted that the king was in grief when he learned of the legend's death. Herk also looked sad, wanting to know the details of the story. Herk's gaze froze as the bird announced that the legend had stolen the phoenix's eggs. With obvious anger, the bird recalled how the legend boasted about the taste of eggs covered in sauce. While the bird was still growing more and more angry, Herk remembered how he had eaten only Bordeaux's familiar testicles. Finally, the bird let out a screech that formed words of eternal revenge. Fearing the monster, shaking, Herk said that the legend was clearly a bad guy. Thinking that Herk sympathized with someone else's grief, the bird calmed down. Afterwards, giving Herk a 2-week deadline, the bird showed him where to find the ingredients. Moreover, the bird insisted that Herk join forces with his subordinate. But Herk had no allies, which caused Phoenix to react violently. The bird didn't understand how the protagonist could manage just by his abilities. Phoenix was worried that Herk might eat his partner out of hunger. The protagonist, of course, did nothing of the sort, so Phoenix let Herk go and eat. After taking a couple of steps, Phoenix turned around carefully. Reluctantly, the bird assumed that everyone would die of hunger. A couple of minutes later, Herk was studying the system window. There he called up a description of a giant monster egg. Thus, it was discovered that the level of satiety influenced the quality of the egg. Pulling out his pick and wiping away his drool, Herk was ready to begin. With the mission objective in mind, he raised his pickaxe. Then he slammed it on the ground with all his might. What was happening reminded Herk of the potato quest. Just like then now, Herk wouldn't mind a bite to eat. After a while, he sighed and wiped the sweat off himself. In fact, Herk's work itself was finished. Afterwards, he planted and watered the seeds. Next came the question of fertilizers. Herk walked up to the nearest rock and started to hammer at it. At some point, he got something. After hard work, the fertilizer fell out. Using his talents, Herk willingly multiplied the fertilizer. Now nothing could stop the seeds from growing. Thanks to the work, the seeds began to sprout almost immediately. Before Herk knew it, the plants that had grown were ripe, and the harvest was already ready to be collected. The next moment, a piglet spat out of the plant. Herk was stunned by the effect of what he had grown. After all, plants were a real Klondike of ingredients. Turning his head to the side, Herk saw a cow there. Later, after cutting up the meat, he learned that it was intended only for monsters. Herk almost burst into tears because he himself could not eat. He sniffed and grabbed the frying pan, getting ready. Time passed. The action moved to the hungry orc. Suddenly a shadow appeared above him, introducing himself as the orc chieftain's deputy. Herk held a plate of food. The protagonist was shaking. It was so hard for him to give up the meat. The plate came closer until the orc's hand knocked it over. Enraged by such impudence, Herk gave the orc a slap on the wrist. Under a hail of blows, the orc explained that the sight of that thing was not prepared meat. Almost at the last moment, the orc revealed that he only eats raw meat. Herk killed the aggression by remembering the herbivores. After receiving an apology from the orc for what happened, Herk got back to work. Having cut the meat, he was already imagining how he would sweeten it. A minute later, ready to treat the orc, the monster willingly took a piece from the dish. As soon as he bit into it, he was overcome with satisfaction. Now, chomping profusely, the orc could not stop. The system was ready to reward Herk, even though the ingredients were running low. Deciding to continue, Herk called out to the other orcs. Banging his hand on the frying pan, he called them to dinner. Soon the other orcs were delighted by the protagonist's delights. Enough. Herk watched as everyone enjoyed his food. Once again the system's reward descended, which this time was mackerel. Herk almost had a stroke when such a delicacy appeared at his disposal. He was already imagining how he would fry that one. Then, the fattest pieces dipped into the sauce. Even imagining something like that was incredibly delicious for Herk. But then he noticed the small print at the end of the fish description. As it turned out, the fish was one of the elements of the Divine Dishes collection. This meant that Herk had to get all the other elements as well. At the same time, the assembled orcs praised Herk. The orc representative conveyed the gratitude of his fellow orcs. And yet, other than words, the orcs could not repay Herk with anything. Herk wanted to answer something, but he remembered that he was already receiving his awards. By chance, he glanced at the fields. An idea came to mind to ask the orc for help. The request was conveyed, and the other orcs looked at each other. One by one, they began to pretend that they were unable to work. The lazy people really pissed off Herk. So the protagonist decided to resort to extreme measures. Herk began to manipulate, promising that he would feed the monsters even more. At some point, the manipulations worked. One by one, the orcs were ready to work for even more delicious dishes. Then the first thing Herk did was send the orcs to get water. However, it turned out that they didn't have any buckets. The protagonist was stunned, imagining the work to be done alone for 2 weeks. Rubbing his forehead, The orc admitted that all the buckets had long since rusted. Luckily for Herk, the other instruments remained undamaged. In that case, the protagonist was ready to repair those. With a little work, a variety of tools were back in use. The orcs were inspired and ready to work. Herk was pleased with this outcome. Next, they began feeding the giants. Herk hoped that at least giants could eat anything. While cooking, someone stood behind the protagonist. The delicious smell attracted the monster. One after another, the giants arrived. Noticing them, Herk called everyone to dinner. In fact, the protagonist even had to beg. After that, let them carefully try the meat. It goes without saying that the giants liked the meat. The giant appreciated the taste, so now, Herk asked to call the others. Soon, thanks to Herk's efforts, the giants were full. But this time, as a reward, the system rewarded Herk with gloves, inside which new ingredients were hidden. Herk was delighted, now planning to involve the giants in the work as well. Soon, the noise from the work could be heard quite far away. As usual, with words about food, Herk managed to make the giants work. Moreover, the protagonist promised to increase the portions. Herk just chuckled, watching how smoothly everything was going. Afterwards, I decided to find out about the size of the egg. By that time, the egg had managed to develop to a unique level. At the same time, Herk remembered the problem with the lack of grains. By chance, he remembered that monsters could enter heaven but not leave. After a couple of minutes, the protagonist left the location. Then he whistled with all his might. With the griffin's cry skill, Herk summoned other monsters. Almost instantly, spiders began to rain down from the mountains. After waiting for the right moment, Herk began to lure them in. The protagonist led them straight to paradise itself, now asking the orcs and others to catch the spiders. As soon as they saw them, the orcs' mouths started to water. The giants also joined the general hunt. The poor spiders got caught in a trap. Afterwards, their thin dying sighs were heard everywhere. Soon, some monsters killed others. Herk rejoiced at the victory and even clapped his hands. Plus, you get a ton of ingredients. Herk's eyes lit up as the idea worked. Praising the orcs, the protagonist now planned to plant the seeds, naturally blaming this work on others. Moving further away, Herk found himself a secluded spot. Sitting down, he laid out the table next to him. Finally, I started cooking just for myself. A little effort and the people were ready. Their quality was so high that the food practically glowed. Herk, of course, could not stand it any longer and wanted to taste those. The first thing he did was stick his spoon into the soup. Then he scooped up some broth and put it in his mouth. The warmth and sharpness hit Herk in the head pleasantly. Next, he decided to mix a couple of dishes. Some he dipped and bit into, while others he swallowed whole. But Herk's experiments with food did not end there. By using sauce everywhere, he immersed himself in a previously unknown ocean of flavor. He used the soft soup to knock down the bitterness, preventing it from taking over his body. Herk finally got some food to keep him from getting bored. At some point, the protagonist had an epiphany. After all, the mackerel remained untouched until now. Carefully, Herk combined the fish with rice. The rice neutralized the salt, and the protagonist once again experienced ecstasy from the taste. Meanwhile, the phoenix bird was clearly bored, but Phoenix couldn't sleep, because his hunger was still strong. And so the bird decided to visit Herk, finding him at the edge of the forest, where the protagonist was crunching apples. Phoenix's voice was heard, clearly displeased with Herk. The bird was engulfed in flames because the protagonist dared to rest. Worried, Herk began to justify himself to Phoenix. The bird thought that Herk was lying when the protagonist started talking about the almost reached level of satiety. However, Phoenix had the opportunity to find out the truth. Flapping his wings, he flew towards the egg. A minute later, landing next to him, Phoenix took one look and was convinced of Herk's words. Then, just as quickly returning to the protagonist. Embarrassed, Phoenix apologized to Herk for the misunderstanding. Still, Herk didn't understand who else needed to be fed to reach maximum satiety. The Phoenix spread its wings and said its name. Clenching his fists, Herk was ready to take care of it. Urgently, Herk got to work. But his efforts were initially unsuccessful. Every now and then, the bird refused the prepared food. It doesn't matter whether the meat was cooked or raw. Little by little, Herk was starting to get irritated. But he didn't express his dissatisfaction particularly loudly. At some point, Herk looked up. He saw flying dragons, remembering that the phoenix was a bird. With this thought, Herk opened the search engine. Persistently, he began to search for possible information. Somewhere in this interval, the orcs boasted of their satiety. The happiness that reigned around made Phoenix a little nervous. At the same time, fearing that Herk might not return, Phoenix remembered that the previous Chosen One had failed to satisfy his food needs, and the Chronicle's excitement only grew stronger. However, if successful, a most valuable reward would await Herka, and also I would have at my disposal a most valuable pet. But such an outcome seemed almost impossible to Phoenix. Sounds were heard that brought Phoenix out of his thoughts. As it turned out, Herk had returned. It's not clear what exactly, but he was carrying a lot of something. Looking closely, Phoenix became worried. The fears were confirmed, because they were larvae. With lightning speed, Herk began frying the larvae. While they were stewing, he began to chop the greens. Afterwards, I added some salt to the common dish. Finally, the unification was ready, subsequently presenting the result to Phoenix. After all, Herk himself loved to eat something similar as a child. Now I hope that the bird will appreciate it too. Just one bite and the taste hit Phoenix. In this dish, absolutely everything satisfied the bird. In a split second, the plate was empty. Having eaten his fill, Phoenix was ready to reward Herk. Immediately, the great bird flapped its wings. Columns of fire shot out in all directions. And later, something flaming fell to the ground itself. The unbearable heat forced Herk to retreat. Meanwhile, a leg emerged from the fire. One of the 7 legends appeared to greet them. Lord Balzac introduced himself, which made Herk catch his breath. At the same time, the system rewarded Herk handsomely for such discoveries. Balzac thanked Herk for his work and was ready to reward him. One gesture and armor appeared in the protagonist's inventory. Balzac explained that the armor was once worn by the Chosen One himself. Although he didn't expect that anyone would be able to get the armor again, Balzac remembered the Chosen One as an excellent man who could not resist food. He could only hope that Herk was much better. After listening to him, Herk started talking about divine dishes. After all, food for the protagonist was much more important than any artifact. Besides, after examining Balzac, Herk licked his lips. Running around, he said that the bones of Balzac's armor would certainly be good for soup. Only now, Balzac realized that Herk was much worse than the previous Chosen One. The protagonist promised not to touch the legend's armor if he shared the recipe for the dishes. Frightened, Balzac even declared that he would not give anything if Herk continued to behave like this. First of all, he demanded that Herk check the egg. The protagonist turned around instantly. Using the system, Herk discovered that the egg's level was now unknown. Next, Herk had to go to the other monsters and choose a pet for himself. Balzac explained that, having made a choice, the monster had to be placed in an egg. But Herk himself seemed to have barely heard anyone, all the while thinking about food. Then, Balzac insistently declared that the pet could not be eaten. Herk was upset, and then Balzac consoled him with the news of a special treat upon his return. He even presented a dish in advance, which was made from pork ham cooked in lava. Herk's mouth immediately started to water from such a delicious presentation. Once charged, the protagonist was ready to travel. But Balzac warned that Herk would only be given 2 attempts, during which he would be able to find a suitable monster. Before he could finish speaking, Herk had disappeared. Herk ran, leaving behind him a whistling wind and raised leaves, until finally he arrived in another paradise of monsters. The system was quick to announce that Herk was the 35th visitor. The protagonist's eyes froze, because ahead, countless numbers of different creatures were waiting for him. Besides, most of them looked quite tasty. In particular, Herk was attracted to a fish that looked like an anglerfish. As he started to walk forward, suddenly a strange object caught his attention. He looked closer, seeing a baby dragon in the cave. Herk had already imagined how the monster assistant would help him with food. After calling up the system menu, the protagonist unfortunately learned that the dragon could not be tamed, and it was impossible to eat it, so Herk continued on his way. After walking some distance, he became distracted by rummaging in the grass. Looking closer, he saw a pink pig. She ate something so sweet that Herk even wanted to try it himself. The protagonist's stomach was overcome with hunger, so he grabbed a hot dog from his inventory. Just as Herku wanted to take a bite of the food, he heard the grunting of a pig. With sad, hopeful eyes, she looked at Herk. Herk quickly hid the food, trying not to give in to pity. But the pig's face became even sadder, and even tears started flowing from her eyes. But Herk did not give up, as he stated out loud. At some point, the pig's behavior changed. Already more persistently, she began to approach Herk. At some point, he even steps on the protagonist's foot, after which an affirmative grunt was heard. The protagonist managed to translate the animal language, realizing that the pig was definitely calling Herk to follow him. He had no choice but to follow. Having reached a certain place, the pig would probably want Herk to look at something. The protagonist looked closer, seeing clover there. When Herk picked up the leaf, he had no idea that pigs could distinguish plants. Then the pig grunted, as if he would be ready to exchange more plants for a hot dog. The offer was tempting, but the protagonist wanted much more. The pig sighed angrily again. Then, pointing to a tree with fruits, Herk picked the fruit, learning from the system that it was incredibly tasty on its own. The protagonist was amazed at how useful the pig could be. Believing that the pig could help in finding ingredients, Herk willingly handed over the hot dog. The food was thrown and the pig rushed towards it. Just a couple of bites, and the piglet was already beaming with happiness. Herk chuckled, seeing that the pig's tail was even twitching with pleasure. Now, being ready to share other food if the pig could find more ingredients for Herk. In response, an affirmative grunt was heard. Later, with interest, the protagonist studied the data from the system about the pig. In particular, the pig had some hidden potential that was revealed only with regular feeding. However, Herk was also satisfied with the fact that the pig could search for ingredients. Moreover, Herk seriously saw the pig itself as a food supply, given the likelihood of other food running out. Ultimately, Herk's choice fell on the pig. When the time came to give the pig a name, the pink-sided one himself actively rejected Herk's options. The pig didn't like cute names, and the banal ones, in themselves, were nothing. At some point, Herk entered a state of active thought over the name. It seemed that one of the options spoken by the protagonist managed to captivate the pig. Herk also noted this and remembered the last thing he said, then giving the pig the name Bean. After a short time, Herk returned to the location where Balzac was waiting for him. Herk explained that he chose the pig because of its specific skills. In particular, Herk declared the pig's mutual attraction to tasty food. Also, don't forget that livestock was eaten. Balzac never expected to hear such reasoning. He didn't believe that Herk would dare to eat his own pet. In any case, the protagonist expected Balzac to fulfill his promises. One gesture of the hand and a field with the most delicious dishes was laid out in front of Herk. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, the protagonist thanked Balzac for the food. At the same time, Herk scolded the pig so that he would not encroach on someone else's food. But then he heard some rather interesting words from Bean. It turned out that all the food eaten by the owner was duplicated for the pet. In that case, Herk agreed to share the dish with Bean. Starting the meal, Herk would first pick up a piece of pork leg with his chopsticks. Then silently, he put the meat in his mouth. There was a mutual momentary pause of pleasure. Actively softening the meat in the seasoning, Herk did not feel any greasiness at all. Remembering the cooking lava, Herk had an idea of what the meat owed its juiciness to. It goes without saying that Herk had no right to eat such a dish without noodles. The sharp, sweet aftertaste spread through Herk's mouth and the world became beautiful. Naturally, after the piquant qualities, they needed to be diluted with a drink. The grunt of Bean was heard, as she had already prepared some soda for herself. In a good mood, Herk clinked glasses with his pet. The combined taste was so incredible that the protagonist could hardly contain his emotions. Next, a notification from the system appeared, informing Herk that he had been awarded new talents and even resistances. In addition, from now on, Herk received bonuses if he shared food he personally prepared. Balzac saw that Herk's skills and talents fully satisfied him. After the food break ended, Balzac gave Herk a new quest. After telling the protagonist to hunt down the next divine dish, Balzac suddenly began to burst into flames. As Herk expressed his gratitude for the gifts, Balzac dissolved into flames, until finally there was no trace left of it. Time passed, and events returned to the game's civilization areas. Every now and then, Herk carried Bean, who quickly got tired on his back. At some point, the protagonist came to Bordeaux. Herk happily announced that he had managed to try some divine food. The old chief was delighted, and was already in a hurry to treat his dear guest to something. At the right moment, Herk decided to test the skills and talents he had received the other day, and then he asked if Bordeaux wanted to ask anything. But then, there was a knock on the front door. Herk jumped up from his seat, not allowing the old master to approach the door himself. The protagonist asked Bordeaux to wait. Bordeaux really didn't understand what had caused Herk's strange reaction. After a few seconds, he explained that it was the seductive aroma that was the problem. In any case, Herk himself decided to open the door. He hurried to the door where a stranger was knocking vigorously. Afterwards, Herk pulled the door handle. As soon as he saw the man behind the door, the protagonist's eyes fluttered. Jean was there and was also amazed by the meeting. The story stepped back to the moment when the girl player was chewing the food she had bought. She enjoyed the divine taste of the food to the fullest. From the outside, one could notice that butterflies would start to hover around Jean. At some point, after finishing chewing, she remembered why she had come to the city. Still keeping it in her mind, she wanted to get a buff, without which passing one dungeon was simply impossible. Gathering her courage, she knocked on the door. And when it opened, Jean stepped back in shock. After all, in the doorway was none other than her friend Herk. There was an awkward pause, during which Jean thought that Herk recognized her. However, the protagonist said that the girl was very beautiful. In particular, Herk was tempted by Jean's lips, which were greased from food. But in particular, he was interested in what interesting thing the girl was holding in the bag. After some beautiful flattery, the protagonist asked the girl to treat him. Angry that she was not recognized, Jean nevertheless let Herk try it. While Herk ate, Jean considered that revealing her identity would force the protagonist to flee. At some point, Bordeaux looked out of the house and saw an unfamiliar girl. Jean greeted the master kindly, saying that she had come to acquire special items. A little later, all together they sat around the table. Unexpectedly, Herk noted that Jean's voice was very similar to the voice of one of his acquaintances. Jean laughed, hoping that eventually the protagonist would be able to recognize her. but Herk rejected Jean's words that his friend was kind and sweet. The girl laughed awkwardly, waiting to see what Herk would say. Herk described his classmate as almost killing him for food. Herk admitted that he still fears the girl because of what happened. Jean laughed, mentally hoping that Herk wasn't communicating with her because of that incident. Ultimately, Jean decided to play her part in a way that Herk would not be able to recognize her. Finally, Borto's voice came up, asking the players to complete one task. It was only now that it dawned on Jean that Herk had definitely reached a high level. Next, Borto started talking about a certain northern continent. The girl remembered that this was the name of a large location where everyone tried to break through and find out more. Borto continued, pointing out a point on the map where the players should go. Jean weighed the benefits of this trip. It turned out that villages and lands on another continent could be taken under control. After a while, Borto continued, saying that the players would meet a legendary chef. Borto explained that the legendary chef's skills were truly the greatest. Borto explained that the legendary chef was the best the master had ever met. Besides, the cook knew where to find the purest stone milk. Borto explained that such water was not only tasty, but also gave strength. Herk's mouth dropped open in surprise when he learned that the water was also carbonated. After listening, the players subsequently left Borto's house. Now, together they studied the quest in detail. But after, Herk suddenly said goodbye to Jean. As it turned out, Herk had no intention of completing the quest with anyone, as they would have to share food. Then, in a last-ditch effort, Jean tried to stop Herk by shouting that she would buy him some tasty food. The protagonist smiled, immediately ready to share the journey. In her haste, Jean also lied to Herk about her name, introducing herself as Lonnie. But first, Herk wanted to stay in the village and sell some unnecessary trash. As if on purpose, there was a merchant at the market who was shouting for such services. Every now and then, players would come up to him, selling all sorts of things. Spoiled potions, plants, food, anything was sold. But the merchant was not very happy, because he took up this business because he wanted to meet a strong player. In a moment of sad reflection, a new client approached the merchant. It was Herk who was willing to part with a lot of things. Although the merchant greeted and smiled, in reality he hated the frying pan player. While trading, his gaze accidentally fell on the girl who was behind Herk. A second later, the merchant's expression changed. After all, Herkom really did put up a ton of stuff for sale. A shudder ran across the merchant's face, because most of the items were not at all for beginners. The merchant couldn't believe how cool and pumped up Herk was. In the end, he even decided to find out about the protagonist's level, and also the level of the girl who stood behind it. But they weren't going to tell him anything, so the merchant decided to find out everything himself. Next, he took out the appraising sword. Jean sighed, recognizing the weapon. Meanwhile, the merchant asked the sword to assess the level of the people standing in front of him. The process of evaluating the objects began immediately. After a few seconds, the sword began to shine furiously. Finally, the truth was revealed to the merchant. He immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for help for himself. In exchange, he promised help in selling items at 2 or even 3 times the price. Jean spoke up, begging Herk to help the merchant in order to obtain the sword. However, Herk was not in the mood to help everyone. As he left, Jean leaned over the merchant. Secretly, she made the merchant make a promise to buy delicious food. Herk returned urgently, ready to help not only as a friend, but even as a man. Next, the story took a digression, telling about the continent that was the cause of wars among empires. But due to the abundance of monsters in the region, neither side was successful. However, there was something there that no one knew about. Well protected, hidden among the eternal mountains, is the kingdom of Valkyrie. One day, soldiers of the kingdom and empires met. In order not to provoke a war, the king entered into an alliance with the empires. An attempt was made by the expedition to get from the kingdom to one of the empires. But on the way, the expedition was attacked, and most were killed. It was the story of a merchant who believed that the expedition was attacked by one of the empires in order to monopolize the treaty. The merchant himself was from those lands, and therefore he was looking for strong players who would help the poor fellow get home. For Jean, the story being told was quite clear. The merchant hoped that Herk was indeed a great warrior, as the sword showed. Dreaming of completing his quest, gaining a title and getting rich, the merchant invited players to follow him. After all, the merchant wanted to introduce the players to the king himself, who survived the attack on the expedition. Opening the door slightly, the merchant announced that he had brought the necessary people. A firm voice was heard asking to enter. Next, the monarch thanked his servant. Jean saw King Valen in person for the first time. Of those who came, the king was especially interested in the owner of the frying pan. Herk admitted that his profession was a cook. This news came as a real surprise to the king. Herk said that he came because he was promised a tasty meal. This revelation also became a revelation for the merchant. Valen frowned, deciding to ask the merchant Ruth what all this meant. Ruth was worried and didn't know how exactly to explain his choice. And yet, the merchant was sure that bringing someone else would be even more difficult. Meanwhile, on the city streets, they were frantically looking for someone. Silence reigned in the secret refuge. Jean seriously considered the fact that 2 people might not be enough. She even received confirmation of her own words from Valen. In that case, the girl was ready to involve her friends in the matter. Besides, Jean assured that they were strong enough. Somewhere at that same time, a battle was raging. Destructive skills brought death and chaos. In the fierce confrontation, no one dared to give in. The one-eyed redhead, the last survivor, rushed into battle. He attacked vigorously, intending to finish off his opponent. But the owner of the spear repelled all attacks. In the end, accompanying everything with explosions of his power. Like all the previous ones, the bandit thug was eliminated. Once again, the bounty hunter Clow has the upper hand. But right now, he received an emergency message from the guild. Clow smiled when he saw the invitation to a guided quest. Deciding to participate, he activated the teleporter. In an instant, he was transported to the guild house. There, greeting the other 2 guild members. At the moment, they were actively discussing the advantages of rubber women over real ones. Clow interrupted them, having learned that Rock and Khan had gone on another tower clearing. Then, Clow suggested not to rush anywhere and wait for those to return. A lover of rubber women, he decided to reflect on what great adventures surely awaited everyone. To this question, Clow answered with hope. After which, they both laughed strangely. Warrior Adel felt that he would have been left out of the presence brackets. Night fell and the action moved to another location. A certain player was having fun after receiving intelligence data. After all, he, for his own benefit, had previously betrayed one of the empires. After all, the other side was much stronger, having an entire killer at its disposal. It was Agent Lumad. In addition, the traitor actively discussed the fact that Empress Ellie could easily lose her throne. After all, among the potential allies was King Valen himself with a unique skill, capable of increasing the levels of any skills. At some point, they entered Ares' office. The servant informed Ares that the location of King Valen had been found. But the news did not please Ares, because the king was gathering loyal people, among whom a man with a frying pan was noticed. Ares was annoyed by the mention of a frying pan, since lately, every second person was wearing one. Ares then ordered that Valen be kept under surveillance. Ares gritted his teeth and hoped that the annoying frying pans would one day disappear en masse. The very next day, the convoy was driving along country roads. Inside the not very cozy carriage, Valen, Herk, and Jin settled down. By this time, through personal conversations, Herk had already become convinced that the king was real. The silence that reigned in the carriage made Herk a little nervous. Unlike Jean, who was impressed by the king's appearance, Herk was overcome by a different feeling. Now he was extremely hungry. At some point, this difficult feeling touched Valen himself. Looking around the corners, his eyes settled on Herk. After all, right now he was shoving something into his mouth. Unaware of the other's efforts, Herk responded by treating Jean to something. In front of the king's eyes, he easily passed the food around. Valen saw how delighted Jean was as she held the boiled egg in her hands. Only now did Herk catch the king's gaze on him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist suggested that the king try it too. Valen barely overcame his emotions and refused, since his status did not allow it. Herk took the refusal calmly and swallowed the egg. The king was irritated. He really wanted to eat, but he could not agree without insistence from the protagonist. Jean finally joined the conversation, offering Valen something to eat. The king pretended to be thinking, but in fact, he was already ready to reward Jean for her clarity. But Herk interrupted the food transfer, explaining to Jean that Valen probably didn't like the simple food. The king did not show his feelings in any way, but in fact, he was almost crying, because Herk had ruined everything again. At some point, his fists clenched tightly. Overcoming himself, the king admitted that he had not eaten anything at all for a very long time. The king explained that for the sake of his people, he could not allow himself to die of hunger. Only after this speech did it dawn on Herk that Valen had asked him to treat him. But these words sounded disrespectful, so Jean shut the protagonist up. In any case, having opened his bag, Herk was ready to treat the king. At the same time, he hands him some soda so that Valen could drink. Herk's generosity was so great that the king even thanked him. Finally, the king could have a bite to eat. Just one bite, and Valen's taste buds were already filled with the taste of a soft and juicy egg. Finally, he had to have a drink. The opened soda fizzed and the cool drink poured down his throat. Having finished drinking, Valen let out a triumphant cry. The next moment, he came to his senses. He coughed and quickly resumed his former stern style. Besides, Valen wasn't sure that he would ever be able to eat anything better than the creations of the legendary Rald. Only now did it dawn on Herk that Rald was the legendary chef that Bordeaux had spoken of. The king continued to talk about how masterpieces Rald's dishes were. One of them, sushi, particularly intrigued Herk. Valen did not see anything surprising in this fact, because the kingdom was adjacent to the sea. The sea meant a lot to Herk, especially the opportunity to complete Ellie's quest. Later, Valen started talking to Herk about him being a cook. The protagonist confirmed this, causing the monarch to moo. After thinking about it, he was ready to make a proposal to Herk. Suddenly, Valen offered a trade. Herk's best food in exchange for Rald's best culinary creation. Also, the king was not averse to improving some of the protagonist's skills. Rewards like these, and the hidden quest itself, were a real revelation for Jean. But the girl was afraid that such a difficult task might be beyond Herk's capabilities. However, Herk himself had no doubts about his powers. After which, he began to look for the necessary skill in the abundant list of spells. Soon, Herk pressed the skill to create a new recipe. He settled on a recipe that was not the easiest to make, and one that required special ingredients. Herk had no choice but to make the exchange, losing a level but gaining the ingredients. In an instant, a pile of meat and vegetables fell into his inventory. Immediately, the protagonist began to peel the vegetables. Next, he was already busy with the meat, adding pepper and salt. Next, Herk heated up the frying pan and began to fry the steak. Just a couple of minutes, and the steak for the king was ready. Jean just opened her mouth in surprise, not only from the speed of Herk's cooking, but also from the buffs from his food. The king appreciated the view, and was not averse to tasting the result. After cutting into the meat, Valen appreciated how appetizing the internal texture looked. After which, he put a small piece in his mouth. When the king's teeth touched the flesh and broke it, Valen's eyes froze. A series of amazing taste emotions hit him in the head. The king was especially impressed by the sauce, which made absolutely everything better. Valen, restraining himself, almost moaned. He liked the dish so much. Over the next few minutes, with undisguised appetite, he finished the meat. Afterwards, wiping his lips, he thanked Herk for the delicious meal. Then, with his usual manners, the king said that the protagonist was still far from being satisfied with his tastes. But from his eyes, Herk saw that the truth was different, and was already waiting for the promised reward. Sighing, the king asked what skill Herk needed to develop. After thinking, the protagonist named the art of fencing Ellie. The choice intrigued Valen, but he agreed. Later, as promised, Herk's fencing skill was improved. Having finished, the king asked the protagonist to check the result. But this action did not happen, because the coachman suddenly squealed. His cry was clearly heard by the passengers. Then the horse screamed as dozens of arrows flew at it. The cart rocked, which Ruth also couldn't help but notice. As it turned out, during the attack, the wheel was broken. With all his might, Ruth informed the king that an attack was underway and that he had to save himself. At the moment when Valen was led out of the carriage, something flashed in the middle of the trees of the forest. The arrow flew out with a whistle. It hit Herk straight, but his skills and armor saved him from death. Through constant reflection buffs, double the damage was returned to the shooter himself. The bandits who had taken up residence in the forest were shocked by the properties of such armor. The next moment, Jean burst forward. Stretching the whip as she went, she left the king in the care of others. Finally, having unraveled it, the writhing whip was released towards the forest. In an instant, the whip was wrapped around the throat of one of the attackers. The next second, igniting. The unfortunate player caught fire and was almost immediately eliminated from the game. Similar eliminations occurred here and there. At some point, even the observer who saw the deaths of his comrades was caught by this whip. Subsequently, all that remained was a notification in the system about the departure. Ruth had heard how effectively Jean dealt with the raiders and believed in the chances of success. In this regard, he suggested that Herk quickly leave the unsafe area. Soon, together with the king, they ran away. But at the moment of escape, Ruth noticed how a player appeared on a steep cliff, blowing into a horn. The signal was given, and the reserve group of attackers emerged from their shelters. Now, Ruth was already getting worried, hoping that at least Herk would be able to detain the villains. At that very moment, someone else blocked their path. The man in the robe was ready to work his unholy magic. Having called the spell, special forces rushed towards the trio of fugitives. The first to fall under the evil spell was Ruth. Then the spell passed on to Herk. But because the protagonist was constantly eating, it seemed that it didn't hit him. Ruth himself, after a short period of blindness, finally opened his eyes again. In his eyes, everything around was faceless and blurry. At the same time, outside the game, Chan yawned tiredly as the game was being updated. But then, through the news, he learned about the live broadcast that was currently being conducted in the game. The news was actively discussing the situation of King Valen, whom some were protecting, while others were trying to capture. Among the opponents, the news actively singled out the wicked knight Kohei, who loved to fight meanly. Kohei mocked the poor fellows whom he had blinded with his skills. But it was not only Ruth who saw blindness overtook even King Valen himself. Kohei's taunts didn't last long, as Herk called out to him. The protagonist wondered why the wicked knight was having so much fun. Now Kohei was truly surprised that the magic didn't affect Herk. The protagonist had no idea what he was doing, and only condemned Kohei for his dirty tricks. Herk called the Wicked Knight to account, after which he urgently ran to him. As he attacked, Herk extended his sword in front of him, preparing a special skill. The Wicked Knight took the blow, going on the defensive. Even though his position had shifted, Kohei remained standing. Despite Herk's resistance to dark magic, Kohei was prepared to deal with it in some other way. With his hands lowered to the ground, the unholy knight called upon another force that would crush the protagonist. A bloody haze erupted from the depths of the earth, whose goal was to destroy all living things. Herk didn't lose his composure and grabbed the frying pan. Whenever the smoke was about to touch him, Herk would push it away with a strong swing. Kohei was furious because such magic could not be simply brushed aside. At this point in time, Ruth gradually began to see the light. The first thing he saw was the cook fighting a formidable opponent. Finally, Herk noticed that Ruth's vision had returned, then asking him to take care of the king and leave the dangerous area. Following Herk's words, the unholy knight had already moved into close combat. With his advanced fencing skills, Herk parried the attack skillfully. Next, activate a counterattack using the skill. However, Kohei himself was no slouch, and therefore he had no intention of losing. To protect himself, he summoned a cursed shield of undead in front of him. But this barrier was broken at that very moment. Pieces of meat, blood, and bones flew in all directions. The tip of the sword confidently passed through them, until finally it stuck into the chest of the unholy knight. The formidable enemy was defeated. But before Herk could celebrate his victory, a cry was heard from the side. To the protagonist, he seemed quite familiar. After all, there, out of fear and despair, King Valen fell to the ground. Right now, an enemy player was shooting towards him. Ruth covered the king with his body, which caused him to take the arrow. But Ruth asked not to worry, assuring him that he would be able to recover quickly. However, he knew that there was not enough mana for healing now. Now, Ruth had only one chance in 1,000. Having drawn his own bow, he had to figure everything out on his own. At the moment of aiming, an arrow was fired at Ruth. At the last moment, he cut it down with his own shot. Next, he quickly placed a new arrow in his fingers, preparing to continue firing. But he froze because he was horrified. Very quickly, a whole hail of arrows approached him. It seemed that nothing could save Ruth, as something thundered to the side, and the shadow from the flash was reflected. Ruth looked back, seeing a fireball that had devoured absolutely all of the arrows. The flames dispersed and some were surprised by Ruth's courage. It was the players from the Jin Guild who came to the rescue. One of them first wanted to examine the possible wounds of the rescued. Ruth was not averse, although he did not fully understand who it was that stood before him. At some point, the little one mentioned Jin. Klau's chuckle was heard as he explained that Gina was the guild master. Ruth almost fainted when he realized that players from Jin's guild had come to his aid. Clau corrected Ruth somewhat, explaining that only those who were able to respond showed up. Afterwards, Ruth explained that there was also a man with a frying pan who had fought somewhere. The little guy in the hat waved his hand, saying that he had seen the broadcast of Herk's fight. Afterwards, he made it clear that the protagonist had won. Ruth smiled because he did not believe that anyone could defeat the Wicked Knight. Next, Clau spoke up, noting that Ruth himself had fought bravely, which has also now become famous on the internet. Moreover, the bounty hunter knew a lot about Ruth, calling him a prize-winning archer. But Clau pretended that Ruth, now many people know a lot. But for Ruth, all these titles were meaningless, because the injury he received no longer allowed him to engage in shooting. The little one in the hat took up the voice, reminding Ruth that in the game world, everything is possible. What he heard clearly touched Ruth's heart. Blushing slightly and agreeing in his heart, he laughed lightly. However, Ruth wanted to know when the others would arrive. However, the little guy in the hat did not appreciate the question, considering that there were already more than enough people. These words made Ruth wonder what the name of Jean's guild was. Then the unexpected allies suddenly called themselves legends. Outside the game, Chan was closely monitoring these bizarre events. At the same time, Jean continued her hunt in the middle of the forest. Her movements were so fast that they left behind only gusts of air. Now, as fast as she could, she was hurrying somewhere. Along the way, conducting a dialogue in the chat with guildmates. Eventually, her path was blocked by a group of hostile players. There were too many opponents, but Jean had no choice but to grab the whip. The next moment, something confused her. From afar, frightening footsteps thundered as they approached. Massive boots trampled the ground, bringing their owner closer and closer. The stranger's sword rattled, tapping every now and then against his shoulder armor. He himself scratched his beard with interest. It was Lumad, the most dangerous killer ever known. Just by looking at Lumad, Jin was overcome with a debuff, and her entire body shook in fear. The girl never expected to meet someone like Lumad. In addition, Lumad was one of the 8 most powerful NPCs. While waiting to see how events would unfold, she witnessed that Lumad was clearly working for the attackers. But even under the threat of defeat, because of the ongoing broadcast, Jin had no right to run away. So having straightened the whip, she was going to lash Lumad. Activating the fire whip skill, she released the phoenix. Lumad just smirked, not expecting to be challenged. Waiting for the right moment, with one movement he cut Phoenix in half. Jin stood rooted to the spot, having never seen anything like this before. But Lumad was not going to hesitate and rush to attack. First, he kicked the girl in the solar plexus. Lumad was amused to watch Jin try to delay the inevitable. But then, before the final blow, someone stopped Lumad. Pushing aside his loyal fighters, one self-confident face appeared. Ares finally felt like he could humiliate his enemies, the legends. Rising to her feet, she recognized this face as Jean. Pulling back the whip, she had no intention of letting the bastard destroy the legends. For Lumad himself, the situation was becoming boring. During this downtime, Jean's whip hit one of Ares' fighters. Nobody expected the girl to come to her senses so quickly. Jean took advantage of this moment to good effect. Wielding a whip, she began to sow panic in the ranks of Ares. Panic broke out, and a chaotic flight followed. Ares stepped forward and began to amazingly dodge the blows of the whip. Walking slowly towards Jin, he knew that soon her mana would run out, and then he will kick the girl. The world spun around in Jin's eyes, and at some point she hit the ground. However, for some reason Ares did not finish her off. After all, Herk stood up for the girl. Ares was confused that someone he didn't know had gotten involved in the squabble. But looking closer, he recognized the frying pan in the boy's hands. Just as Ares wanted to say something to Herk, he hit him in the face with a slipper. Clow gave him a good beating, asking others to take on the task of rescuing the king. Along the way, he asked how Jean was feeling. Before Herk's eyes, many of the server's top players rushed to help the girl. Seeing that the protagonist was confused, Ruth explained that Jean's colleagues had come to the rescue. However, Herk asked his question even louder. Jean already guessed that only now something had dawned on Herk. Not believing his own words, the protagonist called some people by their real names. One of them was the name Jean. Herk sighed nervously and clenched his fists. It was hard he called each of those present by name, following which, an inexplicably heavy feeling hung over Herk's soul. Jean spoke up, apologizing to the protagonist because she didn't confess right away. During her revelation, Herk suddenly began to walk. Unexpectedly, he hugged his old friends. Herk admitted that he was extremely glad to see them. Clow interrupted such a touching scene because there were still many enemies around. Suddenly, a shockwave hit all the heroes. An irritated voice was heard which did not like such snot. Lumad showed himself again and was willing to fulfill the contract he had taken on. The shockwave hit Herk, causing Jean to order immediate treatment. Next, he called on the free players from the guild to present a united front. Meanwhile, for some reason, the treatment was of no use. In the heat of close combat, Lumad did not allow anyone to even touch him, but the attacks did not stop. Almost everyone, one way or another, tried to detain Lumad. Seeing that the current tactics were useless, Jean urged her guildmates to act from a distance, and from there deliver pinpoint strikes against Lumad. Any magic and spells, everything that was at the player's disposal, flew at the killer. A thick column of dust rose up. Coughing Jin still hadn't seen the notification from the system that Lumad had been defeated, which is why Jean first decided to find out if everyone else was safe. But as soon as she asked, from behind a curtain of dust, Lumad grabbed her by the throat. Right now, under Jean's demands to free himself, Herk barely opened his eyes. His friend had no hope that the protagonist would ever wake up. Urgently, Herk remembered that he had previously been embarrassed to appear in front of his old friends. Embarrassed by himself, the protagonist did not respond and ignored them. Feeling guilty towards his old friends, Herk got back on his feet. The armor skill was automatically activated, and Herk was literally healed before our eyes. Holding his sword out in front of him, he was ready to correct his mistake. Next, activating the snake skill, he ran forward. With all his might, Herk launched an attack. By a happy coincidence, it hits a sore spot. Blood poured from Lumad's mouth as the damage he had received was multiplied by 1,000. While the killer was still standing, Herk quickly glanced at Jean. But Jane only looked at him with fear. At the same time, Lumad was suffering its own collapse and was being destroyed before our eyes. The battle was won, and the other players revered Herk. Herk was pleased that the situation had been resolved. But the idol was destroyed by one of the old friends who was dissatisfied with the protagonist. Then Herk agreed that he had behaved incorrectly, and yet he was given a hug. The old friend admitted that he searched for Herk for an incredibly long time, and ultimately even considered him dead. In response, hugging tighter, the protagonist could only apologize. Now being ready to share a lot, after some time the action moved into the real world. While talking to Herk, Chan admitted that he couldn't tear himself away from the fight broadcast. But suddenly he noticed that Herk's expression was sad. Then, Herk started talking about the people from the Legends Guild. Then, by showing a photograph, he let Chan know that they were his classmates. It was only after about 2 minutes that Chan realized what Herk meant. Afterwards, he began to wait to see what the protagonist was getting at. After a pause, Herk admitted that he would like to meet them. Chan suddenly fell silent after hearing this, and then he burst into tears. Besides, Herk was ready to show his friends his true identity. The protagonist admitted that he could not stay alone his whole life. There was no time to waste, so Chan dragged Herk along to the store to get him dressed. Later, the action changed to a mountainous, wooded area. The out-of-breath friends had traveled a long way just to get to where Herk wanted to meet. One of them was outraged at how far away Herk lived, but he was quickly reminded of what the situation was. Just in case, Clow let it be known that Herk was from a poor family. He was unhappy that someone had managed to forget about something like this. In fact, Herk actively avoided questions about his parents' employment. Then, perhaps not with much trust, but the friends accepted the protagonist's words. Clow recalled that such an awkward question shamed not only Herk, but even those who asked. Their quarrel was stopped by Jean because friends came to the right place. After all, there was a luxurious mansion ahead, which was clearly different from what Herk had told us. Upon entering the territory, the friends froze. The door opened in front of them, and Chan greeted the guests. Helpfully, he invited them to come inside. Looking around, the boys saw various rich things every now and then. The only way they could explain Herk's sudden wealth was by a lucky lottery win. Chan led them until he reached Herk's room. Jean thanked the helpful young man for his hospitality. Fearing something, Jean's hand rests hesitantly on the door handle. She was alarmed by the house without people, and also by the young man, who would certainly be worried about this meeting. When the door was opened, the first thing that was imprinted on the eyes was the image of a man sitting in a chair. The friends entered the room and then froze. Quietly, one of them called out to Herk. The plump guy in the chair turned around, greeting the guests. A smile immediately appeared on their faces. A minute later, they were already seated at the table. In short, Jean learned what a difficult fate befell Herk. And yet, friends condemned Herk for disappearing because being fat was no excuse. Herk laughed loudly, promising not to do it again. By chance, one of my friends noticed that the game was supposed to have an important update that day. Almost every one of them grabbed their phone, checking the time. On the game's website, they read a very long patch note. Among what he read, Herk was particularly interested in the introduction of new plants. Jean distracted Herk from his thoughts about food, after which she asked if he still wanted to join the guild. For the first time, the protagonist was unable to answer this question right away. Flicking his fingers in his thoughts, Herk was convinced that all the bad was behind him and that there was no need to hide from his friends. As a result, giving your consent to join the guild. Some of the friends were so happy with this news that they were ready to jump into the game immediately. Herk wasn't averse to it, especially since he had several empty VR capsules in his house. Clow turned pale, as he didn't expect to hear something like that. Still, he decided to ask what kind of work Herk's father did in such luxury. Then Herk calmly informed that Dad was the president of the retail chain. The issue of shame for the issues of the past was exhausted, and it was time for everyone to get into the game. Leading the way, Herk showed off the room with the capsules. After a short conversation, all four entered the capsules. The helmet visors dropped and the loading process began. A tunnel of light, flashes, and here, Herk and everyone found themselves right at the walls of the Valkyrie Kingdom. For absolutely everyone, this place was something amazing and different from the previous one. The common people welcomed the players, as the news of the king's rescue was already known. The friends decided not to waste time and went to get the reward. But when the conversation turned to Herk, Jean thought of something. Suddenly, she decided to ask him for one request. A little worried, the girl asked the protagonist to cook buffing food for the guild members. Out loud, she recalled how not long ago, Herk had prepared food for Valen. Of course, Jean promised that all costs would be compensated, but Herk refused any compensation. He also wasn't interested in helping me level up. He was ready to help anyway, only wanting to receive rare ingredients from time to time. Jean was a little shocked at how little Herk had demanded in return. But their conversation was cut short, because John had already been called. Clow and the other guild players were already tired of waiting for their leaders. Ruth was among them. An unexpected meeting took place between him and Herk. Jean spoke up, introducing Ruth and Herk as new useful members of the guild. Nobody objected to such cool guys becoming part of the team, and yet, not all of them knew what specific profession Herk himself had. Jean spoke again, introducing Herk, aka the Frying Pan Killer. Afterwards, naming the chef's profession and responsibility in preparing buffing food. The information that Herk was an ordinary cook left all those who didn't know in a stupor. None of them could fully believe that this class could possess such great power. Meanwhile, some events were unfolding elsewhere. The strangers rushed into the depths of the damp cave. One of them asked a certain Buck to start. Obeying, Buck fell to the ground, drawing a magical symbol there. Soon, with its power, the symbol summoned the spirit into the world. Buck wanted to find out from the spirit whether he had really once been an important person in the Valkyrie. Having received a positive answer, Buck was now interested in the secret of how to destroy the kingdom. Then the spirit told about the goddess Uis, who was revered in the kingdom. The spirit hinted that in honor of the celebration, it was necessary to poison the food. The spirit explained that the goddess would not die, but when she becomes enraged, she will punish the entire kingdom. Naturally, Buck was interested in the way to calm the goddess, but the spirit named only one way, through contact with the goddess in her own space. From now on, Uis only had to be appeased, preferably with food. After hearing this, the players were given a quest of the highest level. Having received the information, it was now easy for strangers to create a fuss and blame the legends for everything. All that was left for Callian to do was find a cook. Luckily, the Iris Guild already had one candidate in mind. After a short digression, the story returned to Valkyrie. There, Herk told Ruth the story of his friendship with the legends. Ruth found this story and Herk's powers simply incredible. At some point, Herk heard an unusual noise. People on the street suddenly started to hurry somewhere. Recalling, Ruth made it clear to Herk that preparations were underway for a ritual. Here, he also tells the protagonist about the goddess Uis. In particular, Ruth noted the goddess's love for food. Because of this, she only ate the food prepared by Rald. Herk remembered him from King Valen's words. He could already imagine how delicious the sushi could be. In connection with this, Herk decided to call Jean. The girl naturally became distracted by the protagonist. Herk explained that he had to try the sushi. Meanwhile, in the temple, the king was praying. By making offerings, he asked the goddess for blessings. One of those present hoped for a positive outcome. After all, it was Rald himself who always pleased with food. Now, an epic quality dinner awaited the goddess. The king also had hopes of success. At the end, all those present bowed. A few moments later, the light illuminated the hall. An ankle appeared out of thin air. And then, Uis herself showed herself. Then her gaze fell on the hall. Then on people and food. To herself, the goddess admitted that everything looked delicious. With a haughty look, she took a piece of meat. Carefully, she brought it to her mouth. Finally, the meat disappeared behind her tender lips. A second later, the goddess seemed to be paralyzed. Valen felt that something was wrong. Uis immediately realized that the taste had been spoiled by poison. The king remained silent, but he knew that no one would do such a thing. However, the goddess herself was already offended. A cloud of magic burst from her hand. The magic struck one person present in the hall. It turned out that the poison was the work of a spy. The goddess already knew that the king would not dare to poison her. Hope showed on Valen's face, and yet Uis was obliged to punish. Immediately, she cursed the kingdom. Heaps of misfortunes were sent to the Valkyries. Then a tremor of the earth engulfed the kingdom. The players urgently called up the system windows. From there, he learned that the goddess was angry. Something similar was recorded throughout Valkyrie. Besides, someone blamed the legends for what happened. The seriousness of these accusations was exorbitant. After all, the legends were caught collaborating with Ares. Later, the king sat with the sick Rald. At that very moment, Herk appeared. Valen apologized for not being greeted properly. Meanwhile, the king had one request. Valen immediately handed Herk the quest to prepare the dish. He explained that only in this way would the goddess calm down. Moreover, the king promised to provide everything needed. In exchange, he promises to feed Herk the best sushi in the world. The offer was tempting and Herk couldn't refuse. But first, Herk had to meet with Uis herself. The king was not averse. He was just reminding people to behave politely. Soon, a new ritual was performed. The light opened and the gates of the temple were opened. From the glow, Uis's lush curls emerged. The goddess immediately realized that Herk would be the new chef. The protagonist began by saying that Rald was sick. However, Uis was more impressed by the pig standing behind Herk. Raising her voice, she asked what the creature was doing in the temple. Immediately, the god of Athena limited the goddess's powers. The goddess could not punish the pig in any way, but Herk did not forget that he had come to the temple to look at Uis. Only in this way could the protagonist prepare food. Herk's words and his aura interested Uis. Then Herk introduced himself to the goddess. Eventually, she gave the go-ahead to look up. Looking at the goddess, the system automatically created a recipe. Herk was touched to learn that she loved chicken ribs. He especially loved it when they cooked in full view. One thing in particular excited Herka, the same one when the chef let you try what was just made. Seeing that he was distracted, the goddess reminded him of her rage, and so she asked me to pass something on to Valen. From her lips came the words about the second curse. Afterwards, she sat down on the prepared throne. Looking at Herk, she doubted that he could handle it. Then boredom appeared on her face. And yet she was curious about how it would all end. Later, Herk relayed Uis's words. Realizing that time was short, Valen urged Herk on. To speed up the process, Herk was already preparing a list. However, there was no pasta there. Herk began to think of how to replace those. At the same time, Callion laughed at the efforts of the legends. He did not believe that they would be able to lift the curse from the kingdom. Besides, Callion had never heard of such a capable cook. This means that only the Iris Guild could overcome the crisis. Callion prepared to take action once the second curse hit. In the meantime, he was going to make some more noise. Next, the action moved to the kitchen, where Herk was cooking. A minute later, the first dish was prepared. Herk pleased the king with his efficiency. He attributed speed to skills and talents. The protagonist was sure that all that remained was a small matter. Valen approached and asked Herk to save the kingdom. The protagonist agreed to do his best. Next, the events of the story shifted to the Temple of Iris. There was a dungeon opened up where the broadcast was taking place. The journalist said that the Iris Guild was preparing to go to this dungeon to capture it. All this meant was that Herk had very little time left.